Tonight, we're covering the legendary tale of King Arthur, the fabled ruler of Camelot whose story has captivated generations. From the mystical sword Excalibur to the Knights of the Round Table, Arthur's legacy is one of bravery, chivalry, and the enduring quest for justice and honour. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't secured your spot already. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Our story tonight surely should help you relax and achieve the best sleep possible as we journey through this week. Now dim those bright lights, grab a blanket, and let's begin. When people today imagine King Arthur, they often picture a gleaming throne room in a fairy tale castle, yet the earliest roots of the legend trace to a far grittier era, sub-Roman Britain, roughly the 5th or 6th century. The Roman legions had withdrawn, leaving behind roads, ruins of villas, and a power vacuum that invited waves of Saxon incursions. Into this turmoil stepped local warlords, tribal chieftains, and self-styled kings who fought to protect fragmented territories. If a historical Arthur existed, he likely emerged from this violent mosaic of clan rivalries and shifting alliances. In the centuries after Rome's departure, Britain lacked a unifying government. Pockets of Romano-British aristocrats clung to vestiges of imperial culture. Fortified hilltops bristled with wooden palisades, inhabited by leaders who tried to hold on to what remained of civilized trade and technology. Meanwhile, coastal regions faced constant raids from across the North Sea. Archaeological evidence, such as the ruins of Tintagel in Cornwall, hints at a region influenced by the Mediterranean goods even while local power struggles raged. Amid these unsettled conditions, a figure sometimes identified as Arthur may have gained a following by leading successful defensive campaigns. Early medieval sources, like the Annales Cambriae, mention battles associated with him, especially a crucial victory at Mount Badon. Yet the historical record is thin, names get jumbled, timelines blur, and Arthur may have originally been a title, not a personal name. What survived from this period were oral traditions among Celts, who revered warrior heroes capable of uniting fractious tribes. These seeds eventually took root in Welsh poetry, with references to an Arthur known for both prowess and moral leadership. Bards recited tales that blended real events with mythic flourishes, ensuring that Arthur's reputation grew. Over time, as monastic scribes copied legends into Latin, they combined folk memory with pious invention. By the 9th or 10th century, Arthur's presence in Welsh heroic cycles was well established. A champion blessed by Providence, who protected his people from heathen invaders. Yet it wasn't until Geoffrey of Monmouth's famous 12th century work, Historia Regum Britanniae, that Arthur attained sweeping recognition. Geoffrey's narrative, while often dismissed as fanciful by modern historians, reshaped Europe's perception of the British Isles. He wove older Celtic traditions together with his own creative additions, describing how Arthur inherited the throne, subdued rebellious nobles, and even marched an army into Gaul. And nobles across medieval Europe treated Geoffrey's account as quasi-history, as they searched for genealogical links to Arthur's greatness. Thus, the once shadowy war leader of sub-Roman Britain morphed into a medieval monarch with global renown. A key reason for Arthur's enduring appeal lies in the tension between the harsh realities of sub-Roman warfare and the later romantic veneer applied to his legend. One hand, the real context was likely bleak, characterised by small wooden forts on the wind-swept hillsides, retinues of spearmen, and precarious alliances that often changed on a whim. On the other, Arthur's story evolved into an ideal of chivalry, complete with jousts, castle halls, and elaborate courtly love. This duality resonates even now. We want to believe in a leader who transcended the everyday violence, forging a realm of justice and unity. Curiously, the early glimpses of Arthur do not include references to objects like the Holy Grail or images of a magical sword bestowed by a lake-dwelling enchantress. These elements arrived later, grafted onto the tradition as the medieval writers sought to marry indigenous British myth with Christian symbolism. The original tales likely focused on victories, feasts, and the hero's final stand rather than mystical relics. The deeper spiritual dimension, emphasizing moral quests and the search for divine grace, would come with the romances penned in subsequent centuries. Still, one thread remains consistent. Arthur is portrayed as a unifier who rallied disparate peoples. Britain's western regions, from Wales to Cornwall, claimed him as their champion. Even the name Arthur suggests resonance with the Welsh word for bear, a totemic animal symbolising strength. As Saxon influence spread, nostalgia for a time when the Britons had a heroic protector grew. Oral storytellers carried that longing forward, layering each retelling with new wonders. Thus, the stage was set for King Arthur to emerge as both a mirror for the past and a beacon for the future. From a realm battered by raiders, a figure, real or semi-legendary, rose to claim the people's imagination. Long before Camelot became the shining castle of romances, there was likely a rough wooden hall on a rainy British hilltop where a leader called Arthur once rallied his men. Over the centuries, that leader's memory would transform into a tapestry of epic battles, courtly grace, and moral ideals that still captivates us. Though Geoffrey of Monmouth's work gave Arthur a grand historical sweep, the French and Anglo-Norman poets of the 12th and 13th centuries fused that chronicle-based narrative with the ethos of chivalry. Writers such as Chrétien de Troyes introduced knights on quests, enchanting ladies, and moral challenges far beyond the blunt tribal warfare of sub-Roman Britain. It was in these romantic verses that King Arthur's court, Camelot, crystallised in the medieval mind as an epicentre of refinement and virtue. Camelot was more than a single castle. It symbolised an ideal realm at a time when feudal Europe was grappling with violent feuds and knightly rivalries. Within Arthur's kingdom, courtesy and valour reigned supreme, anchored by the notion that knights should uphold justice, protect the weak, and respect the sovereignty of the church. This moral code was never a given. It emerged gradually as poets reimagined the old warlord Arthur into a wise king who presided over the Round Table. The Round Table itself was a powerful metaphor for equality among his knights, a stark contrast to the real feudal hierarchies that often hinged on exploitation. Chrétien de Troyes introduced characters like Lancelot and explored the conflict between martial duty and romantic devotion. His tale, Lancelot, the Knight of the Cart, was groundbreaking, portraying the knight's passion for Queen Guinevere as both uplifting, demonstrating profound devotion, and troubling, because it threatened the stability of Camelot. This tension, blending loyalty and forbidden love, gave Arthurian lore a new psychological depth. Suddenly, the king's authority faced internal strain, not just external wars. In parallel, Welsh traditions developed their own sets of Arthurian tales, known collectively as the Mabinogion, replete with magical hunts, shape-shifting creatures, and cryptic references to old Celtic deities. These tales portrayed Arthur as more than just a mortal king, weaving him into an ethereal tapestry. Courtiers and warriors in these Welsh stories navigated a realm where illusions might mask deeper truths, and heroic feats often demanded supernatural insight. Arthur came off as a liminal figure, part champion in the mortal sphere, part catalyst in the realm of myth. By the early 13th century, the so-called Vulgate cycle, also known as the Lancelot Grail cycle, emerged in French prose, adding layer upon layer to the saga. The Holy Grail took centre stage, turning Arthur's kingdom into the crucible of a spiritual quest. Knights like Galahad, introduced in these texts, embodied purity and the hope of divine revelation. The Round Table knights no longer merely sought fame on the battlefield. They yearned for mystical encounters with a relic linked to Christ's Last Supper. This infusion of Christian allegory transformed Arthur's court into a place where the line between earthly power and heavenly purpose blurred. Through these expansions, King Arthur's story ceased to be a single consistent narrative and became more of a shared mythos. Different authors selected episodes that suited their tastes. Some highlighted Guinevere's moral dilemma, others fixated on Lancelot's feats, while still others delved into the Grail's riddles. Arthur himself at times slipped into the background as his knights took centre stage, grappling with illusions, prophecies, and moral failings. Yet the concept of Camelot as a golden era endured, a testament to a kingdom so just and noble that it attracted divine interest, even if it was eventually undone by human frailty. Despite the high-minded chivalry these romances extolled, they also contained warnings. Arthur's realm offered a vision of perfect rule, but the seeds of its fall were sown within its ranks. Lancelot's betrayal, Mordred's treachery, and the knight's fragmentation underscored how easily greatness could unravel. In reflecting on these fictional events, medieval audiences might ponder the fragility of their societies. Royal courts and noble houses existed in perpetual tension, threatened by ambition, jealousies, and foreign wars. Arthur's downfall was thus a cautionary mirror, reminding them that no empire, however idealized, was immune to the foibles of humanity. At the same time, the Arthurian cycle provided a spiritual dimension that comforted or challenged believers. The quest for the Grail, especially as told in the Questa de Saint Graal, championed asceticism over mere knightly prowess. Knights who succeeded did so by humility and moral purity rather than brute force. This concept of sanctified heroism was novel in an age when military might typically defined power. Through the lens of Arthur's story, audiences could imagine a higher calling, one that demanded introspection as much as external victory. Thus, by the High Middle Ages, Arthur had become both a glittering monarch and a figure overshadowed by the complexities of his realm. Whether enthroned at Camelot or overshadowed by Lancelot's and Gawain's exploits, he represented a cultural wellspring that authors and audiences reshaped to reflect their aspirations, anxieties, and theological preoccupations. The warlord of an obscure British epoch had been thoroughly recast as the lodestar of chivalric civilization, a transformation that would resonate for centuries to come. While medieval audiences revelled in Arthurian romances, the Renaissance brought a degree of scepticism toward medieval chivalry. As Europe rediscovered classical antiquity, tastes shifted toward realism and historical inquiry, yet King Arthur proved remarkably resilient, inspiring new works even in an era that questioned medieval faith in the miraculous. Writers, dramatists, and pamphleteers recognised that the epic scope of Arthur's saga could be reinterpreted to address the ideological battles of the 16th and 17th centuries. A prime example of this adaptability is Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen, 1590s, which drew heavily on Arthurian motifs, though it cast its hero in allegorical form. Spenser depicted Prince Arthur as the embodiment of perfection, seeking the Fairy Queen, representing Queen Elizabeth I. This conflation of Arthurian tradition with contemporary royal symbolism turned the old legend into a vehicle for praising Tudor rule. Even if the real Tudors had tenuous claims to genealogical descent from Arthur, the mythology served as a potent piece of propaganda, implying a lineage stretching back to the dawn of British greatness. Simultaneously, the printing press facilitated the widespread circulation of Sir Thomas Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur, first published by William Caxton in 1485. Though Malory wrote in the 15th century, the Renaissance generation rediscovered his compilation, which fused French and English sources into a comprehensive Arthurian epic. Its themes of loyalty, betrayal, and the tragic cost of internal discord found new resonance as England grappled with the religious schisms and dynastic uncertainties. Malory's text appealed to those craving heroism, but wary of the illusions that once cloaked medieval piety. In the broader European context, interest in King Arthur sparked debates over authenticity. Scholars asked whether Geoffrey of Monmouth's or Malory's accounts contained a kernel of fact or pure invention. Antiquarians pored over genealogical charts, local place names, and fragmentary manuscripts trying to prove or disprove Arthur's real existence. Some claimed he was a Celtic champion who fought off Saxon invaders, while others labelled him a total fabrication. Interestingly, these historical controversies did little to dampen the public's appetite for Arthurian plays, poems, and pageants. Real or not, Arthur remained a cultural touchstone. During the Elizabethan era, chivalric nostalgia blended with the monarchy's political agenda. Spectacles at court sometimes featured tilts and tournaments staged in an Arthurian spirit, accentuating the monarchy's claim to a glorious British past. However, as the 17th century wore on, civil war erupted in England, toppling the monarchy for a time. The old stories of knights bound by honour felt distant in a world split by ideological conflict between parliamentarians and royalists. Despite this, references to a lost age of unity dotted royalist propaganda. Arthur's symbol of a round table that transcended factionalism served as a subtle critique of the contemporary divisiveness. By the 18th century, the so-called Age of Enlightenment saw a turn toward rationalism. Medieval romance seemed quaint or superstitious to many intellectuals. Even so, Arthur persisted in popular imagination. Writers toyed with comedic or satirical takes, highlighting the gap between medieval illusions and modern rational thought. In these retellings, the feats of Arthur's knights, slaying dragons or embarking on magical quests, looked increasingly improbable. Yet these parodies only increased public familiarity with the legend, ensuring that the name of Arthur remained in circulation. Throughout this period, British national identity slowly coalesced, especially after the 1707 Act of Union merged England and Scotland. Authors in search of a unifying myth frequently referenced Arthur's promise, a king who once unified the realm, only to be undone by internal betrayals. This motif mirrored anxieties about whether Britain's newly merged kingdoms could truly stand together. Arthur's legend functioned as both inspiration and a cautionary tale, a reflection on the costs of disunity. Scholarly curiosity about Celtic heritage also played a role, spurred by the romanticisation of ancient bardic traditions. Researchers scoured Welsh, Breton, and Cornish folklore, curious to find evidence that might clarify Arthur's historical basis. Sometimes researchers would weave fragments of old poems or place-name legends into rational arguments about Arthur's possible birth date, or the location of specific battles. Although definitive proof remained elusive, each attempt underscored how the figure of Arthur bridged scholarship and myth, standing at the intersection of legend's emotional power and history's demand for evidence. Thus, between the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, King Arthur was never a static figure. He became a mirror for each era's hopes, illusions, and debates about monarchy, unity, and cultural identity. Whether cast as a courtly knight, a symbolic ancestor of present rulers, or a relic of superstition, Arthur retained the ability to inspire, provoke, and challenge. By the dawn of the Romantic era, he was poised for yet another grand revival, this time in poetry and the emerging novel form, ensuring his endurance for centuries to come. The Romantic movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries embraced medievalism with gusto, seeking inspiration in distant ages perceived as more authentic and emotionally resonant. King Arthur's lore fit perfectly into this artistic wave. Writers such as Sir Walter Scott wove chivalric elements into historical novels, while lesser-known poets invoked Arthurian motifs to evoke the sublime and the melancholic. Crucially, this period saw a reimagining of the Arthurian legend, not just as a national myth, but as a repository of human longing and natural wonder. The Romantics valorized medieval ruins, folk ballads, and the sense that modern industrial society had lost contact with deeper truths. In this context, Arthur's court represented a realm where honour and beauty reigned, untainted by mechanized progress. Landscapes, misty moors, ancient stone circles, hidden lakes, acquired near mystical qualities, frequently associated with tales of Arthur's final departure for the Isle of Avalon. Paintings of the era depicting Guinevere or the Lady of Shalott combined lush colour and a dreamy atmosphere to create a longing for an irretrievable past. Perhaps the most significant revivalist during the Victorian age was Alfred, Lord Tennyson, whose Idylls of the King, published between 1859 and 1885, cast Arthur as a moral exemplar struggling against the corruption within his realm. Tennyson's verse soared with idealism yet carried an undercurrent of disillusion. In his hands, Camelot became a metaphor for Victorian Britain's aspirations, empire, technology, and moral righteousness, while the knight's failures reflected the era's anxieties about hypocrisy and social decay. The story of Lancelot and Guinevere became a tragic testament to human vulnerability, overshadowing the earlier illusions of gallantry. Tennyson's work was no mere literary exercise. It shaped Victorian cultural consciousness. Stained glass windows, tapestries, and even Artois-Haman architectural motifs sprang up in wealthy homes and public buildings, all referencing Arthurian scenes. Critics lauded Tennyson for elevating the legend to a moral epic, while detractors argued that he sanitized the more raw or ambiguous aspects. Nonetheless, Idylls of the King remained wildly popular, reinforcing the notion that Arthur's tale offered moral guidance for a modern age. Even Queen Victoria reportedly admired Tennyson's interpretation, seeing in Arthur's struggle a reflection of her desire to maintain moral authority in a changing world. Outside poetry, the arts and crafts movement, led by figures like William Morris, found in Arthurian romance an antidote to industrial mass production. Morris's designs, from wallpapers to bookbindings, invoked the swirling lines and medieval patterns reminiscent of illuminated manuscripts. He even wrote his own Arthurian-based works. For Morris and his circle, the legend represented a craftsmanship ethic and a sense of community lost to factory labour. Decorating one's home with Arthurian motifs hinted at a quest for authenticity, in an increasingly mechanized society. Across the Channel, French and German intellectuals took note of this English fascination, translations of Tennyson circulated, and cultural salons discussed the universal quality of the Arthurian myth, a noble ruler undone by betrayal and human weakness, a reflection on how the grandest visions can collapse from within. The story of a once cohesive realm fracturing resonated broadly in a time marked by revolutions and the unification of states like Italy and Germany. Yet the more the Victorians idealised Arthur, the more some critics pushed back. Realist authors found the legend archaic. They lampooned the knights as naive dreamers or castigated the romantic obsession as escapism, ignoring pressing social issues like poverty and inequality. Novelists such as Charles Dickens or Elizabeth Gaskell focused on contemporary life, rarely referencing Arthur. Still, even in their works, the notion of a lost moral centre lurked, as if Camelot's shadow lay over an industrial landscape that had lost its spiritual moorings. By the late 19th century, the medieval revival reached its peak. Pre-Raphaelite painters like Edward Burne-Jones rendered sumptuous scenes of knights questing in forests dappled with improbable light. Guinevere's hair glowed with golden hues, Lancelot's armour gleamed, and Arthur himself stood as a solemn, almost tragic figure. The emphasis on colour, texture, and emotion showcased how thoroughly the legend had been claimed by the aesthetic movement. King Arthur was no longer just a stream taught in school, he was a cultural phenomenon bridging literature, art, interior design, and public discourse about morality and progress. This fervent romantic and Victorian reclamation set the stage for a 20th century that would wrestle anew with Arthur's meaning. As empire gave way to modern war and the illusions of unstoppable progress cracked, the question loomed: would the Arthurian legend remain relevant, or would it be relegated to the dusty corners of libraries, overshadowed by more pragmatic narratives of science and modernity? The coming era would test that question in unexpected ways, ensuring that the tale of Britain's mythical king continued to evolve. The early 20th century confronted the Arthurian legend with 2 world wars and a changing cultural landscape that tested all forms of romanticised history. Yet the legend adapted once more. On the literary front, novelists and scholars revisited the medieval sources, sifting myth from alleged fact with renewed vigour. T.H. White's The Once and Future King, serialised between 1938 and 1958, stood out in this period as a bold reinterpretation that combined whimsy with philosophical introspection. White began with a light-hearted portrayal of a young Arthur tutored by Merlin, who transforms him into various animals to learn life lessons. But as the narrative advanced, it delved into darker ethical complexities, power, justice, and betrayal, echoing the cataclysms of the world outside. The Once and Future King resonated with readers living through global conflict. Arthur's dream of a just society felt like a parallel to the Allies' rhetoric about defending democracy. The tragedy that befalls Camelot, particularly the moral struggles of Lancelot and the heartbreak of Guinevere, reflected a broader disillusionment. Even noble intentions can unravel under the strain of ambition or human fallibility. White's comedic touches balanced these weighty themes, allowing the novel to remain accessible to a wide audience. Critics praised his ability to weave personal growth, political ideology, and mythic grandeur into a single tapestry. Academic circles also turned a fresh eye toward Arthur's historical underpinnings. Archaeologists launched digs at sites like Cadbury Castle in Somerset, some identifying it with Camelot, and uncovered evidence of a significant 5th or 6th century fort. Although no definitive proof of an Arthur materialised, the findings hinted at the possibility of a powerful chieftain operating from a stronghold in that region. Meanwhile, historians re-examined sub-Roman texts, searching for references to a figure commanding battles against the Saxons. While no conclusive identity was pinned down, a measured stance emerged. Perhaps an actual war leader existed, whose memory, amplified by oral tradition, evolved into legend. Cinema followed with its portrayal. In 1953, Knights of the Round Table, starring Robert Taylor and Ava Gardner, showcased a Technicolor Camelot brimming with courtly spectacle and florid romance, continuing the tradition of a shining Arthur. But in the late 20th century, filmmakers occasionally tried grittier approaches. John Boorman's 1981 film Excalibur combined stylized visuals with raw violence, depicting a more primal medieval setting. Merlin, played by Nicol Williamson, stole scenes with cryptic monologues about fate, while the blossoming and decay of Camelot took on an almost hallucinatory quality. Audiences were jarred by the film's blend of gore, mysticism, and grandeur. Critics either applauded its boldness or found it excessive, but it certainly broke with the genteel Arthur of earlier screen adaptations. Meanwhile, pop culture began to incorporate Arthurian references beyond the realm of cinema. Monty Python's 1975 comedy Monty Python and the Holy Grail lampooned the legend in irreverent style, featuring coconuts in lieu of horses and absurd misadventures. Despite, or perhaps because of, its silliness, it became a cult classic, proving that Arthur's story could be subverted for comedic effect without losing audience interest. Even in parody, the core elements, Galahad, the Grail Quest, the Round Table, remained recognisable. This comedic distance from the old texts underscored how deeply Arthur's image had embedded itself in Western consciousness. In literature for younger readers, Mary Stewart's The Merlin Trilogy reimagined the wizard's perspective, grounding the magic in psychological realism and meticulously rendered British geography. Stewart minimised overt supernatural events, preferring to show how illusions or cunning might be perceived as sorcery in a credulous age. Stewart's strategy tapped into the mid-century desire for historical fantasy, effectively connecting a realistic Roman-British setting with the mythical aspect of Arthur's ascent. By the dawn of the 21st century, the legend was a global phenomenon. Writers from diverse backgrounds introduced new vantage points. Some retold Arthur's story from the viewpoint of Morgan Le Fay, or other female figures marginalised in older narratives. Others transposed it into futuristic or dystopian settings, using the Arthur's motif to explore power and identity in contexts far removed from medieval Britain. Thus, King Arthur's world became a mirror for contemporary concerns, reaffirming the legend's agility. A curious outcome of all these reinterpretations is that none seem to diminish Arthur's draw. If anything, the multiplicity of versions cements his place in popular culture as a figure who can shift shape to match an era's dreams or anxieties. Where once sub-Roman Britons might have invoked him as a war hero, the modern West might see him as a moral king, a comedic foil, or a reluctant idealist. Enduring elasticity attests the story's profound roots in the collective imagination, perpetually setting the stage for new guests and new stories. In parallel with the cultural expansions of Arthur's legend, a robust subfield of scholarship continually probed the question, how much of Arthur is history and how much is layered invention? Academic conferences and journals wrestled with topics like the historical Arthur, the Celtic Twilight, and post-colonial readings of the Arthurian myth. Some scholars fixate on gleaning every trace of authenticity from early medieval records. Others see Arthur primarily as a literary phenomenon, shaped less by actual events and more by cultural narratives that shift with each retelling. One provocative angle is the possibility that Arthur's name reflects not one person, but a composite of leaders. British historians note multiple characters named Arthur or Artorius in sub-Roman or early medieval contexts, some from southern Scotland, others from Wales or Cornwall. Each might have contributed pieces to the mosaic that later generations unified into a single, legendary king. The idea of a collective memory forging one iconic hero is hardly unique to Arthurian lore. Many cultures craft similar symbols to rally identity. If Arthur was indeed a tapestry of warlords, that might explain the scattered battles assigned to him across wide geographic swathes. Another line of research examines the political uses of Arthur. In 12th and 13th century Wales, for instance, Welsh rulers invoked Arthur's memory to legitimise resistance to Norman encroachment. English monarchs, conversely, sometimes appropriated Arthur's lineage to strengthen their own claims or diminish Welsh claims. Centuries later, the Tudors, with Welsh roots, further shaped the narrative of Arthur's once and future kingship, aligning themselves with the prophecy that a great British ruler would return. Such manipulations highlight how historical memory, even if partly invented, wields tangible power in shaping political discourse. Archaeology stepped into the conversation as well. Findings at Tintagel in Cornwall revealed high-status buildings from the 5th and 6th centuries, suggesting a region engaged in Mediterranean trade. Some scholars speculated a link to King Arthur's birthplace, but others caution that no direct evidence ties Arthur to Tintagel. Similarly, excavations at South Cadbury Castle uncovered earthworks that were refortified around the same time, fueling speculation that it could be Camelot. Yet conclusive proof remains elusive. Even if sub-Roman warlords inhabited these sites, linking them specifically to Arthur often leans on inference or local lore. Still, these discoveries add texture to the environment from which an Arthur-like figure could have emerged. Hill forts bustling with trade goods, imposing ramparts, and fleeting glimpses of renewed local power. As for the Holy Grail, scholars trace its introduction to literary creativity rather than any early Celtic tradition. The Grail's first mention appears in Chrétien de Troyes' 12th century French romance. Over subsequent centuries, writers redefined it variously as a dish, a chalice, or a holy relic. By Malory's era, it symbolised divine grace. Though evocative, it likely has no root in actual sub-Roman Britain. Yet ironically, the Grail quest would become one of Arthur's best-known storylines, showing again how later imaginings overshadow any original kernel. The final element often dissected by historians is the notion of Arthur's final battle at Camlan and his supposed immortality. Tales insists he didn't die but journeyed to Avalon, awaiting the time to return and save his people. This motif of the sleeping hero resonates in multiple mythologies, from Finnish to Balkan, where a legendary champion slumbers in a secret realm, ready to defend the land in its hour of greatest need. If Arthur's earliest known mentions already included an ambiguous death, it might indicate a broader mythic pattern. Cultures often prefer that their great heroes linger, promising cyclical renewal. Contemporary scholarship then juggles these layers: the possible sub-Roman commander, the medieval expansions, the Victorian romanticisation, and the modern reinterpretations. If a purely factual Arthur existed, it remains overshadowed by centuries of imaginative flourish. Yet the continued scholarly debate underscores that the legend's essence is not about verifying a single historical biography. Instead, it's about the interplay between memory, identity, and creativity. Each era projects its questions and values onto Arthur, gleaning new answers from the same set of age-old motifs. Within this dialogue lies a paradox. While we yearn to know the real Arthur, it's the transformations of his story that keep him relevant. The search for authenticity endures, but so does the tradition of rewriting him, ensuring that every generation finds its reflection in Camelot's mirror. That dual dynamic, archaeological hunts for evidence alongside fresh literary spins, continues to enrich Arthur's mystique, bridging academic rigour and imaginative flight. Today, King Arthur stands as a cultural mainstay, simultaneously ancient and ever-evolving. From glimmering blockbusters to niche historical novels, he resonates with modern audiences for reasons that extend far beyond medieval romance. Why does he endure? Perhaps because the Arthurian legend, at its core, addresses universal yearnings, the dream of a just society, the pain of betrayal by those closest to us, and the hope that even in times of darkness, a champion might arise or return. In the realm of pop culture, Arthur's story reappears in myriad forms. Television series recast Camelot as a gritty drama or comedic parody. Role-playing games include knights and wizards referencing Arthurian tropes. Even science fiction riffs on the motif, depicting cosmic quests for futuristic grails. Each adaptation tweaks the formula, exalting or subverting the Round Table, focusing on Arthur's naive optimism or Merlin's ambiguous counsel. The legend's adaptability seems limitless, thriving precisely because it does not lock itself into a single vantage point. Moreover, modern creators often place greater emphasis on peripheral characters. Guinevere's perspective, once overshadowed by Lancelot and Arthur, now emerges in retellings that highlight her agency. Morgan Le Fay, long pigeonholed as a seductive antagonist, gains complexity as a powerful sorceress shaped by a political marginalization. Knights like Gawain or Tristan star in spin-off narratives that delve into their motivations, trials, and moral failings. This expansion underscores an inclusive trend in storytelling. The supporting cast can hold as much intrigue as the central hero, adding depth and nuance. Another dimension is how Arthur's ethos intersects with contemporary debates on leadership and ethics. The Round Table has been cited in discussions about participatory decision-making, corporate governance, and community leadership. People often pose questions such as, how can we ensure honesty and loyalty in organisations? Or, What if our boardroom resembled a round table where every voice is equal? The metaphor of Camelot's unity haunts these dialogues, reminding us that ideals are fragile and require constant vigilance against corruption. Even a figure as iconic as Arthur cannot sustain a just kingdom alone if the underlying structures give way to jealousy and power struggles. Meanwhile, historians continue refining their judgments on the historical Arthur. Some propose that no single warlord can account for the entire tradition, while others cling to the possibility that a noteworthy battle leader around Mount Badon sparked the legend. Though conclusive proof remains elusive, each new archaeological find or textual analysis can stir a fresh wave of interest. The pursuit itself testifies to an enduring desire to ground the legend in tangible fact, as if verifying Arthur might restore some sense of continuity between past ideals and present realities. Education also plays a part. Children encounter Arthur in school anthologies, gleaning rudimentary knowledge of knights, queens, and magical swords. Universities hold seminars on the Arthurian canon, exploring everything from Celtic myth to psychoanalytic readings of the Grail quest. For many, King Arthur is their first taste of medieval literature, an accessible portal into broader historical currents. Hence, the legend perpetuates itself academically, weaving into curricula that spark each generation's imagination. The future of Arthurian legend seems as secure as its past. Technological tools like virtual reality, interactive digital storytelling, and immersive theatre open new frontiers. Imagine wandering a VR Camelot, conversing with AI-driven versions of Lancelot or Morgan, shaping the narrative by your own moral choices. The possibilities speak to the legend's adaptability. Far from being stuck in dusty manuscripts, Arthur's realm can flourish in cutting-edge mediums, bridging the ancient with the futuristic. Yet for all the modern flourishes, the core themes remain consistent. The heartbreak of betrayal, the aspiration for a round table of equals is a prevalent theme. The story explores the interplay between magic and mortal ambition. Whether we view Arthur as a half-forgotten sub-Roman general, or a shining mythic king, his story touches on something perennial in the human condition. It suggests that greatness is possible but precarious, dependent on unity, loyalty, and moral clarity. And even when that greatness falters, the idea of a once and future king offers hope that renewal can always emerge. In closing, King Arthur's narrative defies neat categorization, part history, part myth, part moral parable. Over 15 centuries, it has transformed from local folklore into a global phenomenon, shaped by the Christian allegory, chivalric romance, national myth-making, and modern reinterpretations. Each retelling adds a new layer, ensuring the story remains alive, not fossilized. To trace its evolution is to glimpse our own cultural evolution. We find in Arthur a mirror for our collective dreams and disillusionments, an ever-shifting testament to humanity's enduring quest for a noble realm we might call Camelot. This now leads us to the end of our story for tonight about our beloved King Arthur. If you're still struggling to sleep because your mind is racing or you're still stressed out, don't worry, we will always have plenty more stories here tonight in hopes something clicks and you fall asleep peacefully. I say this every night because it's truly important. Sleep is key to getting through every day with no problem for our bodies. Hopefully you sleep really well and always. Sweet dreams and good night, my friends. Theodore Roosevelt was not an ordinary child. Born in 1858 in a brownstone in New York City, young Theo, called Teddy by his close friends, entered a world riddled with disparity. Horse-drawn carriages paraded on cobbled streets while the country found itself on the cusp of rapid industrial change. Yet, from the very beginning, what made Theodore Roosevelt's early life different was not only his family's comfortable position. His father was a philanthropist who ran a successful import business, and the Roosevelts prided themselves on their social standing, but also his shaky constitution. The future Rough Rider was, ironically enough, a frail boy who struggled with asthma and stomach trouble, relying on the help of his nurturing family to guide him toward better health. Most accounts recall the well-worn story of how he overcame debilitating asthma by embracing exercise in the outdoors, but that's often where the intriguing details stop. Far less common are the accounts of how Roosevelt's imagination flourished because he spent so many hours indoors recovering. He devoured books on natural science, building an early fascination with zoology, entomology, and every lesser-known ology he could get his hands on. He collected insects in jars around his room, and he sketched birds from memory. He had a serious obsession with taxonomy, relishing the act of labelling, identifying and categorising. Few mention that he even attempted to write little treatises, guided by sheer curiosity, about creatures he observed in his small world. He would write paragraphs about houseflies in a notebook, detailing their anatomy and behaviour, as if he were a mini Darwin in the making. This pursuit was not a trifling hobby. It was the anchor that connected him to the broader world when his lungs wouldn't allow him to catch his breath outside. His father, Theodore Sr., took these explorations seriously. He would encourage young Theo to keep learning, and to the extent possible. He also pushed him, quite literally, to strengthen his body. The elder Roosevelt recognised that building physical stamina might become the key to unlocking his son's potential. So, in addition to fueling his mind, Theodore Sr. nudged him to exercise, even setting up a small gym within the family's home. They used pulley weights, dumbbells, and even a primitive exercise bike. Initially, the boy often doubled over in breathless fits, but he persevered, always hearing his father's voice, "You have the mind, but you must make your body." This paternal challenge would have shaped Theodore's entire life. He refused to let his ailments define him. As Theodore progressed from the timid, asthmatic boy to a more robust version of himself, he also developed a nuanced understanding of compassion and fairness. Many have recounted that his father, one of the founders of the Children's Aid Society, made it a point to teach Theodore about social inequities. During carriage rides, they visited the more impoverished areas of Manhattan so that Theo would see beyond his privileged bubble. Historians often remark that these experiences, along with the lessons instilled by his father, formed the basis of Theodore's empathy for working-class Americans. Yet it's rarely noted how those moments also fueled his sense of outrage at injustice, an emotion that could flare up dramatically in the years to come. These experiences were not academic exercises for young Roosevelt. They resonated deeply with him, bridging the gulf between his comfortable existence and the hardships faced by others. By adolescence, Theo had not yet grown into the outspoken figure we often imagine, but he had an unusually intense curiosity that often manifested in sudden bursts of interest. A new species of bird, a type of archaic firearm, the political history of the Netherlands, he could not resist diving in. Family and friends recall that he would often go quiet for hours, poring over a book or tinkering with a collection, then erupt with a stream of observations. He was already practicing a methodical approach to everything from sports to reading. This intense discipline would soon define his every move. One lesser-known facet of his teenage years was his growing fascination with the wilderness. Convalescing in the family's summer home or on trips to the countryside, Theodore began forging a quiet bond with untamed spaces. He was awestruck by grand forests, wildlife calls at dusk, and the possibility of testing himself against the elements. This connection was not just a passing fancy, it was a seed that would bloom into his legendary forays into the West, and his eventual influence on the nation's conservation efforts. In a sense, the vulnerability that shaped his early years also planted an ember of longing for personal independence, physical challenge, and a deep communion with nature. Even as a boy, Theodore Roosevelt was forging an identity that mixed bookish introspection with athletic resolve. He was the child who combated his asthma by turning his bedroom into a mini natural history museum, and who absorbed lessons on social injustice from his father in the carriage rides across town. He was tender, curious, and brimming with restless energy. If you look closely at his formative years, you realise the seeds of Theodore Roosevelt's future, his passion for reform, his boisterous vigour, his reverence for nature, were germinating in the walls of brownstone and in the country fields where he worked to catch his breath. This duality, fragility matched by unwavering perseverance, would characterise him for the rest of his life, making him quite unlike any of his contemporaries. Transitioning into his college years at Harvard brought out another side of Theodore Roosevelt, a side that proved how he would never quite fit into any single mould. Most stories highlight his academic tenacity and his famously rambunctious personality, but they rarely dwell on how he continuously navigated social circles that didn't know quite what to make of him. He was too worldly to be the purely bookish type, but still too studious to be the campus gadabout. He moved through the halls wearing bright clothing styles, his suits cut a bit sharper, his shirts a bit more flamboyant, and walked briskly, a sign of a mind preoccupied with tasks at hand. People noticed him, not just for his dynamism but for his slightly eccentric edge. During these years, Theodore continued to combat lingering health problems, though he rarely spoke of them, always determined to prove he was as hearty as anyone else. The boxing club at Harvard offered an outlet for his pent-up energy. Ironically, it wasn't in the ring that he faced his most stinging defeats. It was in building friendships with the typical college set, many of whom were drawn to a more conventional path of leisure and superficial amusements. He had a small circle of close companions, but was often teased for his intensity. Some found him downright exhausting to be around, describing him as a steam engine in trousers. Yet that social friction reinforced the self-assuredness that was forming in him. It was during this period that he wrote copiously in his diaries about moral fortitude, about striving to maintain a sense of honour amid a sea of peer pressure. Oddly enough, he sometimes felt lonely at Harvard, trapped between admiration for some of the traditions there and a gnawing sense that he was different. Alongside his studies, Theodore engaged in an array of pursuits that hardly seemed to fit neatly under any single rubric of student life. He wrote editorials for the student paper, typically championing high-minded ideals of honesty and personal discipline. He pored over the works of Audubon, Darwin, and personal heroes such as naval historian Alfred Thayer Mahan. He even found time to gallop off on weekend trips to collect specimens and practice birdwatching, returning to campus dust-laden and always bursting with stories. It's a testament to his capacity for juggling interests and goals that he was able to maintain decent grades while also soaking up everything in sight: natural history, public speaking, rhetorical studies, and even genealogical research. The man loved to learn in a wholehearted way, as though every subject could be an adventure if only one looked closely enough. In the midst of his academic fervour, something else was happening. Roosevelt was quietly falling in love, not just with any young socialite, but with Alice Hathaway Lee, a woman who embodied grace and warmth. She was a cousin of a classmate, and the attraction was immediate. Their courtship provided a surprising sense of balance for him, proof that he could be both intense and tender, formidable yet affectionate. As their relationship deepened, he began to think more concretely about his future. He was deeply into love, but also determined to shape his life in a way that would impact society. If the two could be reconciled, his political ambitions and his devotion to Alice, he believed he might find his true calling. It was a joyful, hopeful season of his life, tinged with the earnest optimism of youth. At Harvard, Roosevelt also honed his talent for debate, though interestingly, it was not always well received. He clashed over issues ranging from foreign policy to civic responsibility with classmates who, in his eyes, did not embody the moral vigour he valued. His style was direct, and sometimes his passion erupted into high-decibel insistence. People questioned whether he was grandstanding or genuinely fervent. In truth, he was both. He felt ideas with his entire being, unable to separate academic discourse from moral imperative. While some admired his zeal, others wrote him off as a brash upstart who needed to tone it down. But Theodore wasn't interested in toning anything down. He believed that if something was worth doing, it was worth doing vigorously. What's rarely acknowledged is that this unrelenting passion nearly derailed him in terms of his mental health. Long nights of study, intense physical exertion, and a kind of constant internal thrum of ambition could wear him out. He would suffer bouts of insomnia, something he stubbornly tried to hide from even his closest friends. Journals from the time suggest he wrestled with dark moods, worried that if he let himself slip, even for a moment, he might not regain traction. But he had set a personal credo: better to burn brightly than fade quietly. He would follow this creed, whether positive or negative, for the remainder of his life. Upon graduation, Theodore left Harvard with more than just a diploma. He carried away a fierce sense of self, shaped by intellectual endeavours, personal romance, and the ceaseless quest to push against his limits. Shortly after leaving Harvard, Theodore Roosevelt took his first bold step into the realm of public service, winning a seat in the New York State Assembly. Some might call it a natural progression for a young man of his social background, but in truth, the gritty nature of local politics was something of a baptism by fire. The assembly halls were rife with infighting, patronage, and under-the-table deals. As a new member, Roosevelt was expected to keep his head down and align with party bosses. Instead, he stormed onto the scene like a tropical gale, delivering fiery speeches that lambasted corruption and championed reforms. The other lawmakers found him peculiar. Here was a well-to-do youngster, fresh from the Ivy League, with a screechy voice that seemed to come alive the moment he smelled injustice. And injustice, as he saw it, permeated every level of governance. The political old guard was a fortress of self-interest, so they chuckled at his zeal, dismissing him as a nuisance who would soon learn to play by their rules. What they didn't grasp was that Roosevelt's moral convictions, shaped by his father's influence and hammered into form by his own sense of fairness, would not yield under pressure. He was that rare combination, affluent yet empathetic, idealistic yet committed to practical change. Where many of his fellow legislators saw the chance for personal gain, he saw the chance to cleanse a stagnant system. In one particularly heated confrontation, Theodore challenged a powerful politician who had a reputation for backroom deals. Rather than placate this man or resort to polite circumlocution, Roosevelt essentially read him the riot act on the assembly floor, enumerating the ways in which the politician had shortchanged his constituents. The outburst was so electrifying that it made headlines. Overnight, Roosevelt transformed from an unknown freshman assemblyman into a political figure to watch. Of course, this also made him enemies, which was no small risk in the treacherous environment of late 19th century politics. His colleagues predicted he would trip over his own eagerness and fade into obscurity. But Theodore thrived on adversity. He doubled down, rallying support for reforms that, while modest by later standards, broke new ground in the fight against Tammany Hall's entrenched power. During this period, tragedy struck in a way that might have derailed a lesser spirit. On February 14, 1884, Valentine's Day, both his wife, Alice, and his mother died hours apart in the same house. The blow was incomprehensible. Only 2 days prior, Theodore had been a vibrant new father, welcoming a daughter, also named Alice, into the world. To lose his beloved wife and his mother on the same day left him emotionally paralysed. He poured his feelings into a single diary entry marked with an X, writing, "The light has gone out of my life." This searing sorrow might have undone him if not for the fact that Roosevelt believed in action as a tonic for despair. In the aftermath, he made a startling move, distancing himself from politics and heading west to the Dakota Territory. A lesser-known aspect of this chapter is that he was not merely seeking solitude, he was also chasing a grand American myth of renewal. Frontier life was an antidote to the heartbreak and political cynicism that had seized him. He purchased 2 ranches, the Maltese Cross and the Elkhorn, immersing himself in the daily grind of cattle ranching, gone were the starched collars and legislative debates. In their place came roundups, branding irons, and days spent in the saddle. The local cowhands initially regarded him with skepticism, pegging him as just another Eastern dandy. But Roosevelt quickly earned their respect, refusing any special treatment, sleeping in rough bunkhouses, and embracing a life that demanded not just physical vigour, but a willingness to confront the unpredictable cruelty of nature. Many accounts of Roosevelt's time in the Dakotas touch on how he chased thieves, tracked bison, and battled near blinding blizzards. Yet fewer people highlight the contemplative moments he spent on the open range, penning letters home with references to Greek philosophy, or reading thick books by lantern light, the wind howling outside. He used the plains as a confessional booth, sorting through his anger and grief, forging a new tempered sense of purpose. Indeed, it was on those plains where he truly embraced the notion that adversity could shape moral character. Hardship didn't break him, it refined him. When he did return to New York after a couple of years, he was no longer that brash young assemblyman overshadowed by personal tragedy. He was now a hardened rancher with a sharper edge. Upon returning to public life, Theodore Roosevelt set his sights on a job that many dismissed as either too menial or too compromised by corruption. Police Commissioner of New York City. At a glance, this might have seemed like a step down from his earlier roles, but he perceived it as a battleground for genuine reform. He saw a chance to enforce fairness at a ground level, where policy met reality in the daily lives of ordinary citizens. The police force at the time was a quagmire of bribes, extortion, and political favouritism. Officers would accept money to look the other way, or harass political opponents at the behest of party bosses. Roosevelt decided that if he could change the culture of the NYPD, he would be making one of the most significant civic contributions possible. One of his first acts was to enforce the Sunday closing laws for taverns, a move that sparked both outrage and admiration. Contrary to some popular retellings, he wasn't simply trying to morally police the populace. He was signalling that the law was the law, and no one, regardless of how large a bribe might be, was above it. This gambit, while unpopular among weekend drinkers, demonstrated his commitment to consistency. In his view, laws should not be left to personal whim or the thickness of a wallet. At night, he'd even don a disguise and walk the streets, slipping into bars to see if the law was being followed. Newspapers eagerly reported these midnight rambles, painting him as an almost comical figure. But beneath the spectacle lay a serious intent: to root out corruption at its source. His tenure as commissioner also saw him butt heads with the entrenched Tammany Hall apparatus. They had thrived under the assumption that police could be bought or coerced. Roosevelt disabused them of that notion. He promoted officers based on merit, introduced examinations to gauge competency, and disciplined or fired those caught in corrupt acts. This naturally turned many in the force against him, but the public, weary of crooked policing, began to appreciate that someone in a position of authority was, at last, taking their side. His energy was relentless. Staffers joked that he slept less than 4 hours a night, spending the rest of his time either in the office or pounding the pavement. Less well known is the personal toll this job took on him. Roosevelt poured so much intensity into curbing vice, graft and malfeasance that he often neglected simpler pleasures in life. He'd show up at home in the wee hours, paperwork still in hand, only to get up at dawn for yet another inspection. While he was never one to shy away from work, the pressure cooker environment of big city politics was exacting. He found himself increasingly at odds with other commissioners who were less enthusiastic about eradicating corruption, or more mindful of not offending powerful interests. On more than one occasion, he was threatened and ridiculed. Critics called him a moralistic meddler, an upstart who lacked the political savvy to navigate a city that thrived on compromise. And yet, by the time he moved on from the police department, he had planted the seeds for a more accountable and professionally run force. Officers who were promoted under his merit-based system carried forward the ethos of public service. The public, for the first time in a long while, felt glimpses of trust in their police. Roosevelt had not eradicated corruption, for it ran too deep, but he had made strides and, just as crucially, made a name for himself as a man of principle who was not afraid of unpopularity. His high-profile reforms laid a foundation for his next leap, an appointment as Assistant Secretary of the Navy under President William McKinley. Some saw this as a curious transition. Why place a boisterous, reform-minded ex-commissioner in the Navy Department? Others recognized a pattern. Roosevelt was drawn to challenges that demanded both discipline and daring. In his new role at the Navy, Roosevelt wasted no time in championing the modernization of the fleet. He had long been an admirer of naval strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan, who argued that national power hinged on naval supremacy. Far from being a bureaucrat satisfied with pushing papers, Theodore dove deep into budget allocations, pushing for new warship designs and better training. He recognized that the world was shrinking, that America's role on the global stage was expanding, and that the Navy would be essential to projecting and protecting American interests. Then came the Spanish-American War, a brief conflict that seemed tailor-made for someone of Theodore Roosevelt's temperament. When the USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbor in 1898, public sentiment towards Spain had already been riled by sensational journalism. Roosevelt saw this as both a chance to liberate Cuba from colonial oppression and a test of American resolve. But beyond ideology, it was personal for him. He had grown restless in Washington, convinced that action was often sacrificed on the altar of caution. So he resigned from his post as Assistant Secretary of the Navy and famously organized the first US Volunteer Cavalry, better known as the Rough Riders. The myth of the Rough Riders has been recounted in 1,000 different ways, usually focusing on the charge up San Juan Hill. Yet what many people don't realize is that the unit was an oddball mix of Ivy League athletes, frontier cowboys, Native Americans, and everyone in between. Part of Roosevelt's genius lay in his ability to unite disparate individuals around a shared sense of adventure and duty. He wasn't naive. He knew that forging discipline from such a melange of backgrounds would be challenging. But he saw in these men the spirit of America itself, resilient, varied, and headstrong. Training for the Rough Riders was rigorous, but the logistical challenges of shipping them to Cuba were even more daunting. Horses got left behind, supplies went missing. Some men ended up on the battlefield without enough provisions. When the unit finally arrived in Cuba, they found themselves grappling with heat, disease, and disorganized command structures. Roosevelt, who had pined for action, found that the reality of warfare was a chaotic maze of conflicting orders, muddy roads, and the constant whine of enemy gunfire. And yet, to see him in the middle of it all was to witness a man who felt completely alive, for better or worse. He led from the front, riding his horse, Little Texas, as close to enemy lines as he dared, his spectacles fogging in the tropical humidity. The famed Battle of San Juan Heights was the defining moment. While Roosevelt and his men did indeed take part in the bold assault, the charge up San Juan Hill has often been painted in more glorified tones than the day itself likely warranted. War correspondents, eager for a heroic narrative, latched onto Roosevelt's vigorous leadership. The truth remains that it was a brutal affair, with heavy casualties on both sides. Many of the Rough Riders had never experienced anything like it. Roosevelt himself noted later how the fear of death gripped him, yet also spurred him forward. He believed that courage did not mean the absence of fear, but the resolve to act in spite of it. In that sense, the charge encapsulated much of what he believed about life. Better to face peril head-on than to cower behind caution. Once the battle concluded, the Spanish forces surrendered, and the Rough Riders triumphantly returned home as national heroes. Newspapers breathlessly lauded Roosevelt as a war hero who had personified American valour. He played the part well, though privately he mourned the friends he'd lost and grappled with the weight of having seen men killed at close range. It left him even more convinced that reforms were needed, not just in the military, but in how America approached its growing international role. He argued that the country should maintain a strong defence, but always keep a moral component in its actions. For Roosevelt, war was never to be glorified for its own sake. It was a crucible in which national character was tested. Upon his return, Roosevelt's popularity soared. Seizing the moment, political allies urged him to run for governor of New York. He obliged, and the public, enchanted by his war record and leadership, elected him. In the governor's mansion, he managed to marry progressive ideals with pragmatic governance. He championed everything from civil service reform to corporate regulation, challenging the massive trusts that dominated industries at the expense of smaller competitors. The path that led Theodore Roosevelt to the presidency was rather unorthodox. In 1900, Republicans, wary of his reformist zeal as governor, sought to sideline him by offering him the vice presidential spot under President William McKinley. They believed it was a ceremonial role where Roosevelt's boisterous energy would be contained, his capacity to shake up the status quo effectively nullified. They forgot that fate often has other plans. Following McKinley's assassination in 1921, Roosevelt, at the age of 42, unexpectedly emerged as the youngest president in American history. Stepping into the Oval Office, Roosevelt brought with him an array of passions: conservation, trust-busting, and a growing desire to project American influence abroad. But the real hallmark of his administration was a philosophy he called the Square Deal, designed to ensure that ordinary citizens received fair treatment from government and big business alike. His attitude toward the enormous corporate trusts was not hostile purely for its own sake. Rather, he believed that monopolies stifled competition and exploited consumers. Thus, he championed antitrust litigation, famously taking on the Northern Securities Company. Some critics called him an economic radical, but in truth, he wasn't against wealth or industry. He simply demanded that they adhere to established regulations. Meanwhile, Roosevelt's passion for the environment resulted in one of the most significant conservation legacies in history. He established wildlife refuges, national parks, and millions of acres of protected forest lands by drawing on his love of nature, which began in his youth and was refined on the Dakota Plains. He placed Gifford Pinchot, a fellow conservationist, in charge of the Forest Service, setting the tone for responsible stewardship of America's resources. He recognized that nature was not an infinite bounty to be pillaged, but a national treasure to be preserved for posterity. This conviction might seem commonplace today, but in the early 1900s it was visionary. Despite fierce opposition from logging, mining, and oil interests, Roosevelt's political determination prevailed. He considered it his duty to ensure future generations would inherit landscapes unmarred by a short-sighted greed. On foreign policy, he embraced an activist stance, guided by the maxim, "Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far." This approach was evident in his role in the construction of the Panama Canal. When Colombia balked at the terms proposed for a canal zone, Roosevelt covertly supported Panamanian rebels seeking independence from Colombia. Once Panama seceded, the new government swiftly granted the United States rights to build the canal. Controversial then, and still debated by historians now, this move showcased Roosevelt's willingness to wield American might to achieve strategic goals. He had no illusions that power should remain dormant. For him, national strength was a tool to shape global events, ideally in a manner he saw as ultimately beneficial for America and, in his mind, the world. Throughout his presidency, Roosevelt was a figure of constant motion, inviting athletes, writers, explorers, and all manner of individuals to the White House. He famously welcomed Booker T. Washington to dine, a move that shocked the segregated norms of the time. He championed progressive ideals that, while still limited by the social outlook of the era, nudged the country forward. Labour disputes, particularly the coal strike of 1902, saw Roosevelt intervene on behalf of workers in ways that no president before had done, effectively using the government as a mediator to secure better wages and hours, albeit without granting the full measure of union recognition. Numerous minor narratives often overshadow these major stories. For example, he placed a premium on physical culture within the White House, encouraging aides and visiting dignitaries to join him for hikes and boxing matches. The more traditional set, finding it unworthy for a president to engage in physical altercations, expressed their disapproval. But it was pure Roosevelt, energetic, fearless, and convinced of the importance of maintaining a robust body to match a robust mind. Roosevelt enjoyed immense popularity by the time he ran for election in 1904 in his own right. He won in a landslide, securing his place as a fully validated president rather than an accidental caretaker. That victory allowed him to double down on his agenda. After leaving the White House, Theodore Roosevelt embarked on what seemed at first like a grand victory lap, a 10-month African safari that captured the world's imagination. He was accompanied by a team of naturalists and hunters, and these travelled deep into territories teeming with wildlife. Sponsored in part by the Smithsonian Institution, the expedition aimed to collect specimens for scientific study, though it was inevitably steeped in the colonial attitudes of the time. Millions of people back home followed the journey through newspaper dispatches, enthralled by tales of lion hunts and elephant tracking. Roosevelt, for his part, relished the thrill, but also the sense that he was contributing to a greater scientific understanding of the continent's fauna. He painstakingly documented everything, from the habits of rhinoceroses to the migratory patterns of birds. His childhood love for cataloguing the natural world rekindled on a grand scale. Yet those who imagined him content to rest on his laurels grossly misread his character. Upon returning from Africa, he found himself dissatisfied with the direction of the Republican Party under his hand-picked successor, William Howard Taft, who, in Roosevelt's estimation, had betrayed the progressive ideals they once shared. Incensed, Roosevelt made the controversial decision to run for president again, but this time under the banner of a new political organisation, the Progressive Party, often called the Bull Moose Party, nickname sparked by Roosevelt's own boast that he felt fit as a bull moose. He stormed the convention halls, delivering speeches that invoked his familiar call for a square deal for all Americans. His platform included women's suffrage, labour reforms, and stricter controls on corporate power, elements that were ahead of their time. The election of 1912 became a three-way race among Roosevelt, Taft, and Democrat Woodrow Wilson. On the campaign trail, Roosevelt survived an assassination attempt when a deranged gunman shot him in the chest. In quintessential Roosevelt fashion, he insisted on delivering his scheduled speech anyway, blood seeping through his shirt. Before he started speaking, he pulled out his 50-page manuscript which had slowed the bullet, and declared, "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose." His audience, horrified yet awed, watched him talk for nearly an hour. Though wounded, he remained unstoppable, forging ahead with his message of progressive change. Despite his determination, the split in the Republican vote handed the presidency to Wilson. For Roosevelt, it was a stinging defeat, but he refused to slip quietly into obscurity. He embarked on yet another daring expedition, this time to South America, where he charted the River of Doubt in the Amazonian rainforest, later renamed Rio Roosevelt in his honour. The journey was perilous. Disease, hostile wildlife, and near starvation took a toll on the entire group. Roosevelt himself contracted a severe infection in his leg, and at one point he was so ill he reportedly begged his companions to leave him behind. They refused. The expedition eventually completed its mission, but Roosevelt returned gaunt and weakened, forever changed by the ordeal. Back home, the country was on the brink of World War I. Roosevelt, ever the hawk, criticised President Wilson's initial neutrality, urging a more assertive stance. He believed that failing to confront Germany's aggression would endanger both American ideals and global stability. When the United States finally entered the war, Roosevelt even offered to lead a volunteer division, much as he had done in the Spanish-American War. President Wilson declined, much to Roosevelt's frustration. Still, he rallied support for the war effort, seeing it as a moral imperative to resist autocratic powers. By the time the war ended, Roosevelt was older, his body battered by tender years of strenuous living and the after-effects of tropical diseases. Yet his mind was as restless and vigorous as ever. He kept writing history books, editorials, open letters to politicians, trying to shape public discourse. He remained convinced that America needed to balance power with righteousness, that corporations should serve the public good, and that the nation's wilderness areas required vigilant protection. In a sense, he never stopped campaigning for his version of progress, even if he no longer occupied any political office. The final chapter came quietly. In January 1919, he passed away in his sleep at Sagamore Hill, his beloved home on Long Island. Over 2,000 years ago, in 469 BCE, Socrates was born in Athens, Greece. Athens was a city at the heart of the ancient world, a centre of art, culture, and intellectual thought. Socrates' early life, however, was modest. His father, Sophroniscus, was a stonemason, and his mother, Phaenorete, was a midwife. From these humble beginnings, Socrates would grow to become one of the most profound thinkers in human history. As a young man, Socrates likely followed in his father's footsteps as a stonemason, learning the craft of shaping stone and building structures. Yet, even then, his curiosity about the world and human nature set him apart. Socrates was not drawn to wealth or power. Instead, he found fulfillment in observing life, questioning beliefs, and seeking wisdom. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Socrates did not write books or leave behind written records of his teachings. Instead, we know about his life and philosophy through the writings of his students, particularly Plato. Through these accounts, we gain insight into Socrates' unique method of teaching and his relentless pursuit of truth. Socrates' approach to philosophy was deeply rooted in dialogue and inquiry. He believed that wisdom began with recognizing one's own ignorance. To him, admitting that we do not know everything opened the door to learning and growth. This idea became the foundation of the Socratic method, a process of asking and answering questions to stimulate critical thinking and uncover underlying truths. Socrates spent much of his life walking the streets of Athens, engaging in conversations with people from all walks of life. He would approach artisans, politicians, and everyday citizens, asking probing questions that challenged their assumptions and beliefs. These discussions were not meant to humiliate or demean, but to encourage reflection and deeper understanding. Despite his humble appearance, barefoot, dressed simply, and often unkempt, Socrates' intellect and charisma drew people to him. Many young Athenians admired his wisdom and became his students, eager to learn from his insights. However, his habit of questioning authority and exposing contradictions in people's beliefs also earned him powerful enemies. Socrates believed that a life worth living was one dedicated to virtue and the pursuit of truth. He often spoke of the importance of the soul and the need to care for it through ethical living. To Socrates, material wealth and social status were insignificant compared to the value of living a just and honourable life. Athens, during Socrates' lifetime, was a city in flux. It faced political turmoil, military conflicts, and shifting cultural values. Socrates' teachings, which encouraged critical thinking and challenged traditional norms, were seen by some as a threat to the stability of society. His questioning of the status quo made him a controversial figure, admired by many but also viewed with suspicion and hostility by others. In 399 BCE, when Socrates was 70 years old, he was brought to trial on charges of corrupting the youth and impiety, essentially for not recognizing the gods of Athens and introducing new ones. His accusers painted him as a dangerous influence who undermined the fabric of society. During his trial, Socrates stood firm in his beliefs. Rather than plead for his life or renounce his teachings, he used the opportunity to defend the principles he held dear. He argued that his questioning and discussions were a service to Athens, pushing its citizens to think critically and live virtuously. The trial was both a demonstration of Socrates' unwavering commitment to truth and a reflection of the political tensions in Athens. Despite his eloquence and integrity, the jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to death by drinking a cup of hemlock, a poison that would end his life. In the days leading up to his execution, Socrates remained calm and composed. Surrounded by his closest friends and students, he continued to discuss philosophy and the nature of life and death. He viewed death not as something to fear, but as a transition to another state of existence, where the soul might find true knowledge. On the day of his execution, Socrates drank the hemlock with dignity and courage, accepting his fate without bitterness or resentment. His final moments were spent in conversation, a testament to his belief that the pursuit of wisdom and truth transcended even the boundaries of life itself. Socrates' death marked the end of his physical presence in Athens, but his ideas lived on through his students and their writings. Plato in particular dedicated much of his work to preserving and expanding upon Socrates' teachings, ensuring that his philosophy would endure for generations to come. Today, Socrates is remembered as the father of Western philosophy, a thinker whose commitment to truth and virtue continues to inspire. His life teaches us the importance of questioning, of seeking knowledge, and of living with integrity. As you reflect on Socrates' journey, let his story guide you into a state of relaxation and peace. His dedication to wisdom reminds us that the pursuit of understanding is a lifelong journey, one that brings meaning and purpose to our lives. Imagine the streets of ancient Athens, the soft light of the setting sun casting long shadows on the stone buildings. Hear the murmur of conversations as Socrates walks among the people, his questions sparking thought and introspection. Let this image fill your mind with a sense of calm and wonder. As you drift into sleep, let the wisdom of Socrates' life inspire your dreams. His legacy reminds us that even in the face of adversity, the pursuit of truth and the care of the soul are endeavours worth striving for. Let the story of Socrates settle gently in your mind as you relax deeper into rest. His life, though lived so many centuries ago, carries timeless lessons that resonate in every moment of reflection and inquiry. Socrates reminds us that the simplest question can lead to the most profound discoveries, and that truth, even when difficult, is worth pursuing. Picture Socrates standing in the agora, the bustling marketplace of Athens. The air hums with activity, merchants calling out their wares, philosophers debating ideas, and citizens discussing the affairs of the city. Amid this lively scene, Socrates stands calmly, engaging those around him with his thoughtful questions. His unassuming presence and sharp intellect captivate those who stop to listen, drawing them into conversations that challenge their deepest beliefs. As the sun sets over Athens, the city quiets, and Socrates continues his discussions under the glow of oil lamps. The stars above twinkle faintly, a reminder of the vast universe beyond, as his voice carries the gentle rhythm of inquiry and understanding. Socrates believed that philosophy was not just an intellectual pursuit, but a way of life, a commitment to questioning, learning, and living with integrity. Imagine his students gathered around him, their faces illuminated by the soft light as they listen intently. Among them are young minds who would carry his teachings forward, shaping the future of philosophy and ensuring that his legacy would endure. The scene is serene, filled with the quiet joy of shared knowledge and the timeless beauty of human connection. Socrates' belief in the power of dialogue teaches us the importance of listening as well as questioning. In a world often filled with noise and haste, his approach encourages us to slow down, to reflect, and to seek clarity in our thoughts and interactions. His humility, his willingness to admit his own ignorance, and his tireless pursuit of understanding are qualities that inspire us to approach life with openness and curiosity. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Socrates walking along the quiet shores of ancient Greece, the waves gently lapping at the sand. The moon casts a silver light over the sea, and the cool breeze carries the scent of salt and earth. Socrates walks slowly, his thoughts as calm and steady as the rhythm of the waves. In this peaceful moment, His dedication to truth and wisdom feels as vast and eternal as the ocean itself. Feel the serenity of this image envelop you as you rest. Socrates' life reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, the search for meaning and understanding brings us closer to the essence of who we are. His courage to stand by his principles, even in the face of great adversity, is a gentle reminder to live with integrity and purpose. As you relax further, imagine the soft sound of sandals on stone as Socrates ascends the steps of a temple, the sky painted with the warm hues of dawn. The first rays of sunlight illuminate the ancient city, a symbol of renewal and the endless possibilities that come with each new day. Let this image fill you with a sense of hope and calm, a quiet reassurance that the pursuit of truth is always worth the effort. As you drift into a deep and restful sleep, carry with you the wisdom and spirit of Socrates. His life teaches us that even the simplest questions can open the door to profound insights, and that the search for understanding is a journey without end. As the gentle rhythm of Socrates' life story echoes in your mind, allow yourself to relax even further. His life, dedicated to the pursuit of wisdom and the betterment of the human soul, is a profound reminder that every question we ask is a step toward understanding the world and ourselves. Socrates believed that knowledge was not about having answers, but about the courage to ask and to seek. Picture the calm stillness of ancient Athens at night, the soft glow of lanterns lining narrow streets. Socrates, with his simple cloak draped over his shoulders, moves quietly among the people, his presence as humble as it is impactful. Each conversation he sparks is a journey into thought, a reminder to those around him that wisdom begins with wonder. Socrates' approach to life was marked by an unshakable commitment to virtue. He often spoke of the importance of living a life in harmony with one's values, of aligning actions with principles. To him, the care of the soul was the highest purpose, far more important than wealth, fame, or material success. This philosophy reminds us that true fulfillment comes not from external achievements, but from inner growth and ethical living. As you rest, let the wisdom of this teaching soothe your thoughts. The idea that our choices shape not just our lives, but the essence of who we are, encourages us to approach each moment with intention and care. Socrates' belief in the transformative power of self-reflection invites us to look inward, to nurture our inner lives with the same dedication and compassion we offer to others. Now imagine the gentle breeze of a spring morning in ancient Greece, the hills around Athens bathed in golden light. Socrates walks with his students along a quiet path, the sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves creating a peaceful symphony. Their conversation flows naturally, filled with questions and ideas that challenge and inspire. This idyllic scene captures the essence of Socrates' philosophy, a life lived in connection with nature, community, and the endless pursuit of knowledge. As you drift deeper into relaxation, think of Socrates' courage in facing the end of his life. His calm acceptance of his fate, his willingness to stand by his beliefs, even in the face of death, is a testament to the strength of his character. He taught his students not to fear death, but to view it as a natural part of existence. A transition that, like life itself, holds the potential for learning and growth. Feel the serenity of Socrates' perspective as it envelops you like a warm blanket. His unwavering faith in the value of a life well lived reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, we can find peace by staying true to our values and seeking the truth within ourselves. His life, though marked by challenges, was ultimately one of profound purpose and enduring legacy. As the night deepens, imagine Socrates standing on a hill overlooking Athens, the city lights twinkling below like stars fallen to earth. The wind carries with it the faint sounds of laughter and conversation, the echoes of a city alive with thought and creativity. In this quiet moment, Socrates reflects on the beauty of a world filled with questions and possibilities. Let this image guide you into a deep, restful sleep. The story of Socrates reminds us that life's greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the depth of our exploration. His commitment to wisdom, his humility in the face of the unknown, and his courage to challenge convention inspire us to live with authenticity and purpose. As the soothing story of Socrates carries you further into relaxation, let the timelessness of his teachings resonate deeply within you. His belief in the transformative power of questioning and reflection, is a reminder that growth begins when we dare to examine our lives. Socrates once said, "The unexamined life is not worth living," a sentiment that invites us to seek meaning and purpose in even the smallest moments. Picture the serene landscape of ancient Athens at dawn. The first light of the sun spills over the Acropolis, painting the marble temples in soft hues of pink and gold. Socrates stands with his students in the quiet morning air, his voice calm and steady as he shares his thoughts. The city begins to wake, its streets gradually filling with life, but in this tranquil moment, the exchange of ideas feels timeless, as if the wisdom being shared is as eternal as the sun's light. Socrates' method of teaching was not about providing answers, but about encouraging others to think for themselves. He believed that through dialogue, one could uncover deeper truths and challenge assumptions. His way of guiding others with questions was both gentle and profound, a reminder that sometimes the best teachers are those who help us find our own way. As you let these thoughts settle, imagine the peaceful simplicity of Socrates' life. Despite living in a city known for its grandeur, Socrates valued humility and lived with few possessions. He found joy not in material wealth, but in the richness of thought and the connections he forged with others. This simplicity is a reminder that contentment often lies not in having more, but in appreciating what truly matters. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, imagine the stars above Athens twinkling softly in the night sky. Socrates, seated with his students, gazes upward, his mind pondering the mysteries of the universe. Albert Einstein was born on March 14th, 1879, in the modest city of Ulm in the German Empire. His father, Hermann, managed small electrochemical ventures, and his mother, Pauline, nurtured a love of music. Contrary to later myths, he wasn't a poor student, rather, he disliked rote memorization and preferred exploring ideas on his own. At age 5, he received a simple compass. Its unwavering needle, guided by an unseen force, left him spellbound, hinting at hidden laws in nature. In school, he often seemed preoccupied, building intricate houses of cards or lost in thought. Though teachers labelled him indifferent, he was quietly constructing mental pictures that reached far beyond mundane lessons. Music also shaped his early life. Pauline insisted he learn violin, and though reluctant at first, he found a kinship with Mozart's compositions. This link between artistic harmony and orderly principles of the universe captivated him. Even as a child, he sensed that creativity and logic could coexist productively. His family's moves, first to Munich, then to Italy, created in him a sense of displacement. Rather than fitting snugly into any single cultural or academic mould, he became an observer, questioning everything around him. During a stint at a Catholic elementary school, he briefly embraced religious devotion. Yet he soon gravitated toward a more personal sense of wonder, one unbound by strict doctrine. Later, he would speak of a cosmic religious feeling, a reverence for the unfathomable mysteries of existence. The German educational system clashed with his inquisitive spirit. Teachers focused on memorization, while Einstein was enthralled by independent exploration. He pored over geometry and calculus texts in his free time, often outpacing his peers in conceptual understanding. One tutor noticed his knack for dissecting problems from multiple angles, an early sign of the thought experiments he would later make famous. Meanwhile, Hermann's business pursuits met with limited success, adding financial strain to the household. Yet in that uncertainty, Einstein found pockets of freedom. His parents rarely scolded him for daydreaming. Instead, they recognized his inclination to probe and analyze. When he built card towers, it was more than play. He studied balance, structure, and resilience, qualities he would apply to his theoretical work. Overlooked details of his youth further illustrate his distinctive perspective. He once spent hours trying to visualize how a beam of light might appear if one could race alongside it. These musings were embryonic glimpses of the relativity he would formalize years later. Far from mere fanciful flights, they were a training ground for a mind unafraid to question conventional frames of reference. Another seldom noted aspect was his relationship with language. Raised in a multilingual environment, German at home, occasionally Italian outside, he developed a nuanced appreciation for words. Later in life, he would craft carefully balanced scientific papers where clarity took precedence over flourish. But as a boy, He simply recognised that words were imperfect vessels for ideas, sparking a habit of visualising concepts to grasp them more deeply. By his early teens, Einstein grew increasingly restless with formal schooling. The Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich, with its strict regimen, clashed with his burgeoning interests. Feeling stifled, he began to defy conventional academic paths, in a decision that alarmed his teachers. He left school before graduation and followed his family to Italy. To some, it looked like a rash move, yet it was an act of self-determination, fueled by a longing to learn without constraint. During this period, he explored philosophy as well, delving into Kant's works and pondering the nature of reality. Such readings reinforced his conviction that genuine understanding required more than reciting facts. He craved first-hand encounters with the puzzles of the universe, from the motion of planets to the properties of light. Though his childhood did not revolve solely around science, he played violin, enjoyed walks, and showed flashes of humour. It was imbued with a special kind of curiosity. He was neither the hapless student nor the overnight prodigy that later narratives would portray. Instead, he was a reflective, somewhat solitary child who found meaning in probing life's deeper questions. His early experiences, compass in hand, cards neatly stacked, violin tucked under his chin, crystallised into the core of a worldview that would soon turn the scientific world on its head. Ultimately, the disparate strands of his youth would unite in a bold questioning of the established order. Few recognised how far his curiosity would carry him. Einstein's choice to abandon the Luitpold Gymnasium before graduating startled his teachers, but he felt stifled by rote drills. He rejoined his family in Milan, where Hermann hoped to save his faltering business. Finally freed from rigid school routines, Einstein studied math and philosophy on his own, devouring Kant's works and nurturing an obsession with the universe's hidden structure. Still, the need for formal credentials loomed. In 1895, he applied to the Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, known for its forward-thinking curriculum. Although he excelled in math and physics, he flunked the entrance exam's other parts. Undeterred, he spent a transformative year at the Cantonal School in Aarau, Switzerland. This school's progressive ethos welcomed curiosity and debate, an environment in which Einstein thrived. Living with the Winterler family, he formed close bonds. He briefly romanced their daughter, Marie, but also made lifelong friendships. Armed with improved preparation, he passed the Polytechnic entrance exam in 1896 and pursued a teaching diploma in math and physics. Zurich's intellectual pulse invigorated him. By day, he endured lectures. By night, he wrestled with scientific texts or debated theory in cafes. Less enthralled with rote note-taking, he favoured independent study. Though he admired some professors, others saw him as dismissive and unruly, a reputation that would later cost him solid references. During this period, Einstein met Mileva Maric, the only woman in their physics cohort. She was bright and tenacious, undeterred by an academic world largely unwelcoming to women. Their bond intertwined intellectual exchange and romantic attraction. Letters between them reveal lively dialogues about abstract science and the deeper questions of existence. Critics sometimes question the extent of Mileva's contributions to Einstein's early work, but it's certain she engaged in stimulating discussions at a formative time in his career. Einstein graduated in 1900. Despite his clear gift for physics, job prospects were scarce. Dismissed by some professors as headstrong, he received only lukewarm recommendations. Over the next 2 years, he subsisted on tutoring gigs and part-time teaching roles, struggling to pay rent. Meanwhile, his relationship with Mileva grew more serious. They had a daughter, Liesel, whose fate remains one of the murkiest aspects of Einstein's life. Records suggest she may have been adopted, but details are sparse. Financial anxiety gnawed at him, and paternal disapproval of Mileva added stress. Yet his scientific passion never dimmed. Whenever he found a spare hour, Einstein tackled research problems in thermodynamics or statistical mechanics. Despite their lack of widespread attention, these small papers demonstrated Einstein's capacity to critically examine conventional assumptions. A modest beacon of stability arrived in 1902. Einstein secured a post as a technical expert, third class, at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. While many might view patent reviewing as mundane, the job offered a predictable schedule and a steady wage, precisely what he needed. Crucially, it also left him mental space for independent thought. Far from being a lull, this period set the stage for his most significant breakthroughs. Bern itself was unassuming, but it possessed an understated cultural vitality. Einstein, ever sociable in an understated way, found a small circle of like-minded acquaintances. They shared books, debated philosophical ideas, and sometimes playfully referred to themselves as the Olympia Academy. The group's informal spirit aligned perfectly with Einstein's own approach, freewheeling, yet anchored by a deep respect for rational inquiry. Meanwhile, his personal life moved forward. He and Mileva married in 1903, hoping to create a steel home. Their union was hardly perfect, fraught with the usual challenges of newlyweds, compounded by Einstein's preoccupation with science and ongoing money worries. Still, having a supportive partner with a keen interest in physics likely encouraged his intellectual wanderings during these formative years. Between 1902 and 1904, Einstein churned through patent applications by day, evaluating new inventions for novelty and feasibility. At night, he scribbled equations and chased the big questions that had haunted him since childhood: the nature of light, the structure of time, and whether the cosmos had fundamental certainties. Little did anyone suspect that his quiet hours in Bern would yield a series of scientific papers that would upend centuries of accepted physics and elevate a once-errant student to the front ranks of modern science. In a few years, he would unleash a torrent of revolutionary ideas, proving that unorthodox paths can lead to remarkable destinations. Settled at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern, Einstein was officially a clerk, reviewing applications for new inventions. Unofficially, he was a theorist probing the bedrock of physics. The job's predictable routine left him time to explore the mysteries of light, motion, and energy, questions that had haunted him since childhood. His personal life had stabilised somewhat. He and Mileva, now married, lived modestly, mindful of every expense. Their son, Hans Albert, born in 1904, added new responsibilities. Yet Mileva's own physics background made her a supportive confidant for Einstein's musings, though the precise scope of her influence remains debated. In 1905, Einstein unleashed 4 seminal papers in Annalen der Physik. The first explained the photoelectric effect by treating light as particles, helping seed the future field of quantum mechanics. Next came his work on Brownian motion, using statistics to confirm the existence of atoms and molecules. Then, in his special theory of relativity, he shattered the old notion of absolute time, proposing that simultaneity depends on an observer's motion. Finally, in a spare but dazzling note, he offered E equals mc squared, revealing the profound equivalence of mass and energy. At first, these radical ideas met mixed responses. Some scholars found them too speculative, others grasped their seismic potential. Over time, the consensus grew. Einstein had transformed physics from the inside out. His reputation slowly spread, though he remained a patent clerk until 1909. He yearned for an academic post but faced challenges. He lacked the usual pedigrees, and some professors gave tepid recommendations. Eventually, the University of Zurich appointed him as a lecturer, opening the door to a more formal scientific community. Mileva managed their growing family, which now included a second son, Eduard, while Einstein wrestled with teaching duties and ongoing research. But their marriage started to show cracks, strained by the financial pressures and Einstein's single-minded devotion to work. Despite domestic tension, his scientific profile rose swiftly. Younger physicists marvelled at his knack for taking earlier insights, such as those from Hendrik Lorentz and Henri Poincaré, and unifying them into a cohesive vision. The outcome was more than a patchwork of theories. It was a radical recasting of how energy, space, and time interlock. He left Bern for Zurich in 1909, then moved to Prague in 1911 for another professorship. Mileva followed, but the demands of uprooting and the complexities of raising children chipped away at their partnership. In Prague, Einstein refined his thoughts on gravity, hinting at a broader framework to come. Though overshadowed by cultural and political tensions in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the city still offered pockets of intellectual ferment. Einstein found colleagues intrigued by his work and critics sceptical of it. He thrived on debate, defending his theories with calm conviction. By 1912, he was back in Zurich at the Polytechnic, now as a professor. This time, he delved deeper into the mathematics needed to extend relativity to gravitational fields. His collaboration with mathematician Marcel Grossmann was vital. laying the groundwork for what would become the general theory of relativity. While special relativity had reconfigured space and time on a flat stage, Einstein now aimed to show how massive objects could warp that stage itself. In parallel, tensions at home worsened. Mileva's hopes for her own scientific contributions had faded into domestic obligations. Einstein's growing fame meant invitations to speak and collaborate, pulling him away for extended periods. At times, letters reveal a coldness creeping into their marriage. He could be absent-minded, impatient, and increasingly dismissive of Mileva's emotional needs. The personal costs of genius were mounting, even if the broadest world was beginning to admire him as a visionary. By the end of 1912, Einstein's ambitions were clear. He had cemented a reputation as the mind behind special relativity, and he was on the cusp of unveiling a more comprehensive framework to explain gravity. Universities courted him, and scientific societies began to laud his insights. Yet beneath this rise lay private discord. Tensions that would escalate once his career carried him to Berlin. For now, though, Einstein's path led inexorably toward one of the greatest intellectual feats in history, fueled by that same restless curiosity that once made him walk away from gymnasium classes and question the simplest wonders of nature. Despite turmoil, his momentum was unstoppable. The stage was set for him to finalize a theory of gravity, a masterpiece that would reshape humanity's view of the cosmos. In 1913, the Prussian Academy of Sciences in Berlin-Base beckoned Albert Einstein with a prestigious post that required minimal teaching. By 1914, he was in the German capital, poised to perfect his theory of gravity. Yet the move magnified personal and political tensions. His marriage to Mileva was fracturing, and Europe stood on the brink of war. A pacifist at heart, Einstein found himself at odds with the fervent nationalism gripping Germany. Unperturbed by the storm outside, he pushed forward on general relativity, aided by mathematician Marcel Grossmann. Their goal was to show that gravity arose from curved space-time, a radical notion demanding complex tensor calculus. By 1915, Einstein had refined the field equations describing how mass deforms space-time and how that curvature dictates motion. A triumph soon followed. The new theory explained Mercury's orbital quirks better than Newtonian physics. Overjoyed, Einstein wrote to a friend that his heart shivered upon seeing the data align with his calculations, but his personal world was unravelling. Mileva struggled in Berlin's stifling atmosphere and felt increasingly isolated. Meanwhile, Einstein grew close to his cousin, Elsa Löwenthal. Letters show Mileva's despair and Einstein's emotional withdrawal. She took their sons back to Switzerland, and the marriage ended in divorce. He later wed Elsa, igniting gossip about his private life. Even as general relativity gained traction among physicists, his personal reputation became fodder for public speculation. World War I had also splintered scientific exchanges. While many German intellectuals endorsed the war, Einstein stood nearly alone, signing anti-war petitions and voicing pacifist views. His stance stirred resentment at home. Still, foreign scientists such as the British astronomer Arthur Eddington recognised the significance of Einstein's work. Eddington's 1919 eclipse expedition tested whether starlight passing near the Sun would bend according to Einstein's predictions. The measurements matched, electrifying the global press and dethroning Newton in the public eye. Overnight, Einstein became a symbol of modern genius. Newspapers everywhere featured his thoughtful gaze and unruly hair. Invitations rained down from universities and societies. While he believed in sharing knowledge openly, he disliked the frenzied attention and grew uneasy with Germany's renewed nationalism. Post-war turmoil fanned political flames, and Einstein's pacifism drew ire from right-wing groups. Nevertheless, the validation of general relativity cemented his place atop the scientific hierarchy. Even skeptics admitted that his calculations matched observable reality in a way no previous theory could. With Mileva and Zurich caring for their sons, Einstein found both freedom and loneliness. He married Elsa in 1919, relying on her to manage his crowded schedule and mitigate public demands. As the 1920s dawned, Einstein was heralded as a visionary whose equations recast the universe as a pliable fabric shaped by energy and mass. These notions paved the way for cosmic models that would soon suggest an expanding universe, involving astronomers like Edwin Hubble. Initially, Einstein proposed a cosmological constant to keep the universe static, but later deemed that idea a mistake, a rare admission of error, from a man idolized for brilliance. Meanwhile, he turned his attention back to quantum mechanics, a field he had inadvertently sparked with his photoelectric paper. Newcomers like Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger advanced ideas that clashed with Einstein's comfort zone. He balked at the probabilistic nature they proposed, insisting there must be a deeper deterministic layer. Thus began the famed series of debates with Niels Bohr, with Einstein challenging the notion that reality might hinge on randomness. By mid-decade, Einstein's travel schedule ballooned. He toured the United States and parts of Europe, drawing huge crowds. Statesmen, celebrities, and fellow scholars courted his presence. In Germany, however, he faced mounting hostility from nationalist factions who derided his theories as Jewish science. Unfazed, he pressed on, confident that empirical evidence would outlast prejudice. His personal realm, now tethered to Elsa, offered stability. She shielded him from ceaseless demands, allowing him to pursue his ideas in relative peace. Yet the creeping political tide would soon overshadow even Einstein's lofty pursuits. At the dawn of the next decade, Einstein found himself a global icon, yet behind that fame lay deeper struggles and fresh challenges that would shape his destiny. The 1920s were a whirlwind for Einstein, blending scientific milestones with worldwide acclaim. Ever the restless thinker, he spent these years grappling with quantum theory while maintaining his fascination with relativity. Though his general theory of relativity was universally hailed, he grew increasingly uneasy about the indeterminate flavour of quantum mechanics. To him, the idea that fundamental processes could be governed by pure chance seemed incomplete. Einstein's public image soared as he toured Europe and North America. Lecture halls overflowed. Audiences were drawn not just to his ideas, but also to his persona, rumpled suits, mischievous humour, and an aura of introspective brilliance. Journalists clamoured for interviews, often distorting his words into simplistic soundbites. Despite Elsa's best efforts to safeguard his privacy, the cult of personality grew. Politicians hoped his presence would lend prestige to their events, and luminaries from other fields sought his endorsement. Beneath the accolades, Einstein remained wary of fame. He believed that genuine discovery flourished in quiet reflection, not in the spotlight. Whenever possible, he escaped to the Alps or the countryside, revelling in mountain walks and violin practice. Music provided a counterbalance to the rigours of theoretical work, reinforcing his belief that art and science shared a quest for harmony. Meanwhile, in academic circles, the quantum revolution thundered on. Physicists like Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg, and Max Born claimed that probabilities lay at the heart of physical reality. Einstein countered that God does not play dice, questioning whether randomness was the final word. Their debates, polite yet intense, fueled a new era of theoretical exploration. The young quantum guard revered Einstein's contributions but insisted that his skepticism missed the theory's core elegance. At the same time, Europe was experiencing social and political upheavals in the aftermath of World War I. Germany's Weimar Republic veered between fragile democracy and looming chaos. Hyperinflation devastated the middle class. Extremist factions, including the nascent Nazi Party, exploited economic despair, promoting xenophobia and anti-Semitism. Einstein, as a Jewish intellectual and an outspoken pacifist, became a prime target for nationalists. Hate mail arrived with disturbing regularity, accusing him of undermining Germany's scientific heritage. Despite these threats, Einstein refused to hide. He rallied for disarmament and international cooperation, endorsing pacifist causes that were deeply unpopular among nationalist circles. His celebrity magnified the visibility of his stance, making him a lightning rod for political hatred. Some colleagues implored him to be more guarded, but he believed moral convictions outweighed personal safety. In 1922, Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, not for relativity, surprisingly, but for his earlier explanation of the photo-electric effect. By then, the Nobel Committee had become wary of the ongoing debates about relativity, yet they could not ignore his contributions to quantum theory. When news arrived, Einstein was travelling in Asia. He embarked on a tour that took him to Japan, where he was met by enthralled crowds and showered with gifts. Notes from that trip reveal a man torn between gratitude for the adulation and a desire for solitude. Upon returning to Germany, Einstein found the political climate darker. The early stirrings of Nazi ideology were creeping into universities and public discourse. Although he tried to remain above petty bickering, vicious attacks on his un-German physics intensified. Right-wing publications branded relativity a hoax. Some of his lectures were disrupted by hostile demonstrators, and rumours of assassination plots circulated. Elsa, deeply concerned, urged him to consider emigrating. Yet Einstein hesitated. He felt a profound connection to German-speaking intellectual life, despite recognising its dangerous currents. He also clung to the hope that reason and goodwill might prevail. When not entangled in politics, he continued refining his approach to quantum puzzles. He developed thought experiments aimed at exposing hidden variables or revealing contradictions in the quantum framework. Each new exchange with Bohr underscored the chasm between Einstein's quest for determinism and the Copenhagen school's acceptance of uncertainty. By the late 1920s, Einstein's stature had grown colossal, but so had his disillusionment with Europe's volatile mood. Whispers of an eventual departure grew louder. In public, he spoke calmly about the spiritual crisis afflicting the continent. Privately, he pondered where his future lay. The man who had once roamed Italy in his youth, yearning for free thought, again stood at a crossroads. When Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, Einstein's predicament crystallized. The Nazis targeted Jewish scientists as scapegoats, accusing them of corrupting German culture. For Einstein, an internationally admired thinker yet domestic pariah, remaining in Germany became untenable. Acting on Elsa's urgings and his own sense of imminent danger, he left Berlin for what would become a permanent exile. Stopping briefly in Europe, he announced his resignation from the Prussian Academy. The move was both symbolic and pragmatic. He refused to serve an institution bent on persecuting him. Although his name still commanded respect abroad, in Germany his books were publicly burned and officials seized his assets. Nazi propaganda labelled him the arch-enemy of true science. Unfazed by personal attacks, Einstein worried about friends and colleagues trapped in a regime that suppressed free thought. He soon found refuge in the United States, accepting an appointment at the newly established Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton offered serenity and intellectual autonomy, with no formal teaching duties. The Institute's wooded campus and quiet community reminded Einstein of the tranquility he once treasured in Switzerland. He took up residence in a modest house on Mercer Street, where curious townsfolk would spot him on daily walks, unruly hair, pipe in hand, lost in reflection. Yet exile weighed on him. Though grateful for safety, he missed the vibrant cafes of Europe and lamented the plight of Jewish refugees barred from many countries. He became an outspoken advocate for civil rights and international cooperation, determined to counter the Nazi threat. He supported various relief organisations assisting displaced scholars. Letters from this period reflect a mix of relief, sorrow, and moral urgency. Scientifically, Einstein continued to question the underpinnings of quantum mechanics. He collaborated with Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen on the famous 1935 EPR paradox, asserting that quantum theory was incomplete. This paper challenged the Copenhagen interpretation by suggesting that spooky action at a distance conflicted with the principles of locality and realism. Though intended to reveal quantum mechanics' shortcomings, the paper instead paved the way for future breakthroughs in quantum entanglement research, ironically fueling the very field Einstein doubted. Meanwhile, global tensions escalated. As Nazi Germany expanded its militaristic ambitions, Einstein was drawn into geopolitical concerns he had tried to avoid. Friends cautioned him about the possibility of an atomic bomb, highlighting the dire consequences if Hitler's regime managed to harness nuclear fission first. Ironically, it was Einstein's own mass-energy equivalence E equals mc squared that foreshadowed the destructive power of splitting the atom. Alarmed by such prospects, he allowed Hungarian émigré physicist Leo Szilard to draft a letter in 1939, alerting US President Franklin D. Roosevelt to the possibility of a German atomic program. This letter, bearing Einstein's signature, catalyzed the Manhattan Project, though Einstein himself never worked directly on atomic weapons. Regret haunted him. In later recollections, he lamented that had he foreseen the scale of devastation nuclear arms would bring, he might never have signed the warning. Yet at the time, Einstein's pacifist leanings clashed with realpolitik, a painful contradiction he carried to the end of his life. Princeton gradually became home. Einstein strolled its streets in tattered sweaters, occasionally offering an impromptu violin performance for friends. He fielded letters from admirers worldwide, often replying with brief but thoughtful notes. Photos from the era show a gentle-faced figure, equal parts grandfatherly and inscrutable. He advised younger scientists, although his own research shifted away from mainstream physics. Fixated on unifying gravity with electromagnetic forces, he pursued a theory of everything that increasingly isolated him from the cutting-edge work on quantum fields. Outside the academic sphere, Einstein gained a voice in public debates. He spoke out against racism in America, comparing it to the anti-Jewish sentiments he had witnessed in Europe. He supported civil rights activists and forged friendships with prominent black leaders, despite the era's pervasive discrimination. Occasionally, he faced criticism for meddling in social issues rather than sticking to science. But Einstein considered moral responsibility inseparable from intellectual freedom. As World War II raged, Einstein's heartbreak was twofold. Germany, once his intellectual cradle, had become a synonym for barbarity, while the Allies were forced to develop weapons of unprecedented lethality. He could only watch from afar, offering moral support and condemnation of fascist ideologies. In the aftermath of World War II, Albert Einstein's status as a global icon solidified. Yet his latter years were marked by reflection and a sense of unresolved questions. Despite pushing physics towards quantum theory, he remained resistant to its probabilistic core. Though the Manhattan Project had validated the destructive potential of E equals mc squared, it also weighed heavily on his conscience. He loathed the arms race that followed and spoke openly against nuclear proliferation. Living in Princeton, he continued his quest for a unified field theory, an ambitious bid to reconcile electromagnetism and gravity under one framework. He toiled over complex equations, convinced that nature possessed an underlying simplicity. Critics, meanwhile, argued that he was out of touch with emerging quantum field theories. Undeterred, Einstein pursued his unification program almost in solitude, likening himself to a lone traveller on a winding road. Younger physicists acknowledged his genius, but often parted ways with his methods, embracing instead the quantum approach he had always found unsettling. Beyond science, Einstein's voice resonated in global debates. He championed a supranational government to curb the risk of nuclear war, advocating collective security over nationalism. Despite controversies, many admired his stance, seeing in him a moral compass shaped by first-hand experience of authoritarianism. He wrote letters to world leaders, sometimes scoring partial victories, often meeting polite indifference. Yet he pressed on, believing that scientific insight conferred a duty to safeguard humanity from its inventions. His private life in Princeton had a gentle routine. Each morning brought a steady stream of letters seeking his opinion on everything from cosmic theories to personal woes. He obliged when he could, but dismissed frivolous requests. Afternoons often involved slow walks or reading classical literature. Evenings might find him improvising on the violin, seeking solace in music's structured freedom. Friends found him warm but occasionally aloof, an introvert who valued genuine conversation yet disdained small talk. Elsa's death in 1936 had left an emotional gap that he filled through companionship with his stepdaughter, Margot, and a circle of close confidants. His older son, Hans Albert, pursued an engineering career, while younger son Eduard battled health challenges that Einstein struggled to comprehend, but he remained steadfast in providing financial and emotional support from afar. As the Cold War dawned, Einstein found himself in a complicated political environment. Paradoxically, the FBI kept files on him, viewing his pacifist leanings and global outlook as potentially subversive. Rumours circulated that he was sympathetic to communist causes, though he consistently denounced Stalinist oppression. Instead, Einstein championed universal human rights. He grew vocally critical of McCarthyism, branding it an assault on intellectual freedom akin to the political witch hunts he had fled in Germany. By the early 1950s, health issues nudged him toward a quieter pace. Yet his mind remained agile, and he sometimes engaged in public letters urging scientists to unite for peaceful endeavours. He admired younger luminaries like Kurt Gödel and conversed with them about the nature of logic and mathematics, but he found little common ground with the new wave of particle physics. Students worldwide still saw him as an emblem of pure genius, while Einstein himself downplayed personal accolades, insisting he had simply followed his curiosity wherever it led. In 1955, Einstein experienced internal bleeding from an abdominal aneurysm. Though doctors recommended surgery, he refused, declaring that it was his time to go with dignity. True to form, he spent his final days revising a speech he intended to deliver for Israel's 7th anniversary, reflecting his long-standing support for Jewish communities while advocating peaceful coexistence. He died on April 18, 1955, leaving behind notes and half-finished equations in search of that elusive unified field. News of his passing reverberated across the globe. World leaders and fellow scientists paid tribute to the man who had reshaped our understanding of space, time, and energy. Yet Einstein's legacy extended beyond equations. He embodied the principle that moral conviction and intellectual daring can and must coexist. In death, he became even more iconic, his name synonymous with visionary genius, and his photograph instantly recognizable as a totem of human possibility. Today, Einstein's work undergirds technologies from GPS to nuclear power. His debates about quantum mechanics remain at the heart of physics, pointing toward frontiers in entanglement and information theory. In that tension between breathtaking discovery and ethical uncertainty lies the fullest measure of Albert Einstein's singular, complex legacy. In the year 896 CE, in the heart of Baghdad's intellectual quarter, Al-Husayn bin Qasim brushed desert dust from the folds of his linen robe. Unaware of the storms that fate would soon unleash upon him, he studied the myriad scholarly gatherings outside the House of Wisdom. Voices blended into a layered chorus. Mathematicians debated geometric proofs, poets recited verses on ephemeral beauty, and astronomers charted celestial mysteries. The call of knowledge was unstoppable, and its echoes hinted at new horizons beyond the city's walls. Although he hailed from a modest family of date merchants, Al-Husayn possessed an innate curiosity that surpassed every constraint of status. Weeks earlier, he had been approached by the renowned translator Yunus al-Kindi, who recognized promise in his approach to ancient texts. Yunus had whispered rumors of a manuscript stored in a distant library along the Red Sea coast, a codex said to hold fragments from vanished civilizations. For Al-Husayn, the prospect of unearthing lost secrets eclipsed all thought of comfort or security. On that mild autumn morning, the city's horizon shimmered with trade caravans and the swirl of travellers from every corner of the known world. Greek philosophers, Persian scholars, and Indian mathematicians crowded the thoroughfares, exchanging theories and goods under the caliph's tolerant gaze. Their house of wisdom had become a magnet for knowledge, a beacon that drew in talents as diverse as the spices sold in Baghdad's markets. Under this atmospheric mosaic, Al-Husayn felt keenly that his destiny extended beyond these storied streets. Yunus al-Kindi had given him a letter of passage, sealed with the translator's distinctive monogram, allowing safe conduct through the desert routes. The cryptic list of questions about that ancient codex, queries no one else could decipher, loomed large. Al-Husayn grasped the significance. If the manuscript existed, it might reveal the lost methodologies of a civilization rumoured to have harnessed knowledge of geometry, astronomy and medicine far beyond the current era. Discovery meant prestige, but also the possibility of rewriting entire chapters of known history. Pressing the letter against his chest, Al-Husayn reflected on his father's tales. The desert, unpredictable and capricious, consumed unprepared wanderers without mercy. Tales of caravans lost in sandstorms or raided by marauders haunted the nightly gatherings in local tea-houses. Still, the lure of revelation eclipsed any fear, and he resolved to depart at dawn the following day. Engaging a caravan of spice traders, he planned to share provisions and glean from their survival knowledge, forging alliances in an environment where trust was currency. Sunrise found him at the city gates, where camels groaned beneath woven saddlebags stuffed with exotic goods. Saffron from Persia, frankincense from Oman, and turquoise from far-off lands. The caravan leader, an experienced merchant named Maryam bint Sa'id, cast an eye over Al-Husayn. She was known for her leadership and her capacity to navigate shifting alliances among tribal factions. Though suspicious of scholars who ventured out of libraries, she recognized the advantage of travelling under the banner of the prestigious House of Wisdom. As the gates of Baghdad shrank behind them, the caravan merged with the vast desert's hush. Dawn's golden light outlined distant dunes that seemed both majestic and forbidding. Al-Husayn observed Mariam directing her charges to form a staggered line, minimizing exposure to roving bandits. Occasionally the wind carried the bray of donkeys or the low murmur of traders discussing profit margins. For Al-Husayn, the emptiness was a blank canvas waiting for stories etched by the footprints of those audacious enough to cross it. At midday, the caravan paused for a respite. While others took shelter from the heat, Al-Husayn found himself marvelling at ancient rock carvings etched into a nearby cliff. Figures of hunters and astronomers hinted at a lineage of knowledge older and more mysterious than any library's scrolls. He gently traced the outlines with a practiced fingertip, sensing a kinship with those lost voices that once tried to record their world. If even in these remote corners human curiosity thrived, what wonders awaited him further ahead? As dusk approached, the caravan set up camp in a shallow wadi where sparse vegetation offered an anchor against shifting sands. Smoke curled from small cooking fires as conversations turned reflective under the emerging constellations. Al-Husayn unravelled a worn scrap of parchment, Eunice's instructions, and studied the cryptic glyphs he would eventually need to identify. An undercurrent of excitement within him, tempered by the realization that he was crossing into unknown domains. Tomorrow, he told himself, would be the first step into discovery's deeper realm. In the early dawn, the caravan pressed eastward toward a series of desert oases, whispered about in old merchant journals. Each oasis served as a precarious lifeline against the relentless, punishing heat, and Mariam's leadership ensured their small group navigated meticulously. She brokered safe passage with tribal patrols, offering tokens of trade in return for unimpeded travel. Meanwhile, Al-Husayn keenly observed everything: the subtle changes in wind direction, the traces of ancient pathways etched into sandstone, and the silent resilience of his fellow travellers. The first oasis they reached was little more than a cluster of date palms around a seep of brackish water. A half-crumbled stone marker bore inscriptions so worn that Al-Husayn could decipher only fragments. Something about an old boundary line, perhaps delineating the domain of a once powerful clan. While camels drank, he sketched these faint markings onto a scrap of parchment. He felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with the countless travellers who had paused here, bridging centuries with a simple act of thirst-quenching. Under midday's glare, mirages shimmered like spilled quicksilver on the horizon, testing the caravan's resolve. Mariam instructed everyone to conserve water. No idle talk, no unnecessary movement. The group fell silent except for the shuffle of feet and the jingle of harnesses. Al-Husayn, though parched, studied the desert floor for any sign of hidden paths. He noticed shards of rock that might have been left by travellers or storms. Each shard, he thought, was an artifact, a clue to this vast land's deeper story. Late that afternoon, they encountered a wandering nomad who carried a battered lute. His desert-weathered face spoke of countless roads travelled. In exchange for water, he offered a ballad about a hidden city said to rise from the sands once every century, a place with alabaster walls if legend could be trusted, concealing a trove of scrolls older than Babylon. Al-Husayn listened, heart quickening. Though Mariam dismissed it as a fanciful tale, the scholar within him sparked at the thought of such a discovery. They arrived at the second oasis by dusk, greeted by the scent of wet earth. The moon's reflection quivered on the water, a promise in the darkness. Mariam arranged night guards while the rest settled near tufted grass and short palms. Al-Husayn unrolled his notes, scribbling every rumour and observation he'd gathered that day. He felt a stir of anticipation, thinking of Eunice's letter and that elusive codex. If legends held any truth, perhaps the path he followed would branch into revelations. Before sleep, the caravan huddled for a supper of flatbread and dried figs. Conversation meandered to improbable tales, spirits that roamed the dunes, hidden jinn kingdoms beneath the sand. Mariam, ever pragmatic, rolled her eyes but allowed these stories to pass unchallenged, aware that tales could soothe weary minds. Al-Husayn listened thoughtfully, dissecting each legend for kernels of historical fact. He sensed how desert myths blended with real events, forging a tapestry of belief. Each story, he realized, held a reflection of human longing. Sleep came fitfully. Between ragged gusts of wind that rattled the palms, Al-Husayn dreamed of an endless corridor lined with doors of sandstone. Behind one door lay the hidden city the nomad described, behind another, the Red Sea Library. He awoke to the howling of a jackal, unsure if the dream was an omen or mere fantasy. Still, his conviction remained firm. He would continue chasing knowledge across these shifting landscapes, trusting that destiny might reveal itself within the margins of the unknown. By morning, a layer of sand dusted every surface, and the caravan resumed its cautious advance. The air felt thick with unspoken tensions. They reached a rocky pass where looming sandstone pillars resembled silent sentinels. Mariam signalled a halt, sensing something amiss. Al-Husayn peered into the ravines, half expecting bandits or lurking predators. Instead, he found stillness. However, the unease remained. Sometimes the desert concealed its perils in plain sight, biding time. The caravan pressed on, anxious to leave those brooding columns behind. That evening they camped on the pass's far side, sheltered from direct winds by a towering rock face. After supper, Al-Husayn examined an astrolabe Mariam carried for navigation. The device's etchings mesmerized him, reminiscent of the geometric wonders housed in Baghdad. He wondered if the rumoured codex might expand upon such celestial insights. As the fire died down, he sat, reflecting on how each horizon revealed new questions, not answers. Perhaps the desert's greatest secret was its power to kindle an unending quest. Beyond the pass, dawn unveiled a stark plateau where the wind carried the faint tang of salt. Mariam reckoned they were approaching the edges of a vast basin leading toward the Red Sea. Al-Husayn noted the powdery residue that clung to his sandals, forming a pale crust whenever the wind surged. Fragments of shells occasionally glittered underfoot, relics of a primordial sea that had long since receded. In that silent expanse, the ancient interplay of water and desert seemed to whisper clues of hidden transitions. Moving carefully, the caravan traced a path across parched flats where cracks laced the ground in elaborate patterns. Each fissure suggested the land was thirsting for a rain that might never come. Al-Husayn lingered over a particular cleft that formed a near-perfect star shape. He sketched it in his notebook, contemplating how geometry surfaced in nature's own design. The interplay of shapes and lines called to mind the rumoured codex, possibly containing knowledge that bridged the gap between the natural world and human understanding. By midday the heat intensified, pressing against them like an unseen hand. Water became precious currency. Mariam, aware of how quickly desperation could unravel unity, kept a strict ration schedule. Observing her leadership, Al-Husayn admired the way she balanced empathy with firm discipline. Under her direction, no quarrels erupted, even as thirst pricked tempers. The caravan trudged on, each step a negotiation between body and environment. In the shimmering distance, stunted shrubs and dwarf acacias offered, the only semblance of life in that stark domain. Later they spotted a solitary figure approaching from the southeastern horizon. Cautious, Mariam arranged the travellers into a defensive semicircle. The figure proved to be a medicine seller, hauling dried herbs in neat bundles across the back of a spindly donkey. He announced himself as Basim, a wanderer of many lands. In exchange for a pouch of dates, he spoke of rumours swirling beyond the Red Sea coast, of ports teeming with treasures, of inscriptions carved on coral walls, and of foreign ships docking with exotic cargoes. Basim then revealed he had crossed paths with a scribe who claimed knowledge of the hidden library by the sea. This scribe, rumoured to be in the port town of Yanahal, might hold a key to the codex. Al-Husayn's pulse quickened at the mention. He urged Mariam to consider diverting their route toward this potential lead. Weighing the advantage, she agreed, provided it did not threaten the caravan's prime objective of trade. Reorienting their compass, they set out with renewed purpose, heading south by southeast. The change in direction led them to an abandoned way station of mud brick walls caked with salt. Its courtyard lay choked with sand drifts, but a broken well hinted at what had once been a vital rest stop. Al-Husayn wandered among the ruins, spotting faint inscriptions along the wall, names, dates, fragments of prayers. Each carving was a testament to fleeting presence. Here stood proof that even the harshest wilderness could not stifle the human urge to leave a trace. Yet the desert had really reclaimed so much. That evening they made camp under a sandstone ridge carved into rippling curves by ancient winds. The last rays of sunlight played across the layered patterns, revealing colour bands that ranged from ochre to rose. Al-Husayn felt a distinct awe for the land's subtle artistry. He understood how easily travellers might spin legends from these austere shapes. Perhaps behind every myth there lay a kernel of truth about wonder. Perhaps the rumoured hidden city or the library derived from real glimpses of grandeur swallowed by time. As the night grew cool, Mariam permitted a small fire. Conversations ran softer now, with a thread of expectancy woven into each word. Basim spoke of trade centres bustling with sailors from distant empires, Zanj, Gujarat, even the far-flung kingdoms beyond the Indian Ocean. He also mentioned the region's swirl of local legends, a half-buried temple near the coast, the rumoured tomb of a prophet whose name had slipped from memory. Al-Husayn took careful notes, determined to sift the improbable from the verifiable. Before sleep, Al-Husayn pulled out Eunice's cryptic questions, scanning the faded script by firelight. They referred to instruments that measured the angles of stars from improbable vantage points, formulas that predated known treatises. Could the Red Sea Library truly hold such ancient feats of intellect? He felt the subtle pull of destiny, the sense that each conversation, each dusty ruin, brought him closer. The desert had not broken him. Instead, it was shaping him into something sharper. Morrow would carry them nearer to that beckoning shoreline. Dawn lifted the shadows from the ridge, exposing a horizon lined with jagged rock outcroppings. The caravan continued toward Yanahal, keen on reaching its port before supplies ran dangerously low. A subtle but steady breeze carried the faint smell of salt, confirming they were inching closer to coastal winds. Al-Husayn noticed changes in the environment. Scattered gulls wheeling overhead, traces of sea-polished stones littering the path. These small signals revived the group's spirits, reminding them that a new chapter of their journey lay ahead. By midday they encountered a caravan heading north. Mariam negotiated a swift exchange of information. The travellers warned of shifting alliances among local chieftains, each vying for influence in the lucrative maritime trade. Al-Husayn listened carefully. Turbulent politics could affect access to the ports and libraries alike. One slip in protocol could transform an academic quest into a diplomatic tangle. Protecting the mission, and the precious knowledge it might uncover, required walking a delicate line between curiosity and caution, intellect and survival. The landscape soon began a gradual descent, winding through low hills where thorny scrub dotted the earth in pale clusters. At times, the caravan skirted salt marshes, each step producing a hushed crunch underfoot. Tiny crabs scuttled in shallow brine pools, and the occasional heron soared overhead, a pale sentinel against the shimmering sky. Each sign of life felt like a small revelation after miles of barren desert. Al-Husayn found himself overwhelmed by the variety of forms the natural world assumed, even in the remote margins. Late that afternoon, they spotted Yanahal in the distance, a sprawl of mud-brick dwellings with roofs of thatch or tiled clay, punctuated by the taller silhouettes of warehouses near the docks. Thin pillars of smoke curled upward, and the distant clang of metal suggested blacksmiths plying their trade. Seabirds circled the bustling harbour, where dhows and small cargo vessels bobbed in the tide. For Al-Husayn, the sights and sounds of a place so different from Baghdad were a vivid reminder of the region's fluid tapestry of cultures. Mariam led the caravan through the town's outskirts, seeking a trustworthy local factor who could arrange secure storage for their goods. Children peered out from doorways, intrigued by the unusual mix of travellers. The air smelled of fish, spice, and damp rope, all woven together into a briny perfume. Al-Husayn scanned every detail, from the chipped walls covered with old maritime symbols to the lively banter between dock workers. He made mental notes of how commerce thrived here, bridging deserts and oceans in a single breath. With arrangements in place, the group settled at a modest inn near the wharf. Basim quietly vanished among the waterfront stalls, murmuring about errands to run. Al-Husayn felt a twinge of concern, but was too eager about the library rumour to dwell on it. He quickly asked around for any mention of the scribe. Locals offered conflicting accounts. Some shrugged, while others claimed they had glimpsed a reclusive scholar searching for archaic port records. One old fisherman insisted the scribe left for the Coralstone Quarter. Determined, Al-Husayn set off with Mariam and 2 guards, weaving through narrow alleys that snaked between sun-baked walls. The sound of the sea grew louder, waves rolling and crashing in a steady rhythm. They soon found the Coralstone Quarter, a cluster of buildings fashioned from blocks quarried along the shore. The walls sparkled with flecks of shells embedded in pale limestone. While the architecture entranced Al-Husayn, it was the possibility of encountering the scribe that propelled him forward, heart pounding with each echoing footstep. At last they arrived before a half-collapsed structure perched on the water's edge. Broken shutters and a leaning doorway bore witness to decades of neglect. Inside, scattered manuscripts lay in disarray atop a wooden table. Candle stubs had melted into curious shapes, dotting the floor like forlorn sculptures. Al-Husayn called out, receiving only silence. Mariam gestured for the guards to remain alert. Then a voice, raspy but precise, emerged from behind a partition. "If you've come for idle gossip, there is none. If you seek knowledge, speak." An elderly man stepped forward, shoulders draped in a threadbare shawl. His gaze darted suspiciously among them. Al-Husayn introduced himself and explained his search for a Red Sea library rumoured to house an ancient codex. At the mention of Yunus al-Kindi, the man's eyes sparked. He introduced himself as Fahim, once a royal archivist who had fallen out of favour. Fahim claimed to know the codex's general whereabouts, but warned of obstacles, political and supernatural. Despite his guarded manner, he pointed to a scroll. "There," he said, "the trail begins." Under the scribe's watchful glare, Al-Husayn unrolled the scroll Fahim indicated. Faded script described a coastal stronghold called Makshaf, famed for its labyrinthine archives. Though the text offered scant details, it named a certain scholar, Ibrahim of Kulzum, who had once catalogued manuscripts within its walls. Fahim revealed that a naval blockade centuries earlier had forced the stronghold into obscurity. Few in Yanahal even recalled its name. The old archivist smirked. "If you wish to risk your neck, go. But be warned, those halls remain unforgiving." Mariam, standing nearby, studied the scribe's demeanour. She had dealt with enough merchants and officials to read a man's motives. Though Fahim's bitter tone implied grudges, he seemed sincere about the stronghold's existence. After a terse negotiation, she coaxed him to provide a rough chart of Makshaf's possible location. Al-Husayn promised to mention Fahim's name favourably in scholarly circles if they succeeded. The archivist waved them off as though disclaiming any further responsibility for their fate. Mystery, it seemed, was his final currency. Reconvening at the inn, Al-Husayn laid out the new findings. The stronghold of Makshaf appeared to lie southwest along a rugged coast where cliffside passes met tidal inlets. This was no typical trade route, and Mariam recognised the risk. Yet curiosity pulled them forward. Treasure for her, knowledge for Al-Husayn. To minimise complications, she decided that only a smaller detachment would continue. The main caravan could remain in Yanahal, selling goods and provisioning for the journey back to Baghdad. Al-Husayn and a handful of companions would venture on. Evening found Al-Husayn pacing the inn's modest courtyard, poring over Fahim's chart. Tiny notes etched beside rough sketches of landforms hinted at old conflicts, ruined watchtowers, and rumoured pirate hideouts. He traced the shoreline with his fingertip, imagining the waves crashing against the walls of Makshaf. What secrets might that stronghold's archives hold? Remnants of civilizations unknown or advanced theories lost to time. The moonlight made the parchment glow, as if enticing him to see beyond its faded lines into uncharted territory. By dawn, Mariam had secured a light coastal vessel from a local captain named Tawfiq, whose family specialised in short-haul voyages along the Red Sea. With Basim's help, he had returned with unusual timeliness. They loaded supplies, water barrels, salted fish, a few goats for milk. Al-Husayn brought his notebooks, Yunus's letter, and whatever references Fahim had been willing to share. A hush fell over them as they boarded the vessel, the humid sea breeze a welcome change from desert dryness. Ahead lay the open sea, half illuminated by the rising sun. The boat rocked gently as they navigated away from Yanahal's harbour, leaving behind the tangle of masts and dockside chatter. Overhead, seabirds wove intricate patterns, while the horizon stretched indigo and gold. Al-Husayn inhaled the briny air, feeling a subtle exhilaration. This watery expanse was a far cry from the dusty roads he had known. Mariam stood at the prow, scanning for hazards. Despite the calm surface, she understood storms could blow in with devastating force. The Red Sea, like the desert, demanded vigilance. During the voyage, Tawfiq recounted local lore about hidden coves where pirates once stashed plunder or reefs that glowed with phosphorescence at night. Basim listened, occasionally offering a sly anecdote of his own. Al-Husayn jotted down each tale, You're uncertain which threads might lead to truth. The swirl of rumour only deepened his conviction that knowledge often lurked in the unlikeliest corners. Meanwhile, the coastline revealed layers of cliffs, dotted with vegetation clinging to cracks in the rock. Small huts or fishing camps occasionally dotted the beaches. On the second day at sea, dark clouds brewed on the horizon. Taufik urged them to find shelter before the squall hit. They steered toward a narrow inlet sheltered by limestone bluffs. Waves churned with increasing ferocity, and the wind whipped spray across the deck. Mariam and Basim helped secure the sails while Al-Husayn clung to the boat's railing, heart pounding. Thunder boomed overhead as they finally slipped into the inlet. There the water remained calmer, though the storm raged just beyond the protective cliffs. Huddled against the rain, they waited for the tempest to subside. Al-Husayn's mind raced. If the codex contained advanced understanding of astronomy, it might also hint at meteorological patterns. Could ancient scholars have deciphered the desert's or the sea's hidden rhythms? The storm's fury felt like a primeval test, warning him of the forces that shaped this realm. Perhaps Makshaf's long-sealed archives held not just forgotten texts, but an entire worldview alien to their era. As lightning flared overhead, he vowed that neither fear nor storm would deter him. With the morning sun came a deceptive calm. Clouds still hovered, but the winds had eased. Taufik guided the boat cautiously out of the inlet, skirting churning waters. The storm had left debris afloat, broken branches, strips of torn sail from some unlucky craft. Mariam eyed the horizon. Though the worst seemed past, the sea remained unsettled, each wave a reminder of nature's caprices. Al-Husayn, pages damp but intact, felt a renewed urgency. The storm's violence had sharpened his resolve to reach Makshaf and uncover its secrets. As they followed the coastline, steep cliffs rose, their bases gnawed by waves. Occasionally they glimpsed narrow ledges or goat paths zigzagging upward, suggesting that people once traversed these heights. Taufik pointed out a distant structure atop a cliff, a toppled watchtower, perhaps a remnant of Makshaf's old defences. The sight quickened everyone's pace. If that tower marked the outskirts of the stronghold, they were close. Still, the approach looked treacherous, with no easy landing place visible among the rocks and swirling currents. They eventually located a craggy beach where erosion had carved out a small pebbled cove. Unloading the vessel was a precarious dance of timing each wave's retreat. Mariam directed the transfer of provisions while Taufik secured the boat to a natural cleft in the rock. Overhead, seabirds screeched, and the wind whipped salt-laden spray against their faces. Al-Husayn carefully shielded the charts and manuscripts, mindful that a single misstep could end his entire quest. This shoreline felt like a threshold between rumour and tangible discovery. A short climb inland revealed a rocky plateau dotted with tough grasses and scattered boulders. Amid the distant cliffs, fragments of a fortification jutted skyward, tumbled walls and half-collapsed arches. Basim let out a low whistle, marvelling that such ruins still lingered after centuries of neglect. Mariam maintained her measured composure, though Al-Husayn guessed she shared the group's rising anticipation. Makshaf's silent outline beckoned. For all anyone knew, they were the first to set foot here in generations. Perhaps they stood at the edge of a dormant legacy. They advanced through a steep ravine, its sides etched with old chisel marks. Al-Husayn paused to examine them, suspecting that earlier inhabitants had quarried stone for the stronghold's construction. The ravine opened into a hidden valley where an arched gateway lay partially buried by debris. Time and storms had battered its keystone, leaving a sizable gap. Carefully they picked their way through fallen stones, each footstep sending echoes through the still air. A faint tang of seaweed permeated the ruins, as if the ocean had invaded this bastion long ago. Beyond the gateway stretched a courtyard choked with rubble and invasive plants. Broken pillars hinted at what might once have been an open colonnade. A series of corridors branched off from the far side, one leading to a stone staircase descending underground. Al-Husayn's pulse fluttered. Subterranean vaults often served as archives or storage facilities in older fortifications. He imagined shelves of manuscripts, layered with dust, awaiting rediscovery. Mariam tested a cracked step with her boot, finding it stable enough. They lit torches, bracing themselves for whatever lay below. The descending passage felt claustrophobic, each echo magnified by the damp walls. A battered iron gate at the bottom yielded to Basim's determined shove. Within lay a series of vaulted chambers. Water trickled from hairline cracks in the ceiling, pooling on the floor in irregular puddles. Their torchlight flickered over broken crates, corroded lanterns, and scraps of rotting cloth. Al-Husayn's eyes darted around, desperate to find any sign of records. Then, in a corner, he spotted what appeared to be a carved stone plaque emblazoned with geometric designs. Approaching it, he realized the plaque was part of a larger fixture. A sealed doorway. Intricate lines fanned outward from a central motif, echoing the patterns in Eunice's cryptic notes. Could this be a hidden archive within the stronghold? Eagerly, Al-Husayn traced the grooves with a fingertip. Mariam hovered, scanning for potential threats. Basim ran his hand along the wall's perimeter, eventually finding the faint outline of a release mechanism. When he pressed it, the plaque shuddered, revealing a narrow gap. Stale air seeped out, carrying hints of mould and ancient parchment. Torchlight spilling through the gap illuminated a cramped chamber lined with stone shelves. Al-Husayn's heart soared. Rolled manuscripts lay scattered, some disintegrating at the touch of the moist air. He gingerly lifted a small codex bound in faded leather, its cover emblazoned with unfamiliar symbols. Though the text was partially illegible, diagrams of star charts and geometric constructs were visible, aware that he was crossing into the realm of legends made real. With mounting excitement, Al-Husayn and Mariam inspected the shelves, hoping for a more complete find. Many manuscripts had succumbed to rot or water damage, leaving illegible stains where words once lived. Still, glimpses of diagrams, star maps, and cryptic notations sparked Al-Husayn's imagination. Each surviving scrap offered a puzzle, references to advanced mathematics, mentions of distant lands, and hints of medical treatises. The codex Eunice had mentioned might lie deeper within or be scattered among these fragile scrolls that teetered on the brink of disintegration. Basim, less enthralled by the written page, explored adjacent chambers in search of anything valuable, coins, jewellery, or historical artefacts that might fetch a price. He returned empty-handed, muttering about collapsed tunnels and corridors blocked by a rubble. From one corridor a trickle of brackish water flowed, implying that parts of the stronghold might be submerged or entirely inaccessible. The group decided to work methodically, prioritising the drier sections first. Mariam posted a guard outside, aware that local pirates or treasure hunters could still pose a threat. Hour after hour, Al-Husayn catalogued each fragment they could salvage. He recognised partial translations from Greek, Coptic, and even Sanskrit. Whoever had curated these archives clearly embraced the same zeal for knowledge that fueled the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Occasionally he stumbled upon a page detailing astronomical observations far more advanced than anything he'd encountered. He dreamed that if he could reconstruct these texts, they might reshape contemporary understanding of the cosmos, bridging centuries of lost scholarship. He remembered Eunice's cryptic list and felt a surge of vindication. Progress was slow, the air in the buried chambers remained thick, occasionally forcing them to retreat above ground for fresh air. In the process, they discovered an intact storeroom near the courtyard containing clay jars sealed with ancient wax. Basim pried one open, revealing well-preserved grains that, while impossible to eat, illustrated that this fortress once hosted a thriving community. Al-Husayn marvelled at the notion that the inhabitants of Makshaf had walked these same corridors, their daily routines taking place above a trove of hidden knowledge, then vanishing into history. On the second evening, Mariam insisted they organise a secure campsite in the courtyard. Setting up canvas tarps where partial walls offered shelter from ocean winds, they established a routine, nights spent guarding the perimeter, days spent rummaging the archives. The only sounds were the distant roar of the sea and the shuffle of footsteps echoing in stone halls. At times, the place felt haunted by old aspirations and new ones colliding. Al-Husayn often caught himself wishing they had more time, better resources, or just a few extra hands to preserve these fragile legacies. At last, amid a heap of decaying scrolls in a far corner of the sealed chamber, Al-Husayn found it. A manuscript carefully wrapped in oiled cloth, protected from the worst dampness. Its cover bore a pattern, identical to the sketches in Eunice's instructions. Heart-hammering, he peeled back the cloth. Inside, pages of surprisingly durable parchment were covered in scripts that merged geometric diagrams with flowing text. Marginal notes in a secondary hand suggested commentary, possibly added by later scholars. This had to be the codex. A quick survey revealed passages on astronomical alignments, references to mathematical proofs that predated known treatises, and arcane symbols that defied immediate interpretation. One section even described medical herbs rumoured to thrive in remote regions. Husayn felt as though he were holding an entire lost epoch in his hands. Mariam, seeing his awe, asked if this was truly what they had risked so much to find. He nodded, tears brimming unbidden. The codex might reshape fields of learning, if only it could be safely transported and studied. Next came the dilemma of extraction. The codex was too precious to leave behind, but the path back was fraught with uncertainty. The sea journey, the threat of storms, and the watchful eyes of potential bandits all loomed large. Mariam proposed packing the codex in multiple layers of protective cloth and assigning it round-the-clock guards. Basim chimed in with a plan to mask their departure by spreading rumours of a fruitless search, hoping to deter opportunists. Husayn agreed, recognising that knowledge could be as dangerous a treasure as gold. With their plans set, they gathered what manuscripts they could carry, focusing on the codex and a few other promising relics. Standing at the fortress threshold, Husayn took one last reverent look at the silent corridors. He imagined the generations who might have come here seeking truth, only to vanish beneath time's shifting sands. Now he held proof that their efforts had not faded entirely. As the group stepped out into the briny dusk, he realised his journey was far from complete. The desert had tested him, and the sea had threatened him, but this triumph opened countless new doors. History was not a fixed tapestry, it was ever unfolding, waiting for those willing to traverse the unknown in search of revelation. Shirley Temple was born in Santa Monica, California, on April 23, 1928, into a family that was neither destitute nor lavishly wealthy. Her father, George Temple, worked in finance, and her mother, Gertrude, carried an almost obsessive desire to shape her daughter's destiny. The Santa Monica of that era was a fast-evolving beachside enclave, brimming with both glamorous illusions from the burgeoning film industry and the more everyday routines of middle-class families trying to navigate a mercurial economy. It was within this dual atmosphere, flickering studio lights on one side and thrifty living on the other, that Shirley Temple began her path to stardom. Even before she could walk confidently, Gertrude recognised something luminous in her daughter's presence. Shirley had a precocious way of mimicking gestures she observed in adults. This knack for imitation would define her early days, turning dance and drama lessons into more than just passing amusements. Gertrude seized every opportunity to enroll Shirley in local dance classes. Meanwhile, the child's father, though more reticent, eventually supported these pursuits, especially as he sensed that his daughter's talents might help the family rise above its mundane financial prospects. Hollywood in the early 30s offered an odd mixture of unpolished opportunity and exploitative risk. The Great Depression had shattered many Americans' hopes, yet movie studios scrambled to produce escapist fare. Child performers were especially valuable, used to deliver cuteness and innocence during a time of national hardship. Shirley, with her natural curls, though constantly fussed over by her mother, who insisted there be exactly 56 of them, and an almost hypnotic ability to project joy, fit seamlessly into this mould. She was introduced to casting agents even before she turned 4, auditioning for bit parts that sometimes entailed dancing routines with the adult actors. Initially, Shirley's family juggled skepticism and ambition. The film sets she visited were not always the polished worlds fans saw on screen. Instead, they were chaotic places, where directors yelled, lighting rigs buzzed, and many child performers discovered their so-called cute factor overshadowed any genuine acting skill. Shirley, however, proved adept at capturing adult expectations. Her seeming earnestness, paired with that bright, dimpled smile, won over producers who recognised a phenomenon in the making. By 1932, she had landed small roles in a series of shorts called Baby Burlesques, comedic sketches where toddlers were placed in decidedly adult situations. Watching them today, many find the concept jarring, but in the economic desperation of the 1930s, these short films gained traction and Shirley's star quality began to gleam. Gertrude, operating as both mother and unofficial manager, monitored every facet of Shirley's budding career. The mother's presence on set was constant, at times protective and at other times controlling. Tales circulated of Gertrude touching up Shirley's curls between takes, ensuring that not a single ringlet strayed from the image of cherubic perfection. She championed Shirley's needs, but also drove her onward in a business known for discarding child actors once they outgrew their roles. This mixture of maternal devotion and unwavering ambition became a recurring theme in Shirley's early years. Even so, Shirley's own temperament provided a counterbalance. Despite the intense schedule, she exuded genuine curiosity about her surroundings. She asked questions about how cameras worked and who was responsible for set design. In an era where children were expected to be seen but not heard, her inquisitiveness made a subtle impression on directors and stagehands alike. They realised the girl was not a living doll, but a quick-thinking child who grasped far more than she let on. By 1934, she had secured her first breakthrough roles in feature-length films, with Fox Film Corporation, soon to merge into 20th Century Fox, backing her. Shirley Temple became one of the Depression-era's most iconic faces. Her movies, such as Stand Up and Cheer and Little Miss Marker, gave audiences a dose of optimism they craved. Critics raved about her bright-eyed sincerity, and ticket sales soared. Movie theatres saw a direct correlation. The more Shirley Temple danced and sang on screen, the more Americans showed up in droves, clinging to a child's radiant energy as a beacon in otherwise bleak times. At the tender age of 6, Shirley transformed from a curious toddler learning dance steps into a genuine star, symbolising hope in a world ravaged by economic hardships. However, behind the wide-eyed innocence of her film persona, a more complex story was forming, a dance of parental ambitions, studio pressures, and her own youthful resilience. That complexity would deepen as she soared to new heights of stardom in the years to come. In 1935, Shirley Temple underwent a significant transformation when her studio recognised the potential of their petite leading lady to lead full-length features. With the country still reeling from widespread unemployment and breadlines, her films provided escapism laced with optimism. Titles like Bright Eyes and Curly Top showcased not just her cherubic face, but an uncanny knack for on-screen chemistry with adult co-stars. She became the face of Fox's silver screen offerings, out-earning many established actors. Yet behind the upbeat songs and tap dances, negotiations and business manoeuvres were at play, many of which set precedents for how future child stars would be handled. Key among these developments was the contract Shirley signed with Fox, or more accurately, the contract her parents signed on her behalf. Its details sparked discussion across Hollywood. She was guaranteed a significant weekly salary, though significant in the 1930s. Currency meant something different than it would today, plus bonuses if her pictures performed well. Fox also set aside funds for her education and well-being, though the lines often blurred between on-set tutoring and real schooling. This arrangement acknowledged her star power, yet did little to protect her from an exhausting work schedule that some might deem exploitative. During this period, directors marvelled at Shirley's focus that necessitated multiple takes for adult actors, which often concluded swiftly once Shirley achieved her marks. She had a near-photographic recall for lines and dance moves, a quality that impressed her choreographers. Equally striking was her composure under pressure. Fox executives, anxious to capitalise on her popularity, pushed for a film turnaround schedule that left little room for a typical childhood. Despite this, Shirley consistently provided the sunshine that the world craved. When an exhausted co-star once complained, "You're working this kid to death," a studio head allegedly replied, "If anything, she's staving us." It was a half-joking nod to the revenue her success generated, at a time when many studios teetered on the edge of bankruptcy. Fans of all ages idolised Shirley. Children saw her peer living a fairy tale life, while adults took solace in her plucky on-screen persona that seemed to say, better days are just around the corner. Her likeness appeared on dolls, dresses, and countless products, an early instance of celebrity merchandising that would foreshadow later Hollywood synergy. Yet popularity also had a strange side. Rumours circulated that the bright-eyed star wasn't a child at all, but a little person posing for the cameras. This bizarre conspiracy theory gained such traction overseas that the Vatican once considered investigating her age. In truth, Shirley Temple was no more than 10 at the time, rapidly growing into a global household name. Curiously, Shirley's rise paralleled shifts in the film industry itself. The production code, Hollywood's moral guidelines, tightened restrictions on on-screen content. Shirley's clean, wholesome image fit perfectly into this new environment. Gone were the edgier comedic elements from her earliest shorts. In their place emerged full-blown family-friendly musicals and romances. She sang with experienced adult crooners, sharing lines and duets that might otherwise look awkward for a child. Yet her sincerity let her glide past potential awkwardness. Audiences believed her rosy worldview, if only for the duration of a matinee. Not that it was all smooth sailing. Inside the Temple household, tensions simmered. Gertrude clashed with producers who wanted to vary Shirley's look or storyline, steadfastly defending her daughter's signature curls and sweet persona. George Temple, meanwhile, found himself overshadowed, primarily attending to financial matters, while Gertrude guided their daughter's creative direction. In a twist reminiscent of many showbiz families, the father sometimes felt sidelined, overshadowed by the formidable bond between mother and star-daughter. As Shirley approached her 10th birthday, the industry noticed that her presence at the box office wasn't just consistent, it was heroic. Some of her films overshadowed even major adult releases. The juvenile star was effectively bankrolling Fox's operations, preventing pure financial cuts that might have devastated the studio. It became a well-known quip in Hollywood circles that if you needed a guaranteed hit, you hired Shirley Temple. Yet the relentless pace hinted at challenges to come. Child actors grow, their appeal, which studios often reduce to cuteness, can dissipate. Shirley's mother, well aware of that, fought to keep her in roles that showcased her innocence, worrying that a more mature role might fracture her image. Time was against them. The actress, who had embodied the aspirations of a Depression-era audience, was approaching adolescence, and the film roles accessible to a developing teenager seldom replicated the formula that made her a box office phenomenon. The real question became, how could Shirley Temple, America's darling, transition gracefully from juvenile novelty to enduring performer? As she entered adolescence, Shirley Temple found herself at an unexpected juncture. By 1939, she was 11 years old. Though still a beloved star, the realities of puberty loomed. Her face was ever so slightly less cherubic, her limbs less stubby. Hollywood's appetite for her brand of plucky innocence began to wane. Executives, who had previously viewed her as their most valuable asset, began to feel uneasy. The frequency of scripts designed to highlight her charm was gradually decreasing. Despite these challenges, Shirley maintained her impeccable professionalism. On the set of The Bluebird 1940, she embodied a dreamlike character in a lavish fantasy production clearly meant to replicate the success of The Wizard of Oz. But audiences perceived it as a half-hearted attempt. Critics pointed out that the film felt disjointed, and box office receipts fell short. This setback marked the first real stumble in Shirley's otherwise unstoppable career. Press, which had frequently hailed her as America's sweetheart, conjectured whether her period of fame had come to an end. Gertrude Temple attempted to reposition her daughter, pushing the studio to consider more sophisticated scripts. However, Hollywood's typecasting machine proved stubborn. Producers struggled to envision the newly teenage Shirley as anything apart from an endearing child in tap shoes. Meanwhile, the adult co-stars who once enjoyed waltzing with the little scene stealer now found themselves in awkward transitions. How do you frame a storyline around a teen actress whose strengths lay in the cuddle factor? That tension spelled trouble for Shirley's future as the leading lady she had once been. The family faced another dilemma, Shirley's education. On-set tutors had sufficed for the early years, but the demands of a teenager's curriculum were more complex. At her mother's urging, Shirley enrolled in a private school when her studio schedule allowed. There, she experienced a semblance of normal adolescence, passing notes, giggling with friends, and learning that not everyone orbited her fame. This partial return to an ordinary teenage routine offered a different perspective. She began to realize that the wider world didn't revolve solely around studio budgets and box office numbers. Financially, the Temples were secure. Her earlier earnings had been prudently managed, though rumors circulated about potential mismanagement or lavish spending. For Gertrude, the real worry wasn't money but relevance. She feared the day Hollywood might deem Shirley Temple an expired product. She even toyed with the idea of forging a career in radio or travelling vaudeville acts if the film roles continued to dwindle. Shirley, on the other hand, expressed a desire to explore new interests, such as working behind the camera or even attempting to write. These notions, whispered among the family, never gained serious traction, overshadowed by the immediate challenge of stalling stardom. When the United States entered World War II, the entire entertainment industry shifted to a more patriotic agenda. Stars visited troops, performed in USO tours, and lent their faces to war bond drives. While teenage Shirley was a beloved figure, audiences' tastes leaned toward adult stars who carried an air of romantic glamour or comedic relief that spoke to wartime anxieties. The adolescent performer, suspended between child icon and adult personality, found herself in a precarious niche. She did participate in some charitable events, singing for servicemen and endorsing the war effort. Yet the studios, increasingly fixated on adult drama and musicals tailored for older stars, saw less need to centre entire pictures around her. Still, Shirley Temple's name carried enough clout to secure sporadic roles at different studios once her Fox contract ended. Notably, she signed a brief contract with MGM, culminating in a handful of features. Unfortunately, these projects never recaptured the luminous box office magic of her earlier output. The film Kathleen, 1941 for instance, garnered lukewarm reviews, with critics noting that they yearned for the sprite who had once brightened hearts during the Depression, rather than the uncertain teenager grappling with evolving tastes in entertainment. By the time she reached her mid-teens, Shirley was balancing on a tightrope, half a nostalgic emblem of a vanished era, and half a blossoming young woman searching for a place in an industry that rarely allowed for graceful transition. She herself remained outwardly composed, leaning on the well-honed discipline that had shaped her childhood. Yet behind those calm brown eyes, a more profound question arose. If Hollywood no longer needed her to be its dancing child star, who could she become? In trying to address that question, Shirley Temple would soon embark on life experiences that would transform her far beyond the realm of movie sets and scripts. The next phase of Shirley Temple's life revolved less around Hollywood stage lights and more around personal milestones. At 15, she met John Agar, a sergeant in the Army Air Corps from a socially prominent family. Their whirlwind courtship fascinated fans, who were curious to see America's one-time golden child stepping into adulthood. By 1945, just as the war concluded, Shirley married Agar, Barbaz. The media spun the wedding into a major event, splashing photos across newspapers nationwide. But if the public assumed she would settle into a conventional family life, they underestimated her capacity for reinvention. Shirley persistently ventured into the film industry, occasionally collaborating with her husband. In Fort Apache, 1948, directed by John Ford, Shirley co-starred with Agar, John Wayne, and Henry Fonda. Although the Western genre was significantly different from her previous musicals, she enjoyed the novelty. Despite her diminished star billing, she received solid reviews for her performance. The film's moderate box office success indicated that perhaps there was a viable path forward for her in Hollywood, though no longer as the marquee name. While she drew professional satisfaction from the project, her personal life was more turbulent. Agar struggled with the weight of public attention on his famous wife and faced accusations of drinking and erratic behaviour. The marriage soon began to splinter. For Shirley, the unravelling marriage signalled a broader dissatisfaction. She could sense that the film industry still saw her through a lens of childhood nostalgia, making it difficult to secure roles that challenged her. Meanwhile, her real-life responsibilities now included motherhood. She gave birth to a daughter, Linda Susan, in 1948. Balancing the duties of parenthood with diminishing but still potent demands of a movie career proved complex. She found some roles, but mostly smaller parts in B-movies or ensemble casts. A handful of these roles allowed her to play more mature characters, yet none sparked a significant comeback. By 1950, her marriage to Agar had reached a breaking point, culminating in a high-profile divorce that tabloid newspapers giddily dissected. The same fans who once showered her with unconditional adoration read about the messy details of her domestic strife. This jarring exposure taught Shirley an uncomfortable lesson about public life. Once you step out of the child star bubble, the press can turn your personal trials into sensational fodder. Nevertheless, she remained composed, determined to maintain dignity for her daughter's sake. A new chapter beckoned when she crossed paths with Charles Alden Black, a Navy intelligence officer from a well-connected California family. Their first meeting, ironically, involved neither film nor fanfare, just two individuals sharing conversation at a dinner party. Black claimed he had never seen a single Shirley Temple movie, which she found refreshing. Their relationship blossomed quickly, partly because Shirley found an anchor in Charles's unpretentious yet cultivated manner. They wed in December 1950, a union markedly different from her first. Charles's devotion offered a calm refuge from the swirling storms of the entertainment industry. Suddenly, the idea of continuing a somewhat aimless pursuit of second-tier film roles lost its allure. Facing the reality that her Hollywood career was winding down, Shirley made a bold decision in 1950. She retired from the silver screen at the age of 22. It was a startling move for someone whose name still held nostalgic weight among a wide swath of moviegoers. Yet she had reached a point where the roles available failed to match her aspirations. Instead of clinging to a diluted version of her earlier stardom, she chose to explore new frontiers. She also recognised that the intense work she'd endured since toddlerhood had left little room for ordinary experiences. Eager to cultivate a more grounded lifestyle, she embraced family life with Charles Black in the San Francisco Bay Area. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, she briefly returned to show business with the television series Shirley Temple's Storybook. The show reimagined fairy tales and children's classics, allowing her to explore a producing and hosting role rather than front and centre acting. Fans appreciated the chance to see her again, no longer a child star but a poised, articulate adult. This step back into the public eye felt more on her terms, without the constraints of a studio system dictating her every move. Though the glow of her child stardom lingered in the cultural memory, Shirley Temple Black, as she began calling herself, was discovering broader horizons. Her youth had exposed her to the highs and lows of American celebrity culture. Now she looked at life with a fresh perspective, realising that her journey might shift away from film entirely. What emerged next would surprise many. A pivot from Hollywood starlet to public servant and diplomat, roles that would define her final decades in ways few observers could have predicted. While many child stars vanish into obscurity or cling to their past fame, Shirley Temple charted a course that combined her innate poise with a newfound dedication to civic engagement. Throughout the 1960s, she and Charles Black settled into a relatively private existence in the Bay Area. She embraced community work, volunteering for charitable organisations and quietly building relationships with local politicians. Though she rarely sought publicity for these efforts, her ability to connect with people, honed from early stardom, proved a valuable asset. A pivotal moment came in 1967, when she declared her candidacy for Congress in a special election to fill a vacant seat. Running as a Republican in California's 11th congressional district, Shirley Temple Black surprised political insiders with her articulate presence on the campaign trail. She emphasized issues such as urban development, educational reform, and tackling crime, reflecting the moderate Republican stances of the era. Reporters who covered her campaign quickly discovered that she was no lightweight. While her name recognition initially drew curiosity, her policy discussions resonated with a portion of the electorate. She did not prevail in the primary, finishing second, but she garnered a respectful share of votes. The campaign underscored her serious interest in governance and laid the foundation for future opportunities. A year later, life took an abrupt turn when Shirley was diagnosed with breast cancer. She underwent a mastectomy in 1972, an experience she chose not to hide from the public. Instead, she made a bold move by holding a press conference to discuss her procedure, one of the first high-profile women to speak openly about battling breast cancer. This frankness challenged taboos and spurred an outpouring of support from women across America. Her candour helped destigmatize a condition many had treated as shameful or exclusively private. Over time, her advocacy would shape public perceptions of cancer treatment, prompting more open dialogue and encouraging countless women to seek checkups and information. Meanwhile, her political aspirations remained alive. President Richard Nixon, impressed by her public service ethos and calm demeanour, appointed her to represent the United States at the 24th United Nations General Assembly in 1969. During her time at the UN, Shirley Temple Black focused on issues like environmental protection and the rights of children, topics that echoed her personal passions. Colleagues noted her capacity to negotiate diplomatically and her genuine interest in bridging cultural divides. This appointment, though short-lived, showcased her ability to navigate high-stakes international settings, blending the charm of her Hollywood pedigree with substantive policy engagement. President Gerald Ford named Shirley Temple Black the United States Ambassador to Ghana in 1974 as a result of her success. Ambassadorship was not a ceremonial position. Ghana had undergone political upheaval and was strategically significant in West Africa. As ambassador, she navigated US interests, promoting trade, supporting development, and working to maintain stable diplomatic relations in a region still adjusting to post-colonial realities. Her presence in Accra signalled that Washington took Ghana seriously, and Ghanaians received her warmly, sometimes referencing her iconic childhood films. She responded by emphasising shared cultural ties, hosting local artists at embassy events, and travelling beyond the capital to better understand the country's complexities. Her steady performance in Ghana earned her another diplomatic assignment, this time as the first female chief of protocol under President Ford. She managed high-level ceremonies, greeted visiting heads of state, and guided official delegations. Although the role was largely ceremonial, she approached it with the thoroughness that had defined her entire career, keeping track of protocols and cultural nuances, and forging personal bonds with international leaders became second nature. The highlight of her diplomatic career, however, arrived in 1989, when President George H.W. Bush appointed her ambassador to Czechoslovakia. The Cold War was on the verge of a dramatic thaw, and her posting to Prague placed her at the heart of historic change. As communism began to crumble across Eastern Europe, Shirley Temple Black found herself witnessing the Velvet Revolution, the peaceful upheaval that ousted the communist regime. She consulted dissidents, shared perspectives with other Western diplomats, and skillfully represented US interests without overshadowing the Czech people's pursuit of democracy. Once again, she relied on a blend of empathy and pragmatism, traits that had served her well since her early years on a Hollywood set. By the close of the 1980s, Shirley Temple Black stood as a testament to reinvention. From a child star who lit up Depression-era screens to a diplomatic figure forging connections in far-flung parts of the world, she demonstrated that stardom need not confine a person to a single storyline. Rather, it could be a launching pad for broader contributions that transcended the realm of entertainment, impacting global politics and societal attitudes alike. The late 1980s and early 1990s in Czechoslovakia were a swirl of political transformations, and Shirley Temple Black was squarely in the thick of it. Serving as ambassador at a time when the nation's hopes for post-communist democracy were at their zenith, she found herself forging friendships with figures like Václav Havel, the playwright-turned-president, who led the Velvet Revolution. Diplomats often rely on tact and formality to navigate tense transitions, but Shirley's life experience, her capacity to read a room, to empathise and to adapt, proved equally pivotal. She struck an approachable balance between an official stance and genuine curiosity about everyday Czech life. Citizens who recognised her, from old Hollywood lore, marvelled at how this former child star had become a calm presence amidst their country's defining historical moment. Her schedule brimmed with diplomatic engagements, addressing economic reforms, promoting trade opportunities, and facilitating cultural exchanges. She also took time to visit schools and orphanages, echoing a child-centred compassion that had first won her the public's heart decades earlier. More than once, local media cameras captured her hugging children, an image that symbolised a connection transcending politics. For her staff, it was standard to see school groups flock to the US Embassy, where the ambassador would greet them personally. She saw in those students the same spark that, years before, propelled her own improbable journey. In the midst of these responsibilities, she also wrestled with the complexities of representing a superpower. While US officials championed market liberalisation, the Czech populace harboured diverse views on how rapidly to embrace Western economic models. Shirley sought to present America's stance in a measured way, advocating for cooperation rather than imposing directives. This nuance endeared her to local politicians, who appreciated that she was not just delivering lectures, but engaging in genuine dialogue. Observers credited her with amplifying America's soft power in the region, using her personal warmth as an informal diplomatic tool. Outside her official role, she relished exploring Prague's architecture, concert halls and cafes. The city, with its Gothic spires and centuries-old cobblestone streets, fascinated her. She told friends that wandering around the old town felt like stepping onto a meticulously designed film set, except it was real history etched into every stone. Occasionally, she and her husband Charles hosted small gatherings at the embassy residence, inviting Czech artists and intellectuals alongside visiting American officials. These soirees, bridging cultural gaps with music and conversation, mirrored a style of diplomacy that aligned with her persona, blending formality with the personal touch. By 1992, the world was changing again. Czechoslovakia split peacefully into the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Shirley Temple Black's time as ambassador wrapped up, and while the region's politics continued evolving, she left behind a legacy of empathy-driven diplomacy. Stepping away from her official duties, she returned stateside with a sense that her life's second act had equalled the first in terms of impact, even if fewer paparazzi cameras trailed her every move. Retirement from formal diplomacy did not entail retreating into quiet anonymity. She took on roles with corporate boards, notably with companies where her expertise in international relations and public communication offered value. Though her Hollywood name still commanded attention, she leveraged it selectively, more inclined to champion charitable causes than to cash in on old fame. Among her philanthropic interests, cancer research remained a focal point. She continued to advocate publicly for early detection, recalling her battle with breast cancer. Each time she spoke at fundraisers or medical conferences, attendees saw not a fragile survivor, but a resolute voice urging progress. Those who encountered her socially in these later years describe a woman both gracious and candid. She was not one to dwell on her childhood stardom unless prompted. Indeed, many who knew her as an ambassador or a board member noted they often forgot she had once been the biggest child star on Earth. She was simply Shirley, a thoughtful colleague who asked incisive questions and brought a wealth of worldly experience to any conversation. If pressed about her Hollywood days, she might offer a light anecdote, perhaps about dancing with Bill Bojangles Robinson, but she rarely glorified the spectacle. Instead, she framed it as a valuable but distant chapter in a life driven by personal growth. As she moved into her 70s, Shirley Temple Black observed with equal measures of pride and humility the enduring affection so many still held for her. Around the globe, older fans recalled her films as a joyful beacon amid Depression hardships, while younger generations discovered them on home video. It was a testament not just to her on-screen persona, but also to the universal appeal of sincere optimism. Yet for Shirley herself, the highlight reel comprised more than movie clips. It was her service to her country, her forging of diplomatic pathways in fraught times, and her unwavering ability to adapt that truly defined her adult identity. Reflecting on Shirley Temple's life is like perusing a panoramic album of 20th century America, spanning an era of economic turmoil, world war, cultural upheaval, and global realignment. She departed the world on February 10th, 2014, at age 85, leaving behind a legacy that defied simple categorization. Most headlines upon her passing remembered her as the dimpled darling who danced on staircase railings in black and white musicals. Yet, to view her exclusively through that nostalgic lens is to overlook the deeper arc of her journey. Her funeral, held privately, revealed the quiet dignity she had long preferred. Friends and family spoke of a person whose warm spirit extended far beyond the camera. Tributes poured in from around the globe, movie fans recalling her as a childhood idol, diplomats and politicians lauding her statesmanship, and cancer survivors thanking her for raising awareness when few others did. It was a moment when a star's mythos converged with the reality of a life well lived. In subsequent years, retrospectives have examined the nuances that made Shirley Temple so enduring. Scholars of film history point out her unusual role in bridging adult and child audiences during the Depression. Her presence was never merely cute. She delivered genuine performances that resonated with viewers longing for hope. Contemporary debates also scrutinized the exploitative elements of Hollywood during the 1930s and their incorporation of child performers into adult-driven stories. Shirley was no exception. The baby burlesques short films of her earliest career remain a stark reminder of how children were sometimes positioned in questionable scenarios. Yet she transcended that environment, emerging as a figure who, by her fortitude and mother's fierce oversight, navigated the system without losing her essential spark. Her personal evolution underscores an important lesson, that fame, especially at a young age, need not define one's entire existence. While many child stars collapse under the weight of early celebrity, Shirley Temple channeled it into fresh pursuits. Whether campaigning for a congressional seat in California or speaking openly about her breast cancer surgery, she tackled each phase with authenticity. She displayed a consistent willingness to meet challenges head-on, an attribute that stands in contrast to the perceived innocence of her childhood film roles. Perhaps it was that original wellspring of discipline, memorizing lines, perfecting dance routines, that carried over into her adult life, enabling her to approach any hurdle with equal resolve. Moreover, her diplomatic service remains one of the more surprising chapters of her story. Stepping into the role of ambassador in two distinct contexts, Ghana and Czechoslovakia, reflected an adaptability rarely seen in showbiz alumni. While some saw her as merely a ceremonial figure, she quickly demonstrated that star quality could harmonise with serious policy work. By advocating for environmental issues at the UN, fostering cultural exchanges in Ghana, and navigating the complexities of a post-communist Czech landscape, she expanded the definition of how a public figure can serve national interests. Tenure in Prague during the Velvet Revolution coincided with a seismic shift in global politics, a pivotal moment that fundamentally reshaped Europe. That vantage point alone placed her in the orbit of towering figures like Havel, forever linking her name to a monumental historical pivot, even as critics debate the merits of her earliest films or the complexity of her mother's role in orchestrating her stardom. Shirley Temple's narrative remains awe-inspiring for its breadth. The child who once sparred with co-stars twice her height became an adult who regularly engaged with world leaders. In the same lifetime, she delighted Depression-era cinema audiences, and then, half a century later, watched democracy break ground in Eastern Europe. That range of experiences underscores a singular life that mirrored the transformations of a century. Today, her iconic cherub face continues to adorn vintage movie posters and DVD covers. Young dancers still attempt to replicate her signature tap routines. Parents introduce her black and white musicals to new generations. Yet parallel to that cultural imprint stands the lesser, celebrated but equally significant tale of an American who chose to redirect celebrity into public service, forging a second legacy as an advocate and diplomat. In so doing, Shirley Temple Black left us a message about resilience, that even the brightest, most ephemeral childhood glow can evolve into something more expansive, guiding not just a film studio's fortunes, but international dialogues and philanthropic causes as well. And in the end, perhaps that quiet metamorphosis is her most enduring, if underappreciated, achievement. Morpheus rarely stands in the spotlight when people discuss Greek mythology, overshadowed by the grand Olympians who wield thunder and seas in their command. Yet, in ancient stories whispered around flickering lamps, Morpheus played a pivotal role in bridging mortals and gods through the subtle realm of sleep. He was neither a warrior nor a master of loud proclamations. Instead, he chose the gentle approach, weaving illusions, shaping dream landscapes, and occasionally planting cryptic messages that could alter the course of entire kingdoms. To understand Morpheus, one must first step back and recognise how the Greeks viewed the pantheon. They revered sky gods, underworld deities, nymphs of the forests and rivers, and lesser-known creatures who existed in the half-light of mortal awareness. Morpheus belonged to this latter category, operating in spaces easily overlooked by the mortal eyes. Where lightning bolts lit up the cosmos, Morpheus lit up the inner mind. His was the quiet magic of unspoken revelations. He was typically described as the son of Hypnos, the personification of sleep, whose children were called the Oniroi, or dreams. Yet Morpheus stood out even among his siblings. He had a unique talent, the ability to shift shapes and appear to dreamers in whatever form best conveyed the gods' messages. Some tales characterized him as an ethereal being, pale, silent, and drifting through moonlit corridors, while others claimed he was a shapeshifter who took on human guises so convincingly that dreamers seldom realized they were asleep. In either depiction, he was seldom menacing. There was no need to frighten mortals into submission. A carefully placed dream could do more to guide or warn than thunderous commands from on high. Morpheus occupied a pivotal position at the intersection of cosmic power and human fragility. Since ancient times, people have wrestled with the enigma of dreams. Are they mere figments of one's imagination? Or do they carry coded messages from beyond mortal perception? The Greeks, with their flair for blending superstition and storytelling, believed that certain dreams could indeed foretell the future or reveal divine will. For such dreams to occur, though, there had to be an intermediary, someone who shaped the dream into a symbolic narrative. Morpheus stepped into that role with an artistry that rivaled the muses themselves. He was not a mere messenger. The deeper mythic threads paint him as a curator of experience, someone who wove together a dream's characters, locations, and moods. He chose which relatives you might see, which long-lost lovers reappeared to stir your soul, which undiscovered realms you'd traverse. If the gods wanted a king to spare a village or redirect an army, Morpheus could craft a night vision so convincing that the recipient woke up resolute in a new plan. When the pantheon wanted to remain secret, Morpheus could deliver an enigma, a riddle wrapped in dream logic that only the clever or desperate would decipher. Yet for all this influence, Morpheus is largely absent from the boisterous epics of Homer or the grand tragedies performed in Athens. You won't find him leaping into battlefield scenes or presiding over mead-soaked banquets on Mount Olympus. His domain lay in the stillness of late-night darkness, unnoticed by the wide awake. No chorus sang loud odes to him, but behind the scenes, he shaped destinies as surely as any decree from Zeus. That subtlety attracted a certain reverence among those who paid attention. Mystics, seers, and even oracles at Delphi sometimes acknowledged him as a hidden ally. They believed that whereas Apollo declared truths in broad daylight, Morpheus gently revealed them under the cloak of sleep. These characteristics made him neither a rival nor a subordinate, but rather another facet of divine revelation. To them, Morpheus represented the possibility that truth need not be shouted from temple steps. It could be softly breathed into the deepest recesses of human consciousness. In later centuries, references to Morpheus drifted into Roman thought, courtesy of the poet Ovid, who famously described him as the most gifted of the dream-bringers. He was singled out for his ability to mimic any mortal form. This skill, so modest on the surface, hints at the potent capacity to influence not just thoughts, but emotions, a subtlety that immortals rarely mastered. Thus begins the history of Morpheus, a quiet god, half forgotten in popular retellings, but deeply felt whenever dreams unfold. He represents the art of subtle persuasion and the comfort of illusions, a figure whose real power emerges when eyes close and the ordinary senses drift into shadow. To appreciate Morpheus fully, we must understand the lineage that placed him at the nexus of sleep and dreams. In the primordial chaos of Greek mythology, enormous powers battled for supremacy, shaping the universe as they saw fit. Among these entities was Nyx, the personification of night, whose dark cloak stretched across creation. From her came Hypnos, the embodiment of sleep. While Nyx enveloped the world in darkness, Hypnos guided all living things to rest. For a mortal, sleep represented a nightly surrender, an act of trust in forces beyond conscious control. Hypnos dwelled in a silent abode rumoured to be near the shores of the river Lethe in the underworld. The stories describe it as a landscape untouched by sun or moon, draped in eternal twilight, with only the hush of the distant waters echoing through the halls. Within this realm, Hypnos presided over the Oneiroi, a whole family of dream spirits who ventured out each night through a pair of gates, one made of horn, the other of ivory, to bring dreams to mortals. The horn gate delivered true visions, while the ivory gate offered deceptive dreams. This distinction underscored the Greeks' conviction that not all dreams were created equal. Among these Oneiroi, Morpheus stood apart. His name itself conveyed a sense of shaping or forming, as if he acted as a skilled craftsman, meticulously shaping dreams. Some of his siblings, like Ixlus or Phobator and Phantasos, were in charge of different types of dreams. For example, Icelus was in charge of nightmares involving animals or monsters changing into other forms, and Phantasos could bring inanimate objects and natural elements. Morpheus alone possessed the gift to appear as any human figure, which made him invaluable whenever the gods needed to send a personalised message. He understood the nuances of human emotion, how to bring forth a familiar face to disarm a dreamer, or how to stage a scene that resonated with unspoken fears and desires. Morpheus's relationship with Hypnos was not one of mere subordination. While Hypnos embodied the abstract power of slumber, Morpheus took that raw potential and shaped it into narrative. Father and son thus formed a partnership of calm and creativity. Hypnos paved the path to unconsciousness, while Morpheus populated it with meaning. In a sense, they mirrored the idea that rest could be either empty or transformative. Under Hypnos, the mortal body relaxed. Through Morpheus, the mind roamed landscapes both familiar and surreal. It was said that Morpheus could slip past the notice of the Olympians themselves. In a realm dominated by displays of might, Poseidon's raging seas, Zeus's thunderbolts, Morpheus's power lay in subtlety. Gods might proclaim grand destinies to seers, but Morpheus brought his brand of prophecy, one couched in symbolism and open to interpretation. Any shift in a dream's plot, any cameo by a lost loved one, could spin fate in unforeseen ways. This quiet potential set him apart from other deities known for direct, sometimes violent intervention. In certain esoteric traditions, priests would leave offerings to Hypnos and the Oniroi when interpreting dreams. Incubation rites took place in dedicated temples, where devotees slept overnight in hopes of receiving a cure or a prophecy from the gods. Morpheus played a starring role in these nighttime visions, sculpting experiences that might heal, warn, or guide, though rarely given the spotlight in epic poetry. His presence was keenly felt by those who sought divine interaction without the spectacle of oracles or the hustle of public ceremonies. Over time, as Greek culture spread and mingled with other civilizations, the concept of Morpheus evolved. In some local myths, he was depicted less as a subordinate to Hypnos, and more as an independent god of illusions, free to intervene or withhold as he saw fit. His fluid boundaries gave him a certain mystique. Mortals who believed in him imagined that their late-night revelations weren't random flickers of the psyche, but carefully tailored messages from a divine guide. Of course, skepticism existed even in ancient times. Not everyone believed in the significance of dreams. Philosophers like Aristotle treated dreams largely as mental byproducts of daily activities. Others dismissed them as illusions that lured people away from rational thought. But for those who embraced the mysterious, Morpheus was a comforting figure, a deity who shaped intangible narratives, either as gentle warnings or sources of unexpected inspiration. In this way, the lineage of Morpheus, the quiet synergy of night, sleep, and dreams, symbolized the Greeks' deep fascination with the unseen dimensions of life. Within the hushed intervals of slumber, it was Morpheus who held the keys to imagination, bridging mortal concerns and divine intentions through a world woven from ephemeral shadows. Unlike gods who clamoured for shrines, Morpheus often arrived uninvited, slipping into mortal minds without ceremony. But references to him do emerge if one sifts through fragmentary texts, second-hand accounts, and the poetic flourishes of authors who found meaning in the dream realm. Among these, the Roman poet Ovid left one of the most detailed portrayals, cementing Morpheus's image as a master shapeshifter. Though Ovid wrote in Latin centuries after Homer, his verses revealed a fascination with the intangible realms of dream, further interweaving Roman and Greek perspectives. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, Morpheus is one of three brothers, each responsible for different aspects of dreaming. But Morpheus receives pride of place as the one who can mimic human forms. When the gods, especially the goddess Iris, needed to slip a message into a mortal's mind, Morpheus would be summoned. He would take on the likeness of a friend, a family member, or a beloved mentor. The subtlety of his craft was its force. He achieved through gentle suggestion what thunderbolts could not. Mortals, awaking from these dreams, often felt compelled to act with a conviction that reason alone rarely mustered. Yet behind this skill lay an irony. Morpheus himself appeared in a few face-to-face encounters with mortals. A shapeshifter by profession, he did not sport a signature visage in the stories. He might show up as an old shepherd or a radiant youth, whichever best carried the god's intent. This anonymity magnified his mystique. Though recognized as a deity, he was simultaneously anyone and no one. Averse to dramatics, Morpheus seemed content to remain overshadowed by more flamboyant gods. Perhaps he recognized that anonymity was power. No one begged him for favours. No armies prayed for his intervention, and no temples were built where worshippers might harangue him with pleas. He did his work quietly and receded into slumber's twilight. That is not to say he lacked humour or emotion. In a few lesser-known stories, bards allude to Morpheus toying with dreamers, weaving in playful illusions. A tired traveller might dream of a lavish banquet only to wake up starving, cursing the false feast. A spurned lover might dream of reconciliation, only to awaken to the sting of reality. Occasionally, these illusions serve to teach lessons, moral messages about humility or gratitude, though they also reveal Morpheus's capacity for whimsy. Even gods, it seems, can entertain themselves with mortal foibles. His domain extended beyond mere illusions, however. Morpheus was said to have some sway over memory, a trait inherited through his lineage from Lethe's waters. While not as comprehensive as Mnemosyne, the titaness of memory, he could stir recollections long buried, bringing past joys or sorrows back into sharp focus during dreams. This occasional stirring of old memories sometimes acted as a catalyst for mortal decisions. A warrior might remember a childhood promise and thus abandon the battlefield, or a grieving mother might recall the face of her lost child, finding solace or renewed determination upon waking. Crucial to Morpheus's influence was the fact that mortals rarely recognized his presence. They might blame the strangeness of dreams on a bad meal, or consider it a fleeting mood. Few realized that a divine hand had crafted the scenarios unfolding behind their eyelids. Those who did suspect a supernatural cause usually assumed it was a broad gesture from some Olympian, not the specialized artistry of a lesser-known deity. This was Morpheus's hallmark, to shape fates without demanding recognition. In certain Orphic traditions, the mention of Morpheus is accompanied by rituals intended to court beneficial dreams. People might write prayers or incantations, hoping for a vision that clarified a dilemma or revealed hidden truths. These rites were more private than the grand festivals for Demeter or Dionysus. They involved quiet petitions, often performed at bedside altars. A cup of warm drink, a simple token left under a pillow, or an inscription repeated before sleep might invite his favour. If results came, they were ephemeral, a dream that might fade by dawn, leaving behind only an inarticulate sense of guidance. Gradually, as Greek culture gave way to Roman rule, Morpheus's name and role adapted. The Romans had their pantheon, but they also absorbed Greek deities, translating them into Latin forms or merging them with local gods. Morpheus found a place in this cultural tapestry, aided by Ovid's literary gifts. His shapeshifting grew into an enduring metaphor for the power of dreams to challenge the status quo, to give mortal minds a glimpse of possibilities otherwise unreachable. That notion that something intangible could spark real-world change proved resilient. Even after temples crumbled and pantheons lost their worshippers, the idea lingered, quietly echoing whenever humans closed their eyes and wandered into the land of sleep. Beyond myths and poetry, Morpheus's influence took on tangible form in the dream-centric rites practiced in scattered regions of the ancient Mediterranean. Temple incubations, particularly those dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing, are well documented. Supplicants slept in sanctuaries to receive curative or prophetic dreams. Though the official cult credited Asclepius with these visions, undercurrents of belief suggested that Morpheus or one of his siblings sculpted the dream imagery. In many accounts, dreamers would see Asclepius himself performing a healing act, but behind that divine mask might lurk Morpheus's handiwork, ensuring the dream resonated with the pilgrim's personal needs. Yet this indirect worship was as far as it went for Morpheus. No major city erected a grand temple in his honour. His name does not appear on long lists of civic gods who protected armies or oversaw commerce. In a culture that often prized the dramatic, victorious battles, epic voyages, monstrous confrontations, Morpheus's domain seemed too nebulous for large-scale devotion. Dreams were deeply personal, fleeting experiences not easily shaped into public festivals. This subtle presence, however, lent Morpheus a curious universality. He was accessible to everyone, king or peasant, without the need for elaborate ceremonies. A fisherman dozing by the shore might receive a warning dream about an approaching storm, courtesy of Morpheus. A farmer's child might glimpse a future bride in a fleeting reverie. Although such visions were unpredictable, they reflected a certain democratic aspect of his power. No mortal was too lowly or too exalted to receive a nighttime visitation. Philosophical schools took varied stances on dream deities. The Stoics viewed dreams with skepticism unless they aligned with virtue or reason. The Epicureans dismissed them as mental residue with no supernatural origin. Yet others, including certain Platonists, entertained the possibility that divine agencies influenced the soul during its nocturnal wanderings. Morpheus occupied a liminal space in these debates, neither firmly asserted nor fully denied. The complexity of dream experiences made them resistant to strict categorization, mirroring Morpheus's inherent elusiveness. In the everyday lives of ancient Greeks and Romans, dream interpretation became a small-scale industry. Travelling dream interpreters or local wise women offered readings, attributing cryptic images to messages from gods. Manuals like the Onera Critica by Artemidorus served as compendiums of symbolic meanings. A dream about a serpent might portend betrayal or healing, depending on context. While Morpheus himself rarely got explicit credit, these interpretive practices implicitly acknowledged a shaping force behind dreams. It was possible to feel the subtle touch of a divine hand in every strange or enlightening vision. Meanwhile, dramatists occasionally hinted at Morpheus's presence on stage. In certain tragedies or comedies, characters received revelatory dreams that set the plot in motion. Although playwrights typically invoked the major gods, Zeus, Athena, Apollo, some lines implied that it was a shapeless whisper of the night that delivered the dream. Audiences familiar with mythic lore would quietly attribute that role to Morpheus, even if the script avoided naming him outright. This indirect cameo suited his nature, a cameo in illusions rather than a direct spotlight role. As Roman influence peaked and Greek city-states became provinces within an empire, religious practices evolved. The cults of Isis, Mithras, and other deities from Egypt and Persia began to spread. Mystery religions thrived, promising spiritual experiences that mainstream rites did not provide. In these clandestine settings, where initiates sought personal transformation and glimpses of the afterlife, dreams were valued as a means of direct communication with the divine. Morpheus, though not explicitly worshipped, found renewed significance as a silent collaborator. Participants believed that their revelations during ritual-induced trance or sleep could unveil cosmic secrets, and who better than the gentle craftsman of dreams to facilitate those glimpses? Despite these evolving cultural currents, Morpheus kept his low profile. He neither clashed with up-and-coming deities nor demanded new reverence. Like a cameo actor in an ever-changing theatre, he adapted to shifting religious landscapes by maintaining the same core function. He shaped nightly illusions, passing along whatever message the dreamer needed, whether it was solace, instruction, or warning. Thus, while other gods experienced dramatic transformations or assimilation into new pantheons, Morpheus's essence stayed remarkably stable. His anonymity shielded him from the fortunes and misfortunes that befell gods tied to political power or public devotion. Through countless conquests, cultural fusions, and doctrinal shifts, he remained that discreet presence behind the eyes of sleeping mortals. He needed no marble statue or sacrificial altar, for his temple was the quiet domain of the human mind, a refuge where illusions danced, and destinies could be nudged without the constraints of daylight logic. As the classical world gave way to the Hellenistic era, and then to Roman dominion, Morpheus's relevance persisted in subtler, more eclectic forms. Scholarship in the city of Alexandria produced treatises on the dream interpretation that blended Greek, Egyptian, and even Jewish thought. Hermetic texts invoked the interplay of cosmic forces, sometimes alluding to lesser gods of vision and illusion. While these references seldom name Morpheus directly, they revealed a growing intrigue with the mystical dimensions of sleep. The more people tried to decode their dreams, the more they acknowledged a guiding power behind them. During this period, philosophers like Plotinus delved into the nature of consciousness. They wrestled with questions about the soul's movements during sleep. If the soul journeyed outward or inward, while the body rested, might it encounter spiritual beings or glean higher truths? Such speculation wasn't mainstream, but it held appeal for seekers disillusioned with state-sanctioned cults. Morpheus, while rarely cited, remained the unspoken craftsman of these interior voyages, the silent engineer behind whatever glimpses the soul might catch of a grander cosmic design. Meanwhile, poets, freed from the strict heroic codes of earlier ages, experimented more boldly with dreamscapes. They penned verses where protagonists navigated labyrinthine illusions or encountered fleeting apparitions, offering cryptic guidance. Although literary critics might argue these poems reflected psychological depth rather than divine action, to many readers the boundary was immaterial. Dreams were that liminal zone where mortal thoughts intertwined with supernatural influence. Morpheus, shapeless though he was, presided over that zone like an unacknowledged stage director. In everyday Roman society, too, the role of dreams took intriguing turns. Emperors occasionally claimed that certain expansions or decrees were inspired by divine apparitions at night. Augustus himself, recognized for his strategic cunning, was rumoured to pay attention to auspicious or ominous dreams, though officially, he credited major gods like Apollo. Citizens, hearing such stories, might privately wonder if a lesser-known deity like Morpheus had orchestrated these nocturnal briefings. After all, if the god of dreams could sway the mightiest ruler in the world, it underscored his quiet potency. As Christianity began to spread across the empire, attitudes toward pagan deities shifted. Bishops denounced the worship of multiple gods as idolatry, and an ascendant monotheism strove to replace the old pantheon. In this environment, minor figures like Morpheus faded from official discourse. Yet the phenomenon of dream visitation did not vanish. Biblical narratives contained their own dream sequences, Joseph interpreting Pharaoh's dreams, the Magi warned in a dream about King Herod. Early Christians recognized that significant messages could be delivered during slumber, though they attributed such interventions to angels or the one god. Morpheus, if mentioned at all, became a quaint relic of pagan folklore. However, among rural populations and within certain esoteric sects, older beliefs persisted in fragments. People might still light a candle and utter a small prayer before bedtime, not necessarily to Morpheus by name, but to the notion of a gentle force that shaped dreams. In personal diaries or in hushed family traditions, references lingered, testaments to how deeply ingrained the idea of a dream-shaping presence was. Over time, Christian mystics sometimes wrote about heavenly illusions or spiritual revelations received in dreams. Though they did not call Morpheus by name, the conceptual overlap was clear, a benevolent entity bridging the gap between mortal minds and higher powers, all while the world lay in darkness. During the waning days of the Roman Empire, barbarian invasions, economic turmoil and social upheaval threw daily life into chaos. Dreams, as always, offered either an escape or an omen. Morpheus might appear in scattered references, half remembered in local folklore or embedded in spells within the syncretic practice of magic. These spells, scribbled on papyrus or scratched into lead tablets, sought to harness dream power for love, revenge or knowledge. In some, the incantation invoked a shape-shifting figure of night, a shadowy being able to emulate any human form. The text might use Greek or Latin synonyms, never explicitly stating Morpheus, but the lineage was clear to those who knew their myths. By the time the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century CE, the tapestry of old gods had unravelled in public life. Grand temples stood empty, their rituals undone, yet the intangible realm of dreams persisted as a private frontier. Morpheus, whether recognised by name or not, retained his function. As centuries slipped by, he would shape-shift again, receding deeper into cultural memory. In occasional manuscripts or monastic texts, he survived as literary reference, an allegory for illusions or hidden messages that surface when reason dims. The twilight of antiquity thus set the stage for a Middle Ages in which classical gods receded but never vanished entirely. Like seeds buried under layers of history, their legacies lay dormant, waiting to surface when imagination or scholarly curiosity revived them. For Morpheus, all it required was for people to dream, a condition unlikely ever to fade. Explicit references to Morpheus become rare in medieval Europe. The academic class largely occupied itself with textual analysis and theological treatises as Latin Christendom shaped the intellectual and spiritual terrain. If at all mentioned, dreams were explained as the result of divine or demonic powers. Still, the classical corpus never vanished entirely. Though sometimes covertly, copies of Ovid's Metamorphoses were distributed in monasteries due to the church's conflicted view of pagan literature. Morpheus stayed a weird footnote in these books, a name a conscientious monk or a curious researcher would come upon and question. The handful who did study Ovid or other classical texts came onto someone who resisted simple moral classification. Neither was Morpheus a demon, nor did he fit Christian angelology exactly. Instead, he was a crafter of visions, free from ideas of sin or virtue. Sometimes this ambiguity inspired creative interpretations, particularly in the undercurrents of medieval allegory. Some writers suggested that Morpheus might be used to represent the illusions of the world, his form shifting a metaphor for the ephemeral character of worldly concerns. Still, these readings were occult rather than conventional. Greek philosophy was kept alive and developed in the Islamic world, meanwhile. Dream interpretation flourished in that field, thanks in part to customs derived from the hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad, but references to Morpheus, especially, were few. Still, the idea of a shaping dream creature echoed in mystical Sufi teachings, in which glimpses in sleep may transmit spiritual truths. Although the name Morpheus did not travel much in these writings, the agent who creates significant illusions stayed universal. Europe became quite interested in classical antiquity by the Renaissance. A fresh wave of humanism pushed the study of pagan literature. Scholars rediscovered old manuscripts. Artists found inspiration in Greek and Roman mythology. Morpheus revived in this environment. Poets started referring to him more freely, entwining him into allegorical tales about time, knowledge, and love, though their images differed, since the ancients never offered a consistent iconography. Painters occasionally portrayed him as a winged young man or as a delicate presence hanging over a slumbering person. Beyond intellectual and creative circles, Christianity and local mythology concerning dreams nevertheless affected the public imagination. Common people could talk of night hags or guardian angels, entities visited during sleep, but not so much of an ancient Greek dream maker. But at the courts of Europe, where educated courtiers flaunted their classical knowledge, a reference to Morpheus marked the speaker as well-versed in old stories, a sophisticated illusion. Sometimes masquerading writers of masques and pageaux personified dreams, calling them Morpheus for a little vintage flair. The printing press helped these illusions to proliferate more quickly. Ovid's translations into common languages brought the clever dream shaper a larger audience. Renaissance writers who loved stacking their works with antique themes grew to favour Morpheus. He represented to them the magical ability of illusions, the tempting attraction of imagination, capable of surpassing the physical world. Trusting the audience's increasing awareness with mythic connections, Shakespeare's contemporaries would call for Morpheus in stage directions or comic asides. Morpheus's nature stayed fluid even with this increasing attention. Unlike Jupiter or Venus, who had well-documented personalities and cults, Morpheus was defined essentially by function. This provided writers of plays and poetry freedom. One author would label him an aloof trickster, while another might write him as a kind mentor. Some works confused him with the whole idea of the dream world and attributed any nighttime vision to the arms of Morpheus. At least among the educated classes, this word even seeped into common parlance, a beautiful way to explain falling asleep and a monument to how completely the god of dreams was entwining with Western consciousness. The Renaissance also inspired fresh interest in sleep and dreams in science and medicine. Unprecedented rigidity in their study of the human body, doctors dissected cadavers to grasp physiology. Still, the character of dreams stayed mysterious. While some suggested dreams were the residue of sensory impressions, others suggested they were brought on by vapours or humours influencing the brain. For these newly arrived empiricists, the legendary concept of Morpheus as a physical dream maker was no more convincing. Still, the metaphor stayed with the writers and speakers. It caught something the scalpels and early microscopes could not. The sensation dreams emerged from somewhere beyond normal experience. So Morpheus lived in several worlds concurrently, as the Renaissance gave way to the early modern era. For academics and artists, he was a classical reference, a person who gave creative works depth and vitality. To the general public, he remained a rather obscure moniker, sporadically mentioned in sentences like summoned by Morpheus, but hardly connected to any active religious practice. And to the rising ranks of scientists, he was a remnant of mythology, interesting, poetic, but inadequate in elucidating the real mechanics of the sleeping mind. This diversity of roles highlighted Morpheus's ongoing adaptability, a shape-shifting presence not only in the dream realm, but also in the cultural scene of a Europe undergoing change. The scientific, political, and religious upheavals of modernity altered people's perceptions of nature. A more mechanical or logical view of human experience was influenced by the Industrial Revolution, the Enlightenment, and later advances in psychology. Instead of being living elements of belief systems, the ancient gods appeared in this context as antiquated artifacts, curiosities for literature, art, or historical research. Despite his subtlety, Morpheus was no different. However, his legacy continued in surprising ways, subtly influencing contemporary cultural expressions and the human mind. The derivation of the drug morphine, which Friedrich Saturner called in the early 19th century after separating its active ingredients from opium, is one such example. By associating the drug's ability to produce sleep and dreamy states with the ancient god of dreams, he decided to honour Morpheus. Morpheus was elevated to a strange position by this scientific acknowledgement. He was no longer only a mythological character, but now had a real link to medicine. Ironically, the idea that Morpheus facilitated altered consciousness, albeit through chemical rather than divine intervention, was supported by morphine's ability to ease pain and induce visions. He was still mentioned in literature, though infrequently. Enthralled with the mystery of dreams and the human imagination, romantic poets invoked Morpheus as a metaphor of spiritual or creative insight. He appeared in Gothic stories during the Victorian era, occasionally taking the form of a character in dream sequences that made it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fantastical. The power of dream imagery was rediscovered in the 20th century by surrealist painters and fantasy authors who occasionally used Morpheus as a thematic device. Even comic book creators found him to be a fascinating character. Neil Gaiman's The Sandman series, for example, depicted a modern reinterpretation of Morpheus, albeit it was more influenced by modern fantasy than by rigid classical myth. Meanwhile, under the leadership of individuals like Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud, psychology became a recognised field of study. They conducted in-depth research on dreams, examining their symbolic meaning and unconscious function. Jung's idea of archetypes allowed for the recognition of mythic characters as expressions of universal psychological patterns, but Freud rejected direct allusions to dream deities. Despite being infrequently mentioned in clinical discourse, Morpheus personifies some mythological features, such as the shape-shifting messenger who connects the conscious and unconscious domains. Speaking poetically, one could imply that, even if they employ different language. A therapist and a patient are really tiptoeing over Morpheus's territory whenever they engage in dream interpretation. Outside of academics, the phrase "the arms of Morpheus" is still used in casual conversation as a charming way to describe someone who is falling asleep. Morpheus is sometimes used by songwriters as poetic shorthand for illusions or dreamy situations. Characters in plays or movies may joke that they were taken by Morpheus when they are particularly exhausted or have bad dreams. As a result, the god's name endures in popular culture, reflecting a persistent interest in the transitional realm between the fleeting theatre of dreams and the real world. Morpheus was occasionally likened to comparable dream figures in other traditions, gods, spirits or ancestors. Credited with forming nighttime visions, as religious plurality increased and audiences for myths from around the globe expanded. Morpheus has occasionally attracted followers in some New Age and neo-pagan societies, which revive ancient pantheons for individual spirituality. These contemporary practitioners might view him as a lucid dreaming guide, or an ally in creative inquiry, creating a personal bond that somewhat reflects the age-old practice of looking for important dreams. Naturally, such varied revivals do not dominate popular belief, but they highlight Morpheus's versatility throughout history. He continues to serve as evidence of the human need for a go-between for conscious awareness and the innermost parts of the mind. The appeal of a guiding figure endures even at a time when sleep labs and neurology are used to analyse dreams, the subjective landscapes that play out in our minds every night. After all, cannot be completely mapped by any technology. Therefore, Morpheus persists as a cultural shapeshifter. Initially a minor character in Greek mythology, he was crucial in bridging the gap between mortal life and divine aims, while being overshadowed by Olympians. He withstood scientific breakthroughs, religious upheavals, and conquests throughout millennia. He found new homes in literary flair, psychological metaphor, and medical terminology. He now represents that satent, all-encompassing enigma, the dream realm where we face self-revelations, delusions, and reflections of ourselves. Despite being elusive and infrequently worshipped in official ceremonies, Morpheus never fails to arouse our imaginations by serving as a reminder that sleep is more than just a place to rest. It is a doorway, thoughtfully crafted by a being who doesn't require a temple to demonstrate his might. Julius Caesar wasn't always the towering figure we picture, draped in a bright red cloak and commanding the world's greatest empire. Before he was that legend, he was simply Gaius Julius, born into a patrician family with fading clout in a Rome that seemed to change every week. In those early days, the city itself wasn't the polished marble wonder of later centuries. With curving streets that spread gossip more quickly than chariots, it was a noisy, crowded centre of ambition and politics. People lived on top of each other in shabby apartments, while aristocrats planned lavish feasts in their villa courtyards, hoping to lure allies for the next election. Gaius Julius was shaped by it all. The noise of street vendors hawking figs and fish, the heated oratory in the forum, and the whispers behind every statue's column. Even as a child, Caesar had a curiosity that led him to corners of Rome others avoided. Dimly lit taverns, the muddy banks of the Tiber River, and rows of cramped bookshops where scribes copied scrolls for hours on end. These experiences seasoned him with a knowledge of everyday life that most upper-class Romans rarely bothered with. He'd watch workers at the docks, fascinated by the different languages from traders coming in from the east. It gave him an early taste for the diversity that existed beyond Rome's walls, and no matter how chaotic it got, he never seemed overwhelmed. Instead, he'd carefully absorb how each piece of society functioned and file the information away. In his early teens, while many aristocratic boys took lessons in rhetoric under famed tutors, Caesar did too, but he did more than rehearse speeches from ancient Greek texts. He peppered his teachers with questions about how words could shift emotions. He realized that to command respect in Rome, you needed to shape minds and hearts, not just bodies on a battlefield. This flair for oratory would become one of his trademarks. Before he wore the laurel wreath, Caesar was already making a name for himself in smaller legal cases. He wowed the courts with a perfect blend of reason, passion, and style that made older, more experienced pleaders look foolish. His household wasn't exactly a fortress of tranquility. Tensions brewed under its roof, fed by old feuds and expectations that could suffocate a young man. If you were a patrician, tradition dictated you climb certain ladders, hold a few offices, curry favour with the Senate, play by Rome's unwritten rules. Yet Caesar's mother, Aurelia, sensed something different in him. His eyes sparked with ambition beyond the norm. Quietly, she encouraged him to break moulds, but do so intelligently. She knew that living like a chameleon in Rome's political ecosystem, switching shades when necessary, was the path to real power. Of course, Caesar's early journey wasn't smooth. He found himself ensnared in the civil disputes between Marius, his uncle by marriage, and Sulla, which tore Rome into factions. As a teenager, Caesar had to flee or risk execution when the dictatorial Sulla took over. But even on the run, he refused to remain hidden in a corner of Italy. Instead, he travelled discreetly, learning about local communities, forging bonds with minor officials and gaining a sense for the shifting alliances that propped up Roman government. Ever cunning, he avoided Sulla's men by staying a step ahead of them, sometimes disguising himself or travelling in the company of improbable companions, like foreign traders or even wandering performers. Eventually, Caesar returned to Rome after Sulla's death, but he'd learned that when power is on the table, trust is a fragile commodity. He had seen men switch loyalties for a promise of gold or turn in a friend to keep their own head. That lesson never left him. Upon coming home, he immediately set about re-establishing his social ties, attending banquets and forging friendships with men who had once eyed him with suspicion. Yet Caesar was adept at reading faces. If he caught even a flicker of duplicity, he dodged that bond elegantly, perhaps with an extravagant greeting followed by a subtle distancing. One could never be too careful in Rome's swirling politics. A remarkable moment came when he took on the role of priest to Jupiter, only to lose it during Sulla's purges. It was a blow. Public piety, after all, was a stepping stone for an aspiring politician. But Caesar's resilience was already in full bloom. He picked himself up, found a new path, and ventured into the world of politics from a different angle, securing lesser offices that would eventually open bigger doors. He also began building a personal brand of generosity. Soon people whispered about the banquets he held and the funds he provided for public works. Senators wondered how he managed to gather such deep pockets. It wasn't old family wealth alone. Caesar had a network of supporters, and many believed in him precisely because of his willingness to think outside the conventional lines of patronage and nepotism. By his mid-20s, Caesar had cultivated a reputation for being both bold and adaptable. He hadn't yet reshaped Rome, but the seeds were there. His path wasn't about simple heroics or the typical childhood prophecy that he was destined for greatness. Rather, it was a quieter accumulation of experiences that prepared him for the challenges ahead. Each piece, his exposure to everyday Romans, his brush with danger during Sulla's regime, his love of rhetoric, lined up perfectly to form a foundation. Rome, full of swirling rivalries and unspoken rules, had no idea that this relatively unremarkable young man with a quick tongue and quick mind was about to upend everything. Before he was a seasoned commander or the Colossus striding across the Rubicon, Caesar had an escapade that shaped his perspective on the power more than any lecture in the Senate ever could. his abduction by Cilician pirates in the Aegean Sea. It's a tale rarely told in the mainstream, but it offers a raw glimpse into his character. Caesar was travelling to strengthen his oratory skills under a renowned teacher on the island of Rhodes, something aristocrats often did. But the seas teemed with pirates who thrived on ransom, and it wasn't long before his ship was seized. The pirates who captured him expected a frightened Roman aristocrat. Instead, they encountered a man whose boldness made them question who'd truly been captured. When they demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver, Caesar reportedly scoffed that they were underselling him. He insisted they ask for 50. The pirates, bemused yet intrigued, took his suggestion. For several weeks, Caesar lived among them, waiting for friends to gather the sum. During that time, he treated them as if he were the one in charge, ordering them to keep quiet when he slept, even reciting poems and speeches and telling them to appreciate the artistry, or else, to the pirates' credit, they indulged him, perhaps wondering if they had accidentally kidnapped a lunatic. He wasn't simply being arrogant, he was displaying confidence and unpredictability. In a precarious situation, fear can be an exploitable weakness. By acting as if he were the authority figure, Caesar forced the pirates to respect him, or at least treat him carefully. When the ransom finally arrived and Caesar was freed, he quickly organised a naval force, hunted those same pirates down, and had them crucified. It was an act of lethal retribution, laced with the cunning that would characterise his later campaigns. The memory of that ransom demanded, and of Caesar's outlandish performance on the pirates' island, helped shape his entire approach to dealing with adversaries, dramatic, strategic, and always with an eye to the outcome. Back in Rome, Caesar resumed his climb, yet he carried a certain swagger now, a sense that his life was fated for something extraordinary. After all, how many young Roman nobles had stared down pirates and lived to spin the tale? At political gatherings, people whispered behind their cups of wine, speculating on whether that story was just Caesar's brand of theatrics or pure truth. But it was undeniable that he managed to secure enough influence to become a military tribune, and soon he was off to gain experience in the provinces, which gave him intimate knowledge of the armies he would one day command. The politics he left in Rome were no less complicated. He forged a delicate pact with Pompey and Crassus, later known as the First Triumvirate. This was not a formal institution, but rather a private handshake that united three men with distinct strengths: Pompey's military prestige, Caesar's wealth, and Caesar's political cunning. People often assume Caesar just lucked into that arrangement, but it was actually the culmination of countless dinners, private agreements, and carefully bartered favours. Caesar knew that if he wanted to climb higher, he needed to bring Rome's big players into his corner, at least temporarily. If that meant moderating his own ambitions in the short run to secure Pompey's trust, he'd do it without blinking. With their support, Caesar aimed for a new goal, a position that would not only confer prestige, but also provide him with the chance to broaden his network and bolster his army with devoted soldiers. The governorship of Hispania Ulterior or Gaul, where fortunes could be made and reputation cemented, seemed ideal. Not only would it allow him to command armies, it would offer a stage to showcase his genius in both administration and warfare. In time, he secured the proconsulship of Gaul. Gaul was vast, populated by diverse tribes, each with its own traditions, alliances and grudges. Where lesser men might see only a frontier to exploit, Caesar saw a chessboard with dozens of moving pieces. He relished the challenge. This was, after all, the man who once calmly dined with kidnappers. Gathering legions known for their discipline and grit, he departed north, determined to do more than just play caretaker. He wanted to knit those tribes into Rome's sphere of influence, forging new roads and alliances while showcasing Roman supremacy. Before he launched significant campaigns, Caesar did his homework. He arranged meetings with tribal chiefs, listening carefully to their rivalries and hearing their pleas for Roman protection. Was it genuine concern or a ploy? Caesar would weigh each statement, reading not just the words but the shifts in tone and eye contact. If he sensed an opportunity, like a tribe longing for revenge on its neighbour, he'd promise support, extracting pledges of loyalty. In many ways, his tactics mirrored the hush-hush political dealings he'd honed back in Rome, only now the stakes were measured in thousands of soldiers and entire territories. Yet, throughout these manoeuvres, Caesar never lost sight of the persona he'd cultivated. He was no mere bureaucrat. He was that daring aristocrat who'd outwitted pirates, the dynamic orator who electrified the courts, and the cunning negotiator who'd found common ground with Pompey and Caesar. Each success in Gaul was reported back to Rome via sensational dispatches, commentarios, so written with clarity and flair. People in the city devoured them as if they were tabloid headlines. He dramatised his victories just enough to capture the public's imagination. The Senate, reading the official versions, found themselves both impressed and wary. Caesar was quickly becoming too big to ignore. These initial steps in Gaul, some alliances struck, some small skirmishes won, emboldened him. He sensed that if he could bring all of Gaul under Roman control, he'd move from being just another ambitious politician to a legendary conqueror. That knowledge spurred him on. Caesar might have left behind the pirates who once threatened him, but the memory of that captivity fueled his hunger for absolute control. If he had his way, no one, be they a tribal chief or a Roman senator, would ever have the power to hold him captive again. The Gallic Wars, as Caesar's campaigns would come to be called, weren't just about marching legions across fields and building wooden palisades. They were about psychological warfare, diplomacy, and the cunning exploitation of intertribal rivalries. Rome's dominance always hung on its ability to divide and conquer. With Caesar at the helm, that strategy took on fresh nuance. In the early phases, Caesar consolidated Roman gains by constructing a network of roads and fortifications. This was hardly glamorous labour. Roman soldiers would spend weeks hacking through forests and bogs to erect outposts, sometimes under the threat of ambush. Yet each new Roman-style fort, complete with straight lines and carefully measured intervals, sent a message of permanence. These weren't just makeshift garrisons, they were statements that Rome had come to stay. People often remember Caesar's brilliance on the battlefield, but his true strength lay in methodical organisation. He considered logistics as vital as sword and shield. The various Gallic tribes watched uneasily, some rushing to Caesar's side, others forming alliances against him. Caesar capitalised on the smallest of division. If one tribe feuded with another, he'd arrive as a peace broker, offering Roman friendship and military aid against a rival. Soon enough, the tribe would find itself bound to Caesar by mutual benefit and shackled by Roman expectations. The brilliance lay in making it seem as if the tribe had chosen this path freely. Not that Caesar's campaign was devoid of bloodshed. Certain tribes resisted fiercely, resentful of foreign occupation. The Belgae in the north, for instance, marshalled huge forces that tested Roman discipline. Caesar, never squeamish, deployed tactics to crush resistance decisively, destroying crops, capturing strategic points, and sometimes resorting to brutal reprisals that sent a chill through neighbouring tribes. He didn't revel in cruelty for its own sake, but he understood the Roman tradition of deterrence. Ferocious display could prevent a drawn-out rebellion. This approach, while effective, also laid the seeds for future animosity, especially among fierce defenders of Gallic independence like Vercingetorix. Vercingetorix was an Arvernian chieftain who recognised that the Gallic tribes needed unity more than ever. He wasn't some hot-headed bandit chief. He was methodical, charismatic, and had a strategic mind that could rival Caesar's. While Caesar was off campaigning on another front, Vercingetorix rallied disparate tribes under the banner of Gallic pride. When Caesar got wind of this resistance, he recognised at once that Vercingetorix was no ordinary adversary. The typical trick of exploiting old rivalries might not work here. The confrontation between Caesar and Vercingetorix escalated into one of the defining struggles of the Gallic Wars. Vercingetorix adopted a scorched earth policy, instructing villagers to destroy their own supplies and towns to starve the Roman legions of resources. It was a grim strategy, burning fields and uprooting harvests, but it slowed Caesar's advance, creating logistical nightmares for Roman soldiers accustomed to living off the land. For a man who prided himself on controlling every variable, Caesar found himself confronting the unpredictable factor of a charismatic local leader who matched him in cunning. Still, Caesar was a master of adaptation. Recognizing the challenge, he consolidated his troops and chose to besiege key Gallic strongholds. Most famously, he surrounded the fortress town of Alesia, where Vercingetorix had taken refuge with tens of thousands of warriors. The siege of Alesia would become a testament to Caesar's ability to think in layers. He constructed a ring of fortifications around the city to starve out Vercingetorix's forces, and, anticipating a Gallic relief army, he built another ring facing outwards to protect his legions from an attack from outside. This double fortification was an audacious engineering project, involving miles of ditches, ramparts, and watchtowers, enough to give any modern city planner pause. The days wore on under a relentless sun. The besieged Gauls inside Alesia ran short of food. Women and children were turned out of the fortress, hoping for mercy, only to be left stranded between the city walls and the Roman lines. Meanwhile, a massive relief force of various Gallic tribes arrived, attempting to break Caesar's outer defences. During one critical night, it seemed Rome might collapse under the weight of the onslaught. Caesar himself rallied his men, darting from post to post. He knew if Alesia was relieved, Gaul could unite behind Vercingetorix, and Caesar's entire campaign might unravel. Against formidable odds, the Roman lines held. Exhausted from repeated attacks and lacking a coherent strategy, the relief force finally broke. Inside Alesia, with supplies gone, inns and morale shattered, Vercingetorix surrendered. The sight of this defiant Gallic chieftain handing over his weapons underscored the turning point. Rome had asserted its dominance, and Caesar stood at the pinnacle of victory. Yet for all the glory, the end of the siege left many Gauls embittered. Caesar might have pacified the region, but a smouldering resentment would eventually lurk beneath the official peace treaties. When Caesar returned to Rome, he was hailed as a hero. His campaigns in Gaul had quadrupled Rome's domain and filled the Republic's coffers with wealth from newly conquered territories. The Senate awarded him grand triumphs, parades where caged prisoners walked in chains, and the crowd roared with delight. In these processions, Caesar's name became synonymous with military genius and Roman might. Yet the very success that elevated him threatened to unbalance the precarious political framework in Rome. Men like Pompey and Crassus, once his allies, couldn't help but feel overshadowed by the sheer magnitude of Caesar's achievements. The old guard in the Senate grew uneasy. They murmured that Caesar's ambition was too large for the Republic. Even allies wondered if they could remain relevant while Caesar soaked up the glory. Caesar, for his part, believed he had only just begun. His vision extended beyond the spoils of Gaul. He wanted to transform Rome itself, to carve out a position where no single factional rival could stifle him again. This set the stage for an inevitable clash. Caesar's manoeuvres in Gaul, while triumphant, had also sown suspicion and envy. And suspicion and envy in Rome often led to civil war, assassinations, and chaos. But if Caesar was worried, he hardly showed it. Fresh from the greatest victory of his career, he was welcomed like a conquering hero. He stepped onto the marble streets of Rome with a confidence forged in the crucible of countless battles, the final. The uneasy alliance of Pompey, Crassus, and Caesar, often called the First Triumvirate, had always been a marriage of convenience. Each man saw it as a tool to secure power, but once Caesar's Gallic conquests made him the darling of the masses, resentment began to simmer. Pompey, Rome's previous superstar general, noticed public attention drifting from him to Caesar. Crassus, meanwhile, met a tragic end in an ill-advised campaign against the Parthians, leaving Caesar and Pompey as the two principal contenders for the heart of Rome. An undercurrent of tension now pulsed through the city. Senators whispered in corridors, choosing sides. Pompey cozied up to conservative factions in the Senate who viewed Caesar as a threat to the old republican system. Caesar, still away in Gaul, understood he would need to solidify his position back home soon. The term of his governorship was drawing to a close, and if he returned to Rome merely as a private citizen, his enemies could bring him to trial for various alleged misdeeds and effectively end his political career. His solution? He demanded to run for consul in absentia, seeking an extension of the immunity and power he held as proconsul. The Senate refused, with Pompey supporting that refusal. This was the point of no return. Caesar stood at the banks of the Rubicon River, the boundary beyond which lay Italy proper. Roman law was crystal clear. No general was allowed to bring his army into Italy. To do so amounted to a declaration of war. On a winter's night in 49 BCE, Caesar made his choice. He marched across the Rubicon, uttering the phrase, "Alea iacta est," the die is cast, if the anecdotes hold any truth. Overnight, Rome's system of alliances shattered. The civil war had begun. Pompey and many senators fled Rome to gather forces in the east, confident they'd muster armies far greater than Caesar's. They had the backing of traditional elites, wealthy provinces, and, they believed, time on their side. Caesar, however, wasn't known for cautious delay. He pressed forward at breakneck speed. Towns and cities along the way opened their gates, some out of admiration for Caesar, others out of fear. The unstoppable momentum took Pompey by surprise, forcing him to evacuate Italy altogether. Caesar entered Rome unopposed. But taking Rome was just the beginning. The real challenge was confronting Pompey's legions, which were regrouping in Greece. Caesar, leaving a minimal garrison behind, sailed across the Adriatic to chase down his rival. It was a frantic race, both men vying for resources and key strategic points. Caesar's forces were often outnumbered. Pompey's alliances spanned vast portions of the Republic. Yet Caesar leveraged speed, surprise, and the loyalty he'd earned from legions who'd fought alongside him in Gaul. Battles erupted across multiple theatres: Spain, Africa, and ultimately the plains of Pharsalus in Greece. The Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE became a defining moment. Pompey, confident in his superior numbers, formed a traditional line, anticipating a swift victory. Caesar, outmanned, arranged a reserve line of cohorts behind his cavalry on the right flank, anticipating Pompey's horsemen would try to envelop him. When the cavalry clash began, Caesar's hidden cohorts surged forward, routing Pompey's cavalry. This triggered a domino effect. Pompey's infantry, once they saw the cavalry in flight, lost cohesion. Caesar's legions, hardened by years of frontier warfare, exploited every gap. It was a massacre. Pompey escaped, but the psychological damage was done. Men who had once sworn loyalty to Pompey began to slip away or switch sides, sensing the tides of fate had turned. Pompey fled to Egypt, hoping to regroup, but the Ptolemaic officials, keen to appease Caesar, betrayed him. On his arrival, Pompey was assassinated, his head presented to Caesar as a perverse gift. Caesar was horrified. Despite their rivalry, Pompey had once been his son-in-law. Caesar's daughter Julia had been married to Pompey. Caesar publicly wept at the sight of Pompey's severed head, then ordered the execution of the men responsible for the betrayal. This act conveyed a message. Caesar might be ruthless, but he upheld the dignity of Roman nobility and detested dishonour. Egypt, however, offered its own labyrinth of politics. Cleopatra and her brother Ptolemy were locked in a power struggle. Caesar, now the most influential Roman in the region, found himself arbitrating their dispute. Cleopatra saw an opportunity. She smuggled herself into Caesar's presence, wrapped in a carpet, so the story goes, and charmed him with her intellect, wit, and grand vision for Egypt. Caesar, never one to resist audacity or intelligence, sided with Cleopatra. The pair consolidated power in Alexandria, defeating Ptolemy's forces and installing Cleopatra as queen. Their liaison was more than romantic. It was a strategic alliance that gave Caesar access to Egypt's wealth while securing Cleopatra's throne. Rome watched these events with fascination and growing anxiety. Caesar was off forging alliances and fathering a child with a foreign queen, Caesarion, while Italy braced for whatever came next. Though Pompey was dead, segments of the Roman Republic still resisted Caesar's rule. Caesar marched on, quelling resistance in Asia Minor, with such speed that he famously declared, "Veni, vidi, vici, I came, I saw, I conquered." Then he headed to Africa, clashing with remaining Pompeian forces and eventually subduing them. By 45 BCE, Caesar stood unchallenged as Rome's paramount leader. The Senate, most of whose members owed him their lives or careers, filled his hands with powers that stretched the limits of Rome's traditions. He was named dictator for 10 years, eventually dictator for life. Some called it a tyranny. Caesar, for his part, claimed he was trying to restore order. He enacted sweeping reforms, revising the calendar into the Julian model, restructuring debts, expanding the Senate, granting citizenship to loyal allies in distant provinces, and planning massive building projects that aimed to beautify the city. He also introduced social measures, like distributing land to veterans. In these moves, Caesar walked a tightrope, consolidating power, while giving just enough to the masses and Senate to keep them largely compliant. But something in the Roman psyche chafed at one-man rule. Rome prided itself on hating kings. Their entire identity was built around a republic, even if that republic was often manipulated by the powerful. Caesar's acceptance of lavish honours and his centralisation of power made some worry that he sought to crown himself. Others found him dangerously modern, someone who might change Rome beyond recognition. And behind Caesar's unstoppable force lay a silent question. Was the Republic just a stage for one man's ambition, or could it endure? When Caesar finally returned to Rome in triumph, the city was abuzz with rumours and festivals. Though war still simmered in the distant corners of the Republic, Caesar's personal magnetism and the promise of stability temporarily silenced most discontent. He orchestrated spectacular public games and feasts, showering the populace with free grain. Statues and monuments sprang up in his honour. Yet beneath the gleaming facade, the core of Roman tradition, those unwritten rules guarding the republic from monarchy, felt under siege. One example of Caesar's larger-than-life persona was his attempt to reshape the calendar, which was no small matter in Rome. The old lunar calendar had become hopelessly misaligned with the seasons, creating confusion in festivals and civic life. Caesar, advised by astronomers including Sosigenes of Alexandria, introduced the Julian calendar, a solar-based system with a leap year cycle. This was a major administrative reform that didn't just tidy up dates. It demonstrated Caesar's willingness to override centuries of practice if he believed he had a better way. People marvelled at the clarity the new calendar offered, but they also sensed that if Caesar could reorder time itself, what else might he feel entitled to reorder? He poured money into construction. Under Caesar's direction, new buildings, temples, and public spaces sprouted, symbolising a Rome reborn. The Forum grew more magnificent. He commissioned grand projects that not only beautified the city but gave work to thousands of labourers, elevating Caesar's popularity among the common folk. At the same time, he expanded the Senate from roughly 600 to as many as 900 members, adding allies from the provinces and diluting the power of the old aristocratic families. Some saw this as an inclusive move broadening representation within the Roman state. Others viewed it as an egregious power play, a way for Caesar to stack the Senate with loyalists who owed their positions to him alone. All these changes stirred the question, was Caesar still just a leading citizen, or was he inching toward kingship? Rome had a cultural aversion to the very word rex, king. Generations were taught that their ancestors had exiled the last Roman king and vowed never to kneel before another. So when statues of Caesar began appearing in public places, crowned with diadems, some citizens felt a chill. Caesar claimed these were tokens of respect from admirers, not declarations of monarchy, but doubts lingered. At a public festival, Marcus Antonius, a favoured lieutenant, attempted to place a diadem on Caesar's head. Caesar dramatically refused, stating, "Only Jupiter is king of the Romans." But the crowd's reaction was mixed. Some cheered his refusal, others suspected a theatrical performance designed to test public opinion on a monarchy. The dissonance grew sharper as Caesar took on the title dictator for life. In theory, a dictator in Roman history was an emergency measure, appointed for 6 months in times of dire threat, and then required to relinquish power. By extending this temporary position indefinitely, Caesar strained the very definitions of Roman governance. His supporters insisted Rome needed strong leadership given all the unrest, but his critics argued that Caesar was snuffing out the republican flame. The seeds of conspiracy began to sprout. Senators who longed for a return to the old order, such as Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus, started meeting discreetly. Brutus stood out. He descended from Lucius Junius Brutus, the fabled founder of the Republic who drove out the ancient kings. Caesar had shown Brutus remarkable favour, even rumoured to have paternal affection for him. Yet this complicated bond didn't stifle Brutus's conviction that Caesar's power threatened the Republic's core values. Cassius, a cunning figure with a far darker edge, fanned the flames, reminding Brutus of his ancestors' legacy and the sacred duty to protect Rome from a tyrant. Meanwhile, Caesar seemed to sense an undercurrent of danger. He went about with guards, but he also believed that living in constant fear would diminish his stature. On the surface, he continued orchestrating elaborate plans. He was preparing a massive campaign against Parthia in the east, intending to surpass even Pompey's conquests. Returning to Rome from that victory, Caesar likely envisioned a final consolidation of power, an unassailable legacy. His mind overflowed with new ideas for governance, law codes and expansions of citizen rights. He confided in close allies that his rule would transform Rome into a cohesive empire rather than a loose confederation of territories. Yet those grand visions collided with the simmering resentment of the senatorial class. Many of them had gone along with Caesar out of pragmatism, biding their time, waiting for a chance to assert the old ways. They resented how Caesar's reforms undermined their prestige, how his populist measures made the people less reliant on senatorial patrons. Some conspirators hoped to reinstate a pure republic with limited terms of office and carefully balanced powers. Others simply wanted Caesar gone, viewing him as an existential threat to their personal standing. So as Caesar walked the marble floors of the Curia, conferring with senators, not all who greeted him warmly were true allies. The facade of unity was just that, a facade. Whispers circulated about the Ides of March, a date the conspirators had marked as pivotal. Caesar, distracted by preparations for upcoming campaigns, either dismissed or downplayed the signs of looming treachery. He was, after all, Julius Caesar, the man who escaped pirates, conquered Gaul, and overcame Pompey. To him, fear was a cage he refused to live in. To the conspirators, his confidence was both an insult and an opportunity. The stage was set, and all of Rome felt the tension in the air. The days leading up to the Ides of March had a strange energy in Rome. Senators bustled about with forced smiles, while scribes noted a flurry of edicts and proposals Caesar aimed to finalise before departing on campaign. Craftsmen laboured on newly commissioned statues and inscriptions praising Caesar's achievements. Meanwhile, anxious whispers seeped through the city, swirling in the smoky corners of taverns and the hush of aristocratic dinner parties. Caesar himself oscillated between excitement for his Parthian expedition and vague apprehension. Omens were a big deal in Roman society, and several odd occurrences had stoked superstitions, reports of strange lights in the sky, or a soothsayer who warned Caesar to beware the Ides of March. Caesar, rational yet not entirely dismissive of Quran auguries, seemed torn between curiosity and disbelief. He joked about the warnings, telling friends the Ides of March had arrived and nothing had happened yet. But behind the levity, hints of caution surfaced. He was known to have shared concerns with Calpurnia, his wife, who begged him on to be vigilant. The conspiracy gained momentum. Cassius worked tirelessly, approaching senators who felt displaced by Caesar's sweeping reforms or who bore personal grudges. Persuading Brutus had been the linchpin. Brutus's moral standing and family legacy offered a veneer of honour to what might otherwise look like a naked power grab. With Brutus on board, recruiting others became easier. Each conspirator had different reasons. Some claimed to fight for the Republic's freedom, others sought personal gain or revenge, yet they united under a single, dramatic resolution: Caesar must be removed. One version of their plan involved attacking Caesar during a Senate session, when he would be relatively unguarded. In theory, the presence of so many senators served as a public shield. Caesar wouldn't expect a mass attack in the heart of Roman governance. The conspirators also believed that once the deed was done, they could proclaim themselves defenders of liberty, summoning the people to restore republican ideals. Despite the risk, none could deny the plan's audacious simplicity. The Senate meeting on the Ides of March beckoned like a grim appointment. The morning of the Ides arrived. Calpurnia, shaken by nightmares, implored Caesar not to go. Some historians claim she dreamed of a statue of Caesar spouting blood, or of him lying slain in her arms. Moved by her distress, Caesar initially decided to stay home, possibly rescheduling the Senate session. That alone could have altered history. But the conspirators panicked when they heard Caesar might not come. They dispatched Decimus Brutus, no relation to Marcus Brutus, but another close ally, to persuade Caesar. Decimus feigned concern that Caesar would insult the Senate by his absence, diminishing his standing right before his grand campaign. So, despite Calpurnia's pleas, Caesar relented. He donned his ceremonial toga and left for the Curia. Inside the Senate meeting, the atmosphere was thick with tension, though it started off with formalities. Caesar took his seat. A group of conspirators approached, pretending to ask a favour on behalf of a political exile. They surrounded him as if to press their case more passionately. Then, as the story goes, at a signal, daggers appeared. The first strike came from Casca, and others joined. Accounts vary. Some say Caesar tried to defend himself, others that he was too overwhelmed. He was stabbed multiple times, the final blow from Brutus, prompting Caesar's legendary and possibly apocryphal utterance, "Et tu, Brute?" In moments, it was over. Caesar lay dead at the foot of Pompey's statue, a cruel twist of fate for the man who had once wept for Pompey's demise. The senators, spattered with blood, proclaimed they had liberated Rome from tyranny. They expected the city to greet them as heroes, yet the immediate reaction was shock, not jubilation. Citizens fled the Curia, unsure whether more violence would follow. The conspirators had planned for Caesar's death. but they hadn't planned for the emotional vacuum it would create among the Roman populace. The question remained, had they truly saved the Republic, or just unleashed chaos? Brutus and Cassius tried to calm the city with speeches, invoking the memory of their ancestor Lucius Junius Brutus, who banished Rome's last king centuries before. They insisted they had restored the Republic, but the people had witnessed Caesar's generosity, his banquets, land distributions, public games. Many commoners revered him. Anger and sorrow brewed in the streets. Word spread of the savage butchery in the Senate. Far from celebrating the conspirators, many citizens demanded vengeance. Mark Antony, who had not participated in the conspiracy, seized this public sentiment. He delivered a funeral oration for Caesar that became legendary. Antony spoke with passion, displaying Caesar's blood-stained toga, stirring the crowd into a frenzy against the conspirators. Some historians say Caesar's body was burned in the forum itself, with the flames fed by citizens who tossed in furniture and items as offerings. The conspirators, realizing the tide had turned, fled the city. Outrage soared, and the once proud Senate found itself overshadowed by the populist fury that Caesar had so skillfully harnessed in life. Thus, the killing that was intended to save the Republic actually accelerated its decline. Power soon consolidated not around a restored Senate, but around new strongmen, Mark Antony, Octavian, Caesar's young heir and adopted son, and others who would jockey for command in the following years. In death, Caesar had transcended mortality to become an icon, some would say a martyr, while the vision of a renewed republic, ironically, slipped further away. The aftermath of Caesar's assassination was as turbulent as any period Rome had ever seen. The city, already tense from years of civil conflict, discovered that removing one towering figure didn't automatically restore the old republic. Instead, a new power vacuum emerged, quickly filled by those with the ambition and resources to claim it. Mark Antony, Caesar's closest lieutenant, was first on the scene, leveraging his connection to the slain dictator to rally the masses, but Caesar had named a surprise heir in his will, Gaius Octavius, better known as Octavian, his grandnephew. Only 19 years old, Octavian carried Caesar's name, and soon enough, Caesar's legions would rally around him too. Brutus and Cassius fled Rome, hoping to raise armies in the eastern provinces. They published declarations defending the assassination as an act of patriotic duty, but the events in Rome worked against them. The funeral oration by Antony had painted them as traitors to Caesar, and, by extension, enemies of the Roman people. Legions loyal to Caesar scorned the conspirators. Lines hardened. Another round of civil wars seemed inevitable, as one man's ambition had morphed into a generational crisis of identity for Rome. Though Antony and Octavian initially eyed each other with suspicion, they realized they stood a better chance against the conspirators if they cooperated. Along with Marcus Lepidus, a trusted commander, they formed the Second Triumvirate. Unlike Caesar's informal arrangement, this triumvirate was legally sanctioned, granting the three men near absolute power to reorganize the state. And reorganize it they did. Prescriptions, lists of enemies of the state, were published. Men of wealth and influence found themselves outlawed. The triumvirate seized property and executed opponents, echoing the grim days of Sulla's dictatorship. The conspirators, meanwhile, mustered forces in the east, culminating in the climactic Battle of Philippi in 42 BCE. Brutus and Cassius were defeated, and they chose suicide over capture. If Caesar's murderers hoped for a renaissance of republican ideals, they had gravely miscalculated. Rome was now torn between competing strongmen. After Philippi, tensions rose between Antony and Octavian. Antony headed east, forming an alliance, and famously a romance, with Cleopatra in Egypt. Octavian solidified his base in Rome, ensuring the Senate recognized him as the principal heir to Caesar's legacy. By 31 BCE, the rivalry exploded into another civil war, culminating in the naval battle of Actium. Octavian prevailed. Antony and Cleopatra fled and later took their own lives, and the stage was set for Octavian to become Augustus, the first Roman emperor. The Republic, in its old form, was gone. And what of Caesar's legacy? His name, Caesar, would become synonymous with rulership itself. From Kaiser in German to Caesar in Russian, leaders in distant lands would adopt the moniker as a badge of imperial might. His reforms, especially the Julian calendar, outlived him by centuries, influencing how millions of people mark time. His writings, particularly the commentaries on the Gallic and Civil Wars, remained essential reading for generations of statesmen and generals, admired for their clarity and rhetorical brilliance. In a strange twist, the Senate that once feared him voted to deify Caesar after his death, proclaiming him Divus Iulius. Shrines and temples to the divine Julius sprang up, turning him into a figure of worship. This posthumous deification gave Octavian an added aura of legitimacy. He was now Divi Filius, the son of a god. One might argue it was the final irony. The same institution that bristled at his ambition now raised him to divine status. This transformation reflected the contradictory nature of Roman politics, practical to the core, yet steeped in superstition and reverence for signs and wonders. Public memory of Caesar remained divided. Many admired him for championing the lower classes, taking decisive action to end Rome's internal strife, and extending Roman influence abroad. Others condemned him as the man who shattered the Republic's checks and balances, making a single-man rule inevitable. Over time, historians, playwrights, and orators distilled his story into dramatic beats. The brilliant general, the cunning politician, the betrayed friend. Those wanting a moral lesson found ample material. Some used him as a warning against unchecked ambition, others as an example of visionary leadership undone by a petty jealousy. Yet there's a deeper layer to Caesar's life, one less recounted in popular lore. He was profoundly curious about the world, about languages, cultures, and the mechanics of governance. From his youth in the streets of Rome to his kidnapping by pirates, from the muddy battlefields of Gaul to the marble corridors of the Curia, he sought to understand and master every environment he touched. He wasn't content to play by the rules, he rewrote them. Not all admired his methods, but few could deny his results. For those living in Rome after Caesar's demise, daily life eventually stabilized under Augustus's reign. The city grew grander, the empire expanded, and a new system, the Principate, took shape. But an undercurrent of nostalgia persisted among some senators who recalled a republic where men like Cicero and Cato once debated the future of Rome. They wondered if, in slaying Caesar, they had severed the last chance to preserve republican dignity, or if Caesar's very presence had doomed it from the start. And so the figure of Julius Caesar stands in Roman history not simply as a conqueror or a dictator, but as a turning point. He harnessed ambition, popular view support, and raw military skill to reshape the world's greatest republic. And in doing so, he cleared a path for imperial rule. Some see him as a hero visionary who expanded Rome's horizons. Others view him as the ultimate usurper, betraying the collective governance that had once defined the city's spirit. Perhaps both are true. In the end, Julius Caesar's story reminds us that history rarely lends itself to neat labels. The arcs of power, destiny, and personal will often weave together in ways that defy easy categorization. And if there's one lesson that resonates across the centuries, it might be this. When a single individual grows too large for the existing order, transformation, however exhilarating or destructive, becomes inevitable. A unique idea began to take shape within the US Army. This concept revolved around an unconventional approach to warfare, the use of deception as a primary strategy to mislead and confuse the enemy. Officially known as the 23rd Headquarters Special Troops, this unit would come to be famously known as the Ghost Army, a name as mysterious and evocative as its purpose. The idea for such a unit stemmed from earlier British successes with deception tactics during the North African campaign. Inspired by the British, the US military leadership decided to create a similar team of highly skilled individuals who could simulate entire divisions and manipulate enemy decision-making through illusions. It was a daring experiment that blurred the line between art and warfare. So, to bring this ambitious vision to life, the military sought out recruits with unique skill sets. Unlike typical soldiers, the Ghost Army was composed of artists, designers, engineers, sound technicians, and even actors. Many of these individuals had no prior combat experience, but were instead recruited from art schools, advertising agencies, and design firms. Their creativity and technical expertise would prove invaluable in crafting the elaborate ruses needed to deceive German forces. From the very beginning, the Ghost Army operated under a veil of secrecy. Its mission was to create diversions, feints, and false operations that would distract the enemy and protect Allied troops during key military campaigns. To achieve this, the unit relied on a combination of inflatable tanks, sound effects, fake radio transmissions, and carefully choreographed movements. Each tactic was meticulously planned and executed, often under immense pressure and with no room for error. One of the Ghost Army's most ingenious methods involved the use of inflatable equipment. Rubber tanks, trucks, and artillery pieces were designed to look convincing from a distance, creating the illusion of a formidable force. These decoys were lightweight and portable, allowing the unit to set up and dismantle fake encampments in record time. The sight of rows of vehicles in strategic locations was often enough to make enemy reconnaissance planes report the presence of a large Allied force. But visual deception was only one part of the equation. The Ghost Army also employed sophisticated sound technology to enhance their illusions. Using state-of-the-art recording equipment, they created audio tracks of rumbling tanks, marching soldiers, and the din of a bustling military base. These sounds were played through powerful speakers mounted on trucks, which could project the noises up to 15 miles away. The combination of visual and auditory deception created an immersive experience that fooled even the most seasoned enemy commanders. The third key element of the Ghost Army's strategy was radio deception. Skilled operators mimicked the communication styles and routines of real Allied divisions, transmitting fake orders and messages to confuse German intelligence. This tactic, known as spoof radio, was critical in convincing the enemy that they were facing a much larger force than was actually present. The Ghost Army's success depended on collaboration and meticulous attention to detail. Each member of the unit had a specific role to play, whether it was painting camouflage patterns, designing inflatable decoys, or coordinating the placement of sound equipment. Their ability to work together seamlessly under tight deadlines was a testament to their dedication and resourcefulness. As the unit prepared for its first major operation, the stakes were high. The Ghost Army had been entrusted with a mission that could determine the success or failure of the broader Allied campaign. Despite the pressure, the men and women of the Ghost Army approached their work with a sense of purpose and creativity that set them apart. This unconventional army, born from a blend of grit and necessity, would go on to play a pivotal role in the Allied victory. Its members knew that their work would remain shrouded in secrecy for decades, but they were driven by a shared belief in the importance of their mission. The Ghost Army was not just a collection of soldiers, it was a testament to the power of imagination in the face of adversity. The Ghost Army's first significant test came in the summer of 1944, shortly after the D-Day landings in Normandy. As Allied forces pushed inland from the beaches, they faced fierce resistance from German troops determined to hold their ground. The Ghost Army's role in this critical phase of the war was to draw enemy forces away from key objectives, creating opportunities for the main Allied forces to advance. Operation Brest was the unit's debut, a deception campaign designed to divert German attention away from an Allied push toward the strategically important port of Brest in northwestern France. Brest was vital to the German war effort as it served as a major naval base and supply hub. Capturing it would severely disrupt German logistics and communications. However, the city was heavily fortified, and a direct assault would result in significant Allied casualties. The Ghost Army's task was to stage a diversion that would weaken the German defences in Brest and allow the Allied forces to strike more effectively. Setting up for the operation required precision and coordination. The unit selected a location approximately 20 miles from Brest to establish their fake encampment. Using inflatable tanks, artillery pieces and supply trucks, they created the illusion of a large Allied division preparing to attack. From a distance, the scene appeared entirely authentic. Rows of vehicles were arranged strategically, while soldiers in the unit moved around the encampment to enhance the illusion. Sound played a critical role in the deception. The Ghost Army's engineers worked tirelessly to create realistic audio effects that mimicked the sounds of an actual military base. Recordings of clanging metal, rumbling engines, and even the distant hum of conversations between soldiers were played through their powerful speakers. These sounds created the impression of an active and bustling division preparing for battle. Radio deception added another layer of authenticity to the ruse. Skilled operators broadcast fake transmissions that mimicked the communication patterns of a real Allied unit. These messages included requests for reinforcements, logistical updates, and discussions of an impending attack. The broadcasts were carefully timed and phrased to ensure they aligned with the visual and auditory elements of the deception. The German response to the operation demonstrated the effectiveness of the Ghost Army's tactics. Believing that a major Allied offensive was imminent, German commanders redeployed troops and resources to counter the perceived threat. This shift in focus weakened their defences in Brest, allowing the actual Allied forces to exploit the vulnerability and launch a successful assault on the city. Despite the operation's success, the Ghost Army faced immense challenges. Operating in enemy territory meant that the unit was constantly at risk of discovery. The soldiers had to maintain the illusion at all times, knowing that even a single misstep could expose their deception and compromise the entire mission. The pressure was intense, but the unit's creativity and discipline ensured that their efforts remained convincing. One of the most remarkable aspects of the operation was the ingenuity and adaptability of the soldiers. They found ways to enhance the realism of their deceptions, using camouflage techniques to hide their inflatable equipment from close inspection, and employing creative storytelling to maintain the illusion during interactions with locals. The success of Operation Brest solidified the Ghost Army's reputation as a critical asset to the Allied war effort. Their ability to manipulate enemy movements and create opportunities for the main forces to advance demonstrated the power of unconventional warfare. It also reinforced the importance of teamwork and innovation in overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges. As the Ghost Army prepared for future missions, they carried the lessons of Operation Brest with them. The experience had tested their resolve and resourcefulness, but it had also proven that their unique approach to warfare could have a profound impact on the outcome of the conflict. The Ghost Army continued to hone its craft, with each operation showcasing an evolution in its tactics. Their next assignments spanned across Europe, where the stakes remained high and precision was essential. In the summer of 1944, the unit supported the Allied advance through France, setting up elaborate illusions to divert German forces from real targets like the River Seine crossings. Their purpose was simple yet crucial: to mislead and confuse the enemy at every turn, allowing the Allied forces to gain strategic advantages. Their efforts involved even more synchronized deception: perfectly crafted inflatable units, convincing radio transmissions, and immersive soundscapes. As the war progressed, the unit's techniques became increasingly sophisticated, with inflatable tanks, trucks, and artillery pieces designed to look even more realistic. These decoys, placed at key locations, tricked German reconnaissance aircraft into reporting large concentrations of Allied forces, buying the real Allied troops precious time. The Ghost Army also refined their use of sound. Engineers strategically placed speakers to project the noises of marching soldiers, machinery and military equipment, rumbles and roars that mimicked an army on the move. Every detail was crafted to ensure the illusion of a bustling military operation. The sound of distant engines, the hum of generators, and the steady murmur of soldiers' conversations were all carefully arranged to create an environment that felt real from miles away. At night, the Ghost Army employed even subtler tricks. Soft, low-frequency noises were played to mimic the natural rhythm of an army resting. These soothing sounds blended seamlessly into the nighttime air, giving the impression of soldiers quietly going about their business, resting for the night. The flicker of campfires could be seen in the distance, their warm glow painting an image of a calm, yet prepared, military camp. These sounds and visuals were designed to not only confuse the enemy, but to offer a momentary sense of peace in the midst of an otherwise chaotic landscape. These moments of quiet illusion brought surprising calm to their surroundings, even as the war raged on just beyond. The soldiers of the Ghost Army knew how to maintain their focus and composure in these difficult circumstances. They understood that mental clarity was just as important as strategic deception. In a time of high tension, they found ways to stay grounded, creating calm moments of respite amid the storm. Their ability to remain level-headed in the face of danger was as vital as the visual and auditory tricks they employed. For listeners tonight, imagine the gentle hum of a fictional camp blending into the stillness of the night. Picture the soft creaking of tents in the breeze, the steady rhythm of soldiers moving quietly about their business, and the flickering glow of a distant campfire. Feel the peaceful atmosphere surrounding you as you let the comforting sounds lull you into a sense of ease. These men and women, though constantly at risk and surrounded by danger, mastered the art of finding peace within chaos, much like how you can let the stillness of the moment help you unwind and drift into sleep. By the end of World War II, the Ghost Army had completed over 20 missions in Europe, each one contributing to the success of the Allied forces in ways that were largely unseen and often unrecognised. Their ability to deceive the enemy through innovative tactics, creating false signals, fake camps, and even misleading decoy operations, had played a vital role in ensuring the success of major offensives. Yet, despite their success, the full story of the Ghost Army was kept a secret for decades after the war. As the war drew to a close, the Ghost Army was disbanded, and many of its members returned to civilian life. For years, the men who served in the unit were sworn to secrecy about their operations. The story of their deception, their creativity, and their courage in the face of danger remained hidden, with only a few veterans quietly sharing their experiences. For many years, the Ghost Army's contribution was overshadowed by more well-known military victories, as the world moved forward and focused on rebuilding after the war. However, as the years passed, a renewed interest in World War II and its lesser-known heroes began to emerge. The story of the Ghost Army started to surface, with veterans coming forward and sharing their accounts. Documentaries, books, and interviews helped shed light on the incredible role this group of men had played during the war. Slowly, the world began to recognise the significance of their work and the ingenuity behind their methods of deception. For those who had served in the Ghost Army, their experience was a mix of pride and humility. They had been part of a covert operation that required tremendous skill, teamwork, and bravery. Yet their efforts had often gone unnoticed by the general public. As they shared their stories, they also spoke of the deep bonds formed among the members of the unit, the camaraderie that had sustained them in the face of danger, and the immense satisfaction of knowing they had helped bring an end to one of the darkest chapters in history. As time passed, the Ghost Army became a symbol of how ingenuity and creative thinking can make a difference in the most difficult of circumstances. Their legacy is one of perseverance, resourcefulness, and the ability to turn the tide of battle with nothing more than illusion. The Ghost Army proved that even in the most dire situations, the human spirit can find a way to rise above adversity. Think of how the men of the Ghost Army must have felt as they walked away from their missions, knowing they had made an impact in a war that shaped the world. Their contributions, though not widely known at the time, were just as significant as any traditional battle fought on the front lines. Just as the Ghost Army worked quietly and methodically to achieve their goals, you too can find peace and calm in the quiet moments, allowing your mind to unwind and your body to rest. Their story is a reminder that sometimes the most profound victories are those achieved in silence, in the stillness of the night when no one is watching. And as you settle into this peaceful moment, you can take solace in the knowledge that even the smallest actions can have a far-reaching impact. Feel the weight of the day lifting from you, just as the Ghost Army lifted the burden of deception from the shoulders of the Allied forces. Although the Ghost Army's work was shrouded in secrecy during and immediately after World War II, their legacy would not remain hidden forever. In the years following the war, the significance of their contribution began to emerge, as historians, veterans, and the public began to recognise their invaluable role in shaping the outcome of the war. What began as a covert operation to mislead the enemy had become a model of ingenuity, resourcefulness, and courage. The methods developed by the Ghost Army using sound, deception, and visual illusions would go on to influence military strategies for years to come. The concept of psychological warfare, where the mind is targeted as much as the body, became more widely accepted. These tactics would inform future military operations, as the lessons learned from the Ghost Army's success were incorporated into modern military doctrine. In addition to their impact on military strategy, the Ghost Army story had an emotional and cultural effect. For many years, their deeds went largely unrecognised, but as veterans began to speak out, their experiences resonated with people around the world. The fact that these soldiers had risked everything in a war they could not speak about for decades touched a deep chord. Their bravery, commitment, and camaraderie served as a reminder of the quiet acts of heroism that often go unnoticed in the shadow of more traditional battles. The Ghost Army's efforts also began to be recognised in popular culture. Films, books, and documentaries began to tell their story, ensuring that future generations would understand the significance of their work. Their role in World War II became more than just a historical footnote. It became a symbol of how innovation and creativity could be wielded in the service of a greater cause. Let this story of unexpected heroism inspire you. The men who served in the Ghost Army did not seek fame or glory. Instead, they focused on a mission that was far greater than themselves. Their quiet dedication to their craft echoes in the background of history, just as the calm sounds of the world around you do now. As you relax deeper, allow this story to calm your mind like a sweet melody, or a peaceful nightfall that quietly surrounds you. The knowledge that these men contributed in ways that were largely unseen allows us to reflect on how every action, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, can contribute to something much larger. The Ghost Army may have operated in silence, but the echoes of their efforts resonate still, offering a reminder that there is power in subtlety, in quiet strength, and in the peaceful moments when we step back to reflect. As decades passed, the Ghost Army's influence continued to ripple through both military strategy and cultural memory. The quiet genius of their operations, blending deception with cutting-edge technology, was not just a wartime tactic, but a profound lesson in the value of innovation under pressure. While the techniques they pioneered were initially dismissed as a curiosity, they eventually became essential components of modern military operations, especially in the realms of psychological warfare and tactical deception. Following the war, the value of the Ghost Army's contribution was recognised in unexpected ways. The unit had shown that military success didn't always require sheer force. Sometimes, it was the ability to create uncertainty in the enemy's mind, to disorient, confuse, and mislead. This shift in understanding emphasised the power of non-violent methods in warfare, laying the groundwork for the evolution of modern intelligence operations. Beyond their impact on military tactics, the Ghost Army became a symbol of strength, something that went beyond traditional acts of greatness. The members of this unique unit, ordinary men who found extraordinary ways to serve their country, reminded us that contributions to a greater cause often come in unconventional forms. Veterans who had served in the unit began to tell their stories, and these accounts related deeply with people across the world. The idea that such a vital part of World War II was unsolved for so long made up for the overlooked contributions of everyday individuals. It helped reshape the way we perceive wartime contributions and made it clear that only large, obvious victories are worth remembering. Over time, museums, documentaries, and even novels began to explore their story, bringing to light the importance of creativity in warfare. It wasn't just about military strategy. It was about the courage to think outside the box and confront the enemy with tactics that weren't rooted in physical might, but in the power of perception. These stories remind us that we too can find strength in quiet persistence, and that the solutions to challenges may lie not in confrontation, but in innovation. Now, as you find yourself in a state of ease, the quiet whisper of history lingers. The Ghost Army's legacy teaches us that even in the most uncertain times, there is power in calm and quiet strategy. Feel the weight of your body easing, each muscle unwinding and softening, as you allow yourself to drift deeper into calm rest like a warm blanket. Just like the Ghost Army's methods that brought clarity and purpose amidst chaos, this quiet moment brings peace to your mind and body. This isn't necessarily the ending of our story, but the beginning of a restful journey into the stillness of sleep. Sweet dreams. The Battle of Gettysburg began on the morning of July 1st, 1863. It was a warm summer day, the kind where the golden light of dawn touched the fields and forests with a serene glow. But the tranquility of the Pennsylvania countryside would soon be shattered by the thunder of battle. This clash was not merely another skirmish in the long and bloody conflict of the Civil War. It was a turning point, a moment where the fate of the Union and the Confederacy hung precariously in the balance. General Robert E. Lee, commanding the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, had set his sights on a bold invasion of the North. His army, emboldened by a string of victories, marched into Pennsylvania with the hope of striking a decisive blow that would force the Union to sue for peace. Lee's strategy was not just about military conquest. It was about shaking the Northern resolve, bringing the war to Union soil, and perhaps swaying foreign powers to recognize the Confederacy. On the Union side, General George G. Meade had recently taken command of the Army of the Potomac. His task was daunting: to stop Lee's advance and protect the Union's heartland. The soldiers under his command were weary from years of conflict, but their resolve to defend their homeland and preserve the Union burned brightly. The two armies converged near the small town of Gettysburg, a place of rolling hills, fertile farmland, and winding roads. It was an unlikely setting for one of the most significant battles in American history. On the first day, the fighting began west of the town as Confederate forces encountered Union cavalry. The clash was fierce and chaotic, with both sides scrambling to gain the upper hand. By day's end, the Confederates had pushed Union forces back through the town and onto the high ground to the south, securing an early advantage. The second day of the battle dawned with tension thick in the air. The Union Army had established a strong defensive position along a series of hills and ridges known as Cemetery Hill, Culp's Hill, and Little Round Top. Lee, confident in his army's strength, launched a series of attacks to break the Union lines. The fighting on July 2nd was intense and bloody. At Little Round Top, Union Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain and the 20th Maine Regiment made a heroic stand to defend the hill's southern flank. Outnumbered and nearly out of ammunition, Chamberlain ordered a desperate bayonet charge that drove the Confederates back and secured the Union's position. It was a moment of extraordinary courage, one that would later be remembered as a turning point in the battle. Elsewhere, the fields of wheat and peach orchards became killing grounds, their beauty scarred by the carnage of war. The air was thick with smoke and the cries of the wounded. Soldiers on both sides fought with ferocious determination, knowing that the stakes were higher than ever. By the end of the day, the Union lines had held, but at a terrible cost. The third and final day of the battle, July 3rd, brought the infamous assault known as Pickett's Charge. Lee, believing that a concentrated attack on the Union center could break their lines, ordered 12,500 Confederate soldiers to march across open fields under heavy Union artillery fire. The sight of that charge was both awe-inspiring and harrowing. The Confederate soldiers advanced in tight ranks, their banners waving, their determination unyielding. But the Union defenders, entrenched on Cemetery Ridge, unleashed a devastating barrage of cannon and musket fire. The fields became a scene of chaos as men fell by the hundreds. Despite their bravery, the Confederate soldiers could not overcome the Union's defences. The charge was repelled, and the fields were littered with the fallen. As the sun set on July 3rd, the Battle of Gettysburg came to an end. Lee, realizing that his army could not sustain another assault, began the long retreat back to Virginia. The Union Army, though battered and exhausted, had won a decisive victory. It was a moment of relief and triumph for the North, a turning point that shifted the momentum of the war. The cost of the battle was staggering. Over 50,000 soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing. The fields of Gettysburg, once peaceful and lush, were now marked by the scars of war. Families in both the North and the South mourned the loss of loved ones, their lives forever changed by the conflict. In the months that followed, Gettysburg became a symbol of sacrifice and resilience. On November 19th, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address at the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery. His words, though brief, captured the essence of what the battle had come to represent. He spoke of a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. He reminded the audience that the soldiers who had fought and died at Gettysburg had done so to ensure that freedom and democracy would endure. The Battle of Gettysburg remains one of the most studied and remembered events in American history. It was a moment of profound struggle and sacrifice, a reminder of the costs of war and the resilience of the human spirit. The bravery of the soldiers on both sides, their dedication to their causes, and the impact of their actions continue to echo through time. As you drift into sleep, let the story of Gettysburg fill your mind with a sense of reverence and reflection. Imagine the stillness of the fields after the battle, the quiet wind carrying the memory of those who fought and fell. Feel the weight of their sacrifice, but also the hope that their struggle helped to shape a better future. The aftermath of the Battle of Gettysburg left an indelible mark, not only on the landscape of Pennsylvania, but also on the hearts and minds of the American people. The quiet town that had seen a horrific convergence of armies now bore the weight of countless graves, hastily dug for the fallen soldiers. The once lush fields, orchards, and rolling hills were now etched with scars of war, trenches, shattered fences, and abandoned artillery. In the days immediately following the battle, the townspeople of Gettysburg rose to meet the grim reality of what had unfolded. Civilians who had sought shelter during the 3 days of fighting now ventured out to help the wounded and dying. Homes, barns, and churches were transformed into makeshift hospitals. Women, men, and even children worked tirelessly to bring comfort to soldiers, regardless of the uniforms they wore. The lines of battle blurred in the face of shared humanity. Doctors and nurses were overwhelmed by the sheer number of wounded. Medical supplies were scarce, and the knowledge of sanitation was rudimentary at best. Despite the primitive conditions, countless acts of compassion unfolded as townspeople did what they could to save lives or bring solace to those whose time was short. As the Confederate army retreated southward, General Lee bore the burden of his army's defeat. The invasion of the North had failed, and the high hopes of a quick victory and a potential peace agreement were dashed. For Lee, Gettysburg marked a turning point, a moment when the tide of the war began to turn decisively against the Confederacy. The loss of so many men and the inability to break Union resolve were blows from which his forces would never fully recover. For the Union, the victory at Gettysburg was a critical morale boost. General Meade, despite some criticism for not pursuing Lee's retreating army more aggressively, had achieved what many thought impossible. The Army of the Potomac had stood firm against Lee's forces, proving that the Union could hold its ground and turn the tide of the war. The significance of Gettysburg reached far beyond the battlefield. It became a symbol of the broader struggle, the fight to preserve the Union and the principles upon which it was founded. In the months following the battle, efforts began to ensure that the sacrifices made there would not be forgotten. One of the most poignant moments came on November 19, 1863, with the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery at Gettysburg. President Abraham Lincoln was invited to deliver a few remarks, following a lengthy oration by Edward Everett, a renowned speaker of the time. Lincoln's address, though brief, would become one of the most enduring speeches in American history. Standing on the blood-soaked fields of Gettysburg, Lincoln spoke not only to honour the dead, but to remind the living of the greater cause for which they had fought. His words, beginning with the now iconic phrase, 7 years ago, framed the battle within the context of the nation's founding ideals. He reminded the audience that the soldiers had given their lives so that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Lincoln's Gettysburg address was met with a mixed reception at the time, with some viewing it as too brief and simplistic. However, history would elevate his words to the status of a national treasure. The address encapsulated the purpose of the war and the vision of a nation united not by force, but by shared values and ideals. The legacy of the Battle of Gettysburg continued to shape the course of the Civil War. While the conflict raged on for nearly 2 more years, Gettysburg marked a critical turning point. It showed that the Union could resist the might of the Confederacy, and that the resolve of its people would not be broken. The war's conclusion in 1865 brought an end to the fighting, but left the nation grappling with the wounds it had inflicted upon itself. The fields of Gettysburg became a place of reflection and remembrance, a site where the cost of division was laid bare. Over the years, Gettysburg transformed from a battlefield to a place of education and pilgrimage. Monuments and markers were erected to honour the soldiers who had fought and died there, preserving their memory for future generations. Visitors from across the country and around the world came to walk the hallowed ground, to reflect on the sacrifices made, and to ponder the lessons of history. Today, Gettysburg stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring struggle for freedom and equality. It reminds us of the fragility of unity and the strength required to preserve it. The lessons of Gettysburg echo through time, challenging us to remember that the cost of division is far greater than the effort required to come together. As you rest tonight, let the story of Gettysburg remind you of the courage and sacrifice of those who came before us. Imagine the quiet fields at dawn, the soft rustle of the wind, and the stillness that now blankets a place once filled with chaos. Let the strength of their resolve bring you a sense of peace, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding in your heart. The legacy of Gettysburg extends far beyond the battlefield itself. It remains a cornerstone of American history, not only as the site of a pivotal clash during the Civil War, but also as a symbol of the nation's enduring struggle to reconcile its ideals with its realities. The battlefields and memorials at Gettysburg now stand as a reminder of the courage, sacrifice, and humanity displayed by those who fought there, as well as the immense costs of division and conflict. In the years following the Civil War, Gettysburg became a focus for national healing. Veterans from both the Union and the Confederacy returned to the site to honour their comrades and reflect on the events that had shaped their lives. These reunions, particularly those held on significant anniversaries of the battle, fostered a sense of reconciliation and shared purpose. Despite the lingering wounds of war, these gatherings underscored a shared humanity, that transcended the divisions of the past. One of the most moving examples of this came during the 50th anniversary of the battle in 1913. Veterans from both sides, now old men, came together to remember their shared history. The event culminated in a symbolic handshake across the stone wall at the site of Pickett's charge, a powerful gesture that reflected the desire for unity and peace. These reunions were not without their complexities, but they marked an important step in the nation's journey toward healing and understanding. Over time, Gettysburg evolved into a place of education and reflection. The Gettysburg National Military Park, established in the late 19th century and further developed in the 20th, preserves the battlefield and its many monuments, ensuring that future generations can walk the same paths and learn the same lessons. The park's museum and visitor centre provide context and insight into the events of the battle, offering a deeper understanding of its significance and the people who shaped it. The Gettysburg Address, too, continues to resonate as a defining moment in American history. Lincoln's words, spoken with such clarity and purpose, serve as a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. They challenge us to honour the sacrifices of those who fought by striving to create a more just and equitable society. Today, Gettysburg stands as a living testament to the enduring importance of history. It draws visitors from across the globe who come to honour the past, reflect on the present and consider the future. The battlefield, with its rolling hills, stone walls and quiet woods, invites contemplation. Walking its paths, one cannot help but feel a connection to the stories of those who stood there, to the bravery and determination that defined them, and to the lessons they left behind. The Battle of Gettysburg teaches us that even in the darkest times, there is hope for redemption, for reconciliation, and for a brighter tomorrow. It reminds us of the costs of division and the strength required to build unity. It challenges us to live up to the ideals of liberty and equality, to honour the sacrifices of those who came before us by working to create a better world. As you settle into rest tonight, let the story of Gettysburg fill your heart with a sense of reflection and gratitude. Picture the fields bathed in the soft light of the setting sun, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the quiet peace that now blankets the land. Let the echoes of courage and sacrifice guide your thoughts, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding in your dreams. The story of Gettysburg is not only about the battle itself, but also about the enduring lessons it offers. It is a story of courage under fire, of ordinary people facing extraordinary challenges, and of a nation striving to find its way through the darkness of conflict. Gettysburg reminds us that history is not just a series of dates and events, but a tapestry of human experience, woven with threads of sacrifice, resilience, and hope. As we reflect on Gettysburg, we are reminded of the power of unity and the dangers of division. The Civil War, of which Gettysburg was a turning point, was born out of deep-seated disagreements and unresolved tensions. The soldiers who fought at Gettysburg came from different walks of life, different regions and different perspectives, but they shared a common humanity. Their bravery and sacrifice speak to the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of unimaginable hardship. In the years following the battle, the memory of Gettysburg became a source of inspiration for those working to rebuild and reconcile a fractured nation. The scars of war ran deep, but so too did the determination to heal. Gettysburg became a symbol of what could be achieved when people came together to confront their shared challenges and embrace their common humanity. The stories of the individuals who fought at Gettysburg add depth and texture to the history of the battle. From generals like Robert E. Lee and George Meade, whose decisions shaped the course of the conflict, to the rank-and-file soldiers who carried out those orders with bravery and resolve, each story adds a layer of understanding to the larger narrative. These men, from both the Union and Confederate armies, faced unimaginable adversity with courage and dignity. One of the most enduring legacies of Gettysburg is its role in shaping the collective memory of the Civil War. The battlefield, now a serene and solemn place, serves as a reminder of the costs of war and the value of peace. Monuments and markers dot the landscape, each telling a story of the men who fought and the sacrifices they made. Visitors to Gettysburg are often struck by the quiet beauty of the place, a stark contrast to the violence that once engulfed it. The Gettysburg Address, delivered by President Lincoln just months after the battle, continues to resonate as a call to action and a statement of purpose. Lincoln's words remind us of the importance of dedication, of recommitting ourselves to the principles of freedom and equality. His speech, though brief, captures the essence of what Gettysburg represents, not just a battle, but a turning point in the ongoing struggle to create a more perfect union. Today, Gettysburg remains a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand the complexities of the past and draw inspiration for the future. The stories of those who fought there, the lessons of unity and perseverance, and the enduring call to honour their sacrifices continue to guide us. Gettysburg is not just a place on a map, it is a symbol of resilience, a reminder of what we can achieve when we come together to face our challenges. As you drift off to sleep tonight, let the story of Gettysburg wrap around you like a warm blanket of reflection and peace. Imagine the stillness of the battlefield at dawn, the quiet hum of nature reclaiming a place once filled with chaos. Let the courage and sacrifice of those who stood there inspire you, reminding you that even in the darkest times there is light to be found. Thank you for spending this time with us on History and Sleep. May the story of Gettysburg bring you a sense of calm, perspective and hope. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with peace, understanding, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Sweet dreams. The Ninth Legion, known as Legio IX Hispana, was one of the most battle-hardened and feared units in the Roman army, its origins tracing back to the violent civil wars of the late Republic. Raised by Julius Caesar in the mid-1st century BCE, the Ninth fought fiercely in the Gallic Wars, earning a reputation for unyielding discipline and brutal efficiency. Over the decades, it became a cornerstone of Roman military power, participating in some of the empire's most pivotal campaigns. It battled in Spain, Germania, and across the vast landscapes of Britannia, Rome's most rebellious frontier. But for all its glory, the Ninth would become a ghost in history, vanishing from records as if erased by time itself. By the early 2nd century CE, the Ninth Legion had already seen centuries of bloodshed. Under the rule of Emperor Hadrian, Rome's grip on Britain was fragile. The island had been a thorn in the empire's side since the conquest began in 43 CE under Emperor Claudius. While the Romans had established towns and fortresses, they never fully tamed the wild, mist-covered north, lands inhabited by fierce tribes like the Caledonians and Picts, warriors who resisted Roman rule with unrelenting ferocity. Rome had built walls, roads and forts to control Britannia, but their presence was never secure. The Ninth was stationed at Eburacum, modern-day York, tasked with enforcing order in an increasingly volatile land. Then, at some point between 108 CE and 120 CE, the Ninth Legion disappeared from history. Unlike other Roman legions, whose movements were meticulously documented, the Ninth simply vanished, its name never appearing in imperial records again. Historians have debated its fate for centuries. Was it annihilated in a catastrophic battle? Was it quietly disbanded? Did it march into the unknown, leaving only whispers behind? The most widely accepted theory is that the Ninth was sent north, into the uncharted highlands of Caledonia, on a mission that ended in disaster. Rome had suffered crushing defeats before, the infamous Teutoburg Forest Massacre of 9 CE, where 3 entire legions were wiped out by Germanic tribes, proved that even the mighty Roman war machine was not invincible. But unlike Teutoburg, where survivors lived to tell the tale, no known tomb accounts exist of what truly happened to the Ninth. One possibility is that the legion marched beyond Rome's frontier to subdue a rebellion and was ambushed by a force too large to repel. The Caledonians were masters of guerrilla warfare, using the dense forests and rugged terrain to launch swift, devastating attacks. If the Ninth was lured into an unfamiliar landscape, perhaps pursuing an enemy deeper into the highlands, it could have been surrounded and slaughtered to the last man, its survivors hunted down in the shadows of the mountains, no messengers, no escape, no trace, a combat and total obliteration. Another theory suggests an internal mutiny, that the Ninth soldiers, worn down by endless campaigns, harsh conditions and poor supplies, turned against their officers. If rebellion broke out within the ranks and the legion fragmented, it could explain why Rome never acknowledged its fate. A rogue legion was a dangerous thing, a stain upon the empire's reputation that Hadrian may have preferred to erase. The Ninth's disappearance coincides suspiciously with the emperor's decision to construct Hadrian's Wall, a vast stone barrier that cut Britannia in half, sealing Rome away from the unconquered north. Could this wall have been a silent admission that the Ninth's destruction proved Caledonia was beyond Rome's reach? Whatever happened, the Ninth was never reformed. Unlike other legions that suffered heavy losses but were later reconstituted, the Ninth was erased from history as if it had never existed. No triumphal inscriptions were made in its honour. No poets sang of its bravery. A unit that had fought for over a century across 3 continents was simply gone, leaving only speculation in its wake. His disappearance remains one of Rome's greatest mysteries, a shadow in the empire's annals, a silence where history should be. Did the Ninth meet its end in one final savage battle in the mist-shrouded hills of the north? Or did it disappear for reasons Rome dared not reveal? The answers may forever remain buried beneath the earth of Britannia, lost in the echoes of time. Somewhere beyond the Roman frontier, deep in shadowy Caledonian highlands, lay the probable fate of the Ninth Legion. Contrary to the well-patrolled roads of southern Britannia, beyond Ibericum known today as York loomed an unforgiving wilderness of heavy forests, icy rivers, and endless hills perpetually shrouded in grey mist. An unyielding place, the Romans had previously suffered a couple of very critical defeats at the hands of local tribes. If it did, the Ninth Legion marched north for one last campaign, perhaps into the jaws of annihilation, never to return. One such theory says that around 117 CE, the Ninth was sent to put down an uprising in Caledonia. Roman historian Fronto mentioned severe losses suffered in Britain at about this time, hinting at unrest beyond the frontier. It is probable that the newly appointed governor of Britannia, Quintus Pompeius Falco, ordered the Ninth to strike north against rebellious tribes. The Romans, with their heavy armour and rectangular shields and disciplined formations, would have been an unstoppable force, but the Caledonians fought on their own terms in their own country, where the rigid tactics of Rome could be broken as easily as shattered stone. The Caledonians were past masters at ambush and in guerrilla warfare. They did not fight in formations, nor were they challenging the Romans in an open field, but they were using their acquaintanceship of the terrain best by striking out from the forest, cutting off isolated units to melt back in the mist again before the Roman could react. It is just as likely that the Ninth Legion was lured into some unrecorded valley or thick forest, out of which the entire force could be surrounded, attacked from all possible directions, and systematically wiped out before they could rally themselves. Whereas in other battles the Roman forces faced defeat but did not annihilate, and the soldiers left some message for those who stayed back, the Ninth left behind no messengers, no written records, no word of what happened. If every last man was cut down, if the legion was so utterly destroyed that no Roman lived to report the disaster, then their disappearance would have been absolute, a massacre so complete that it erased the Ninth from history itself. Another grim alternative is that the Ninth was led into an ambush, possibly thinking that they were on a mission to discuss peace terms with some local petty chieftain, then were massacred in a surprise betrayal. Some records suggest that the Roman officers may have overestimated their security and taken their enemy too lightly, much as they had during less serious earlier confrontations. If the Caledonians granted the Romans license to advance deeply into their land, apparently without opposition, only to strike with crushing force at a time of their choosing, then the Ninth had been consumed deep in the bowels of the enemy, in a place that was without exit. But even assuming the legion was defeated, why were no Roman reinforcements sent? If one of its legions was in trouble, Rome did not spare any expense in answering by using overwhelming force. If the Ninth had been destroyed, the Roman military should have sent out scouts, reinforcements, or at the very least a search party, yet no such records exist. Could it be that the Roman authorities knew what happened, but deliberately buried the truth? Some historians speculate that the destruction of the Ninth was too embarrassing to acknowledge, that Hadrian, who came to power in 117 CE, the same time the legion may have vanished, chose to erase the event from history. The timing is striking. Shortly after the Ninth is believed to have disappeared, Hadrian ordered the construction of Hadrian's Wall begun in 122 CE, a massive defensive barrier meant to keep the northern tribes out of Roman-controlled territory. Might the wall have been an unspoken admission that the north was beyond Rome's grasp, that the loss of the Ninth proved further expansion impossible? Other theories suggest the Ninth did not get annihilated, but rather broken up, moved or reappointed to another frontier. Records even reveal that remnants of the legion might have been shifted to Germania, or the eastern provinces. But if indeed that was the case, why was the name never reused? Rome revived legions which had been defeated. Why was the Ninth completely erased? If these legions had been silently disbanded as a result of internal mutiny, poor performance, or even for reasons of political consequence, this would serve to explain their silence in history. After all, the empire did have enough history of revising history per the current needs of the leading regime. Had the Ninth refused orders, or worse, suffered some sort of embarrassing defeat, or collapsed due to low morale, then Hadrian may have found it easier to eliminate the legion from Rome's official records rather than acknowledge some kind of disgraceful failure. And of all these theories, one thing is certain. The Ninth Legion, one of Rome's most formidable military forces at that time, vanished into thin air. No memorials were built in their honour, no surviving officers recorded their final battle, and no concrete evidence explains their disappearance. The Ninth marched into history and into legend, becoming one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the ancient world. If the Ninth truly met its demise in the grim wilds of Caledonia, then hanging in the back of history there is one burning question. Why did nobody save them? Rome was an empire founded on her military. Thus, when the legion faced an existential threat, whether to reclaim lost territory or to avenge their fallen comrades, reinforcements were usually dispatched. But when the Ninth vanished, there was no Roman response on record, no counterattack, no inquiry, no wild expedition to retrieve the fallen standard of the legion. The Ninth simply disappeared from history. It is an unsettling prospect that can be put as a question. How can more than 5,000 trained men vanish without this being noticed by anyone? In the best scenarios, maybe Rome never actually found out. If the Ninth had been lured onto hostile soil, say tricked into believing they were marching towards some kind of skirmish, only to be completely surrounded, the slaughter could have been so swift and total that no messenger survived to report back. In the days before modern communications, legions depended upon runners and scouts for delivering information. In any one cataclysmic battle, if the Ninth had been destroyed, no one would have lived to issue the call for rescue. Another theory is that Rome knew what danger the Ninth was in and simply abandoned it. By the early 2nd century CE, the empire was overextended with many fronts on which military action was needed. To the east, Rome was locked in bitter struggles against the Parthians, while across the Rhine in Germania, hostile tribes threatened the empire's borders. His predecessor, Emperor Trajan, had been aggressively expanding Rome's borders, annexing Dacia, modern-day Romania, and waging costly wars that depleted Rome's treasury. By the time Hadrian was crowned in the year 117 CE, he had but one option: to maintain Rome's tenuous grasp on Britannia or turn his attention to shoring up the empire's more valuable provinces. Hadrian's decision was clear. He gave up the policy of expansion in Britain and fortified its borders. Only a few years after the disappearance of the Ninth, Hadrian ordered the construction of Hadrian's Wall, begun in 122 CE, a huge defensive fortification across northern Britannia. Was this wall the silent admission of Rome's defeat? Did Hadrian finally realise that the no-man's land frontier up north was too hazardous to maintain? That the Ninth's annihilation proved further conquest impossible? There is also the chilling possibility that the Ninth was sacrificed for political reasons. Some historians speculate that the legion's commanders may have been involved in a failed rebellion or mutiny, leading Rome to erase them from history rather than acknowledge an embarrassing internal conflict. The Roman Empire was hardly unaware of rewriting history. It frequently happened that the names and figures of emperors were expunged from the records as if they had never lived. If the Ninth had risen against Roman rule, then it is very possible that Hadrian simply ordered them erased, thereby having their fate never recorded. Even granting the unlikely event that the Ninth was destroyed on the battlefield rather than by treachery, the Romans repressed news of military defeats. The empire, after all, was sustained by propaganda and illusions of invincibility. To let news get out that an entire legion had been wiped out could encourage further rebellions against Rome's enemies. It could have been easier for Hadrian's administration to simply bury the truth and leave the fate of the Ninth unknown. However, there are other theories that the Ninth was not destroyed but was simply removed from the records for far less sensational reasons. Some believe that the legion was quietly reassigned to another part of the empire, perhaps to the eastern provinces, since many Roman military units were stationed there against Parthian invasions. There is, however, some evidence that elements of the Ninth may have appeared in records in the Middle East decades later. but without any clear chain of command, it cannot be confirmed whether this was the same unit or just rebranding of another legion. One more troubling possibility is that the Ninth simply walked away from Rome. If this legion had endured years of harsh conditions, thinning supplies and incompetent leadership, is it possible they could have deserted en masse, melting into the wilds of Caledonia? There are accounts of Roman soldiers deserting their posts and integrating themselves into the local tribes against impossible odds. They will also have realised that they had been abandoned, and if the Ninth voted to take their leave of Rome, then they could have simply dispersed among the native people, their descendants melting into the population of Scotland without trace. Whatever the truth, the disappearance of the Ninth Legion is one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. If they were truly annihilated in battle, their bones may yet remain beneath the hills of northern Britain, buried in forgotten mass graves. If silenced by the political machine of Rome, they will forever be lost to the mists of time. And if to disappear on their terms, leaving behind an empire that did not serve them anymore, then perhaps their legend is greater than history remembers. The disappearance of the Ninth Legion has evolved over the centuries from a mere historical mystery to a full-blown legend, serving as the catalyst for a great deal of speculation, folklore, and even conspiracy theories. With no clear answers in the ancient records, historians, archaeologists, and storytellers alike have attempted to reconstruct the fate of the Lost Legion. But did the Ninth really perish in the wilderness of Caledonia, or might its soldiers have survived, their story lost to history's fog? One of the most resilient theories has been that the Ninth Legion was not destroyed in Britain at all, but was instead moved, without fanfare, elsewhere in the empire. Indeed, scattered references tend to indicate the presence of parts of the Ninth in the eastern provinces, certainly in Judea or Cappadocia, many decades later than those in which the regiment is last heard of in Britain. More probably, this would suggest that Hadrian transferred the Ninth, breaking it up and reassigning its men to other existing legions. Indeed, this would say that the legion was not vanquished on some desperate blood-drenched battlefield. The sands swallowed any traces of records in its aftermath. A sensationalistic hypothesis, popularly postulated, holds that the Ninth embarked to the east against the Parthians, and lost to native rebellions on unfamiliar fields, and not in Caledonia at all. It would not have been unusual for the Roman legions to be redeployed trouble spots throughout the empire, and some inscriptions have suggested that the remnants of the Ninth were serving in far-flung campaigns from Britain. If so, their disappearance may have been due more to gradual attrition rather than a single destruction. As survivors over time were absorbed into other units, the identity of the Ninth may have become blurred, erased by bureaucracy not battle. But if this was so, why was the Ninth never reconstituted? It was customary for Rome to re-establish such legions which had suffered defeats, sometimes with the same number but with recruits. The very fact that it was never revived suggests that something more significant actually happened, something Rome wanted forgotten. Legends and folklore suggest more dramatic possibilities. One such is the legend that says the Ninth did not perish, but instead broke its oath its men, realising they'd been left high and dry by Rome, turned their backs on the empire, and melted into the wilderness. The interpretation is partially based on a fact. Roman deserters were known to join barbarian society, even leadership in some instances. But if the Ninth did desert, might they not have been subsumed by the Caledonian or Pictish tribes, their armaments and knowledge of Roman tactics giving the natives a decisive advantage in future conflicts? Indeed, some have gone so far as to speculate that descendants of those lost Roman soldiers continued to live among the northern tribes, their lineage surviving long after Rome itself had fallen. This has been the inspiration for several works of fiction, most notably Rosemary Sutcliffe's novel The Eagle of the Ninth, where the remnants of the legion escape into the highlands, hiding amongst the tribes and keeping their Roman identity secret. Of course, it is highly speculative, but the idea of a Roman legion abandoning its empire and disappearing into the mist-covered hills is a tantalizing prospect, one that inflames the imagination as much as any historical theory. Then there are more supernatural accounts, the whispered rumours of ghost legions, accursed battlefields, and restless spirits. Various local legends say it never left Britain at all, but was instead wiped out in a battle so fierce that their spirits still haunt the land. For centuries, stories have been passed down of Roman ghosts that march along countryside roads in Scotland. On misty nights, some say, the faint din of clashing swords and rhythmic tramp of iron-clad feet can still be heard echoing through the hills. The truth of what happened to the Ninth Legion may never be fully revealed. Their bodies, if they were destroyed in battle, still lie buried beneath the earth of Scotland, awaiting archaeologists to find where they lie. If they were quietly reassigned, the last remnants of their history might be tucked away in forgotten inscriptions on crumbling Roman monuments. But had they run, were leaving Rome, beginning to reinvent anew, far up north, then this is a story not about vanishing but of reinvention, about the few who wanted more than to choose between liberty and empire, and by that choice would become the stuff of legends. Whatever the truth, the Ninth Legion is one of Rome's greatest mysteries, a shadow in the annals of history, a whisper of a force that once marched beneath the eagle standard, but whose fate is unknown. Its story stays out there in the fog, beyond the reach of certainty, waiting for those who would uncover the past. Centuries have seen both historians and archaeologists look through the Roman records, analyse ancient inscriptions, and excavate various battle sites in Britannia in order to find evidence that might confirm the ultimate fate of the Ninth Legion. Yet the answer continues to elude them. A piece in a game of jigsaw. A tale half buried beneath the earth. The first known history of the Ninth Legion dates back to the time of Julius Caesar, who had raised this very legion during his Gallic campaigns in the 1st century BCE. Over time, records trace its movements across the empire from Hispania to Germania and finally to Britannia, playing a major role in suppressing the revolts and defending Roman rule. Yet, after 117 CE, its trail goes abruptly missing from history. For many years, the prevailing theory among scholars was that the Ninth ended its days in Britain, most likely in a catastrophic defeat at the hands of the northern tribes. This view had been apparently substantiated by what seemed to be the most relevant piece of evidence, a stone inscription found in Eburacum, modern York, dated around 108 CE, recording the Ninth Instation in Britannia. This has been the last sure notice of the Legion on British soil, yet no Roman sources actually report its destruction, and that begs a question. If the Ninth was wiped out, why is there no written account of its defeat? Rome was not at all shy about recording the deaths of legions. When the Teutoburg forest disaster of 9 CE led to the destruction of 3 Roman legions, it was well documented. For the Ninth, there is only silence. This silence has engendered other theories in which the Ninth was not destroyed in Britain, but moved elsewhere within the empire. Some other scholars believe that this could have been transferred to the eastern provinces, probably Judea or Cappadocia, to assist in conflicts against the Parthians or Jewish revolts. One inscription found in Nijmegen in the Netherlands suggests that some remnants of the Ninth were indeed there around 20 CE, but whether this constituted a detached unit or survivors from a previous campaign, nobody can be certain. And yet there is no definitive proof that the entire legion was ever redeployed elsewhere. Archaeologists looking for the physical evidence for such a scenario, the destruction of the Ninth in Britain, have found no battlefield, no mass grave, no abandoned camp to verify this theory of annihilation. A few have pointed to Inch Tooth Hill, an abandoned fort in Scotland, as one possible site of conflict. Others have looked to the area around Hadrian's Wall that was built only a few years after the Ninth vanished. Yet no evidence has turned up to prove it. No broken shields, no lost eagles, no bones of dead soldiers. If the legion was cut to pieces in a last great battle, where are the biddies? One theory is that the Ninth was destroyed piecemeal in a series of smaller battles. The Caledonians and Picts did not fight like the Roman legions. They were guerrillas, striking in hit-and-run raids and melting away into the landscape. If the Ninth was bled to death in some sort of long campaign, suffering ambush after ambush, then there may not be one battlefield where their bodies lie, but rather their deaths scattered across the wilds of Scotland, lost in the mists of time. Another theory is that Hadrian's Wall itself holds the key to the disappearance of the Ninth. Constructed between 122 and 128 CE, the wall made for a significant shift in Rome's strategy. Northern expansion was replaced by reinforcing the border. Some historians even feel this decision was based directly on the fate of the Ninth, as Hadrian himself realised that Caledonia was simply too dangerous to hold. Cut to pieces in some disastrous campaign, it may have provided that final warning that persuaded the Romans to draw back and dig in rather than advance. After decades of excavations, no concrete evidence has turned up so far that could explain what happened to the Ninth Legion, and the hunt goes on. Archaeologists continue to trawl Britain's landscape for Roman weapons, mass graves, or inscriptions that just might bring the story into the sharpest view yet. Advances in satellite imaging, and ground-penetrating radar in recent years have given researchers an unprecedented capability to map the sites of ancient battles in great detail. And it now raises the tantalizing prospect that one day a long-buried Roman battlefield will finally give up its secrets. For now, the Ninth remains one of history's greatest enigmas, a vanished force whose fate may never be fully uncovered. Were they slaughtered in the cold highlands of Caledonia, their bodies buried beneath the heather? Were they reassigned and forgotten, their legacy erased by Rome's shifting priorities? Or did they desert their post, choosing to disappear into the north and abandon the empire that had left them behind? Whatever the truth, the Ninth Legion presses on through the mind of the historian, the archaeologist, and anyone intrigued with the enigmas of the past. Their story is a story of battle, betrayal, and the unknown. A whisper of steel and blood, lost in time, merely waiting for a voice that might tell it. The Ninth Legion's tale has largely been lost in the rear view of history. We don't actually know what happened to them. Their last journey is but a distant rumour nowadays. Nobody actually knows what happened. If they were wiped out in some murky battle, went missing in the uncharted regions of Caledonia, or simply dropped off the face of the earth for good, one thing's certain, they were never heard from again. You're familiar with that slow fog that rolls in over the hills in the morning? Yeah, their presence is sort of like that. Just fragments of stone, small memories, and those silent questions that just persist on through the centuries. When the world's all asleep beneath the stars, it's as if the ghostly echoes of the Ninth are stirring again. In the silence of the Scottish Highlands, where the wind moves like a faint breath through the glens, there are people who say the Legion marches on. There are stories, old, half-remembered myths, of ghostly soldiers spotted on empty roads, of the distant rhythmic sound, of iron-shod feet that appear to have no origin. Legends tell of how on certain nights, beneath a silver moon, the spirits of the Ninth emerge from the shadows, caught in a perpetual march across the land that devoured them. Perhaps they were separated in the chaos of combat, their shields broken, their armour cracked by the blow of an unseen enemy too late to avoid. Maybe they struggled through the wilderness, panting with fatigue, their path swallowed by the dense forests and winding rivers, to discover that no rescue would ever come. Or maybe they simply dissolved into history, their final battle so conclusive, so absolute, that Rome chose to forget them, to let them slip away like a dream slipping beyond memory. Yet even dreams leave a mark, as the Ninth has left its mark upon time itself. The silence of their vanishing is louder than any record, their absence taking up the space between the pages of history like the profound, soothing quiet before daybreak. Hadrian's Wall remains a silent witness to their disappearance, a wall built to exclude the untamed land that could have claimed them, a divide between the known and the unknown. It remains there, steadfast against the winds that blow through it, a testament to an age still hidden in mystery. Though the fate of the Ninth Legion can never be fully disclosed, their myth survives. Their names are recalled in books, in whispers, in the minds of those who are drawn to the mysteries of history. Up in the still hills, where you can truly scent the earth and rain, and the rivers glimmer like liquid silver in the moon's light, the Ninth could still be roving about, not physically, but in memory, always walking the shadows of the ages. This concludes tonight's quest into the mystery of the lost Ninth Legion. But the past is replete with even more stories just waiting to be unearthed. The story begins on a chilly, fog-laden night in early 20th century France, along the western front of World War I, where the air hangs heavy with the anticipation of dawn. Private James, our narrator, lies in his bunk, his breath forming gentle clouds in the cold trench air. The sounds of the night are a stark contrast to the usual cacophony of war. Instead, there's the distant hoot of an owl, the soft rustle of leaves, and the faint murmur of soldiers whispering are in the distance. This setting is not just a backdrop, but a character in itself, embodying the eerie calm before the storm, the quiet that envelops the battlefield. After the day's violence has subsided, the fog acts like a blanket, muffling the sounds of war, creating an almost otherworldly peace. This tranquility is deceptive, as beneath it lies the ever-present tension of conflict. James, with his soft-spoken narration, invites the listener into this world where every sound is magnified, every whisper carries weight. The trench, dug into the earth, serves as both a shelter and a prison, where soldiers find moments of introspection, amidst the chaos. The night watch is not just about vigilance, but about embracing the silence that the war has temporarily yielded. Here, in this timeless space, James begins to share a tale, passed down from his grandfather, one that speaks of a patrol where silence was their weapon, their shield, and their solace. The setting thus sets the stage for a story where the war's harsh realities are softened by the quietude of the night, offering listeners a unique perspective on how soldiers found peace in the midst of conflict. The concept of the whispered patrol introduces listeners to a unique facet of warfare. During World War I, where stealth and silence were paramount, James explains how his grandfather was part of a specialised unit trained not in the art of combat, but in the art of listening, observing, and moving undetected. These patrols were not about confronting the enemy, but about gathering intelligence through the subtlest means possible. In the silent, fog-shrouded no man's land, every whisper, every soft footstep could reveal more than any battle could. The patrol's mission was to slip through the lines, their presence almost ghostly, to listen to the murmurs of enemy plans, the clink of equipment, or the hushed tones of soldiers, sharing secrets they thought were safe from prying ears. This approach to reconnaissance was born out of necessity, in a war where every inch of ground was contested and conventional methods often led to immediate and deadly counterattacks. The whispered patrol was thus a testament to human ingenuity and the desire to survive, to understand the enemy not through might, but through silence. James narrates how his grandfather and his comrades would prepare for these missions, dressing in layers to minimise sound, using natural cover and communicating only in whispers or through hand signals, their breath barely a whisper in the cold air. This method of operation required immense patience, a deep understanding of human nature, and an acute awareness of one's surroundings. It was a psychological battle, as much as a physical one, where victory was measured not in territory gained, but in secrets uncovered. The story unfolds with a sense of suspense, but it's a suspense born from the anticipation of discovery rather than confrontation. Through this narrative, listeners are invited to imagine the tension of moving silently through a landscape fraught with danger, where the rustle of a leaf or the soft crunch of earth underfoot could spell disaster. Here, in this tale, the war is not about the roar of cannons, but the quiet that follows, the profound respect for silence that defines the whispered patrol's legacy. As James dives deeper into his narrative, the listeners are immersed in the eerie, almost mystical journey of the whispered patrol through no man's land, that infamous strip of earth between enemy lines where life and death are separated by mere moments. His voice, calm and measured, paints a vivid picture of this desolate yet hauntingly beautiful landscape, where the fog serves as both a cloak and a canvas for the silent theatre of war. This journey is not just about traversing physical space, but about navigating through layers of fear, anticipation, and the profound solitude that comes with such perilous endeavours. His grandfather's patrol moves with a kind of spectral silence, each man a shadow among shadows, their movements choreographed by the necessity of stealth. They tread carefully, avoiding the remnants of the day's violence, the twisted metal of barbed wire, the deep craters left by artillery, the occasional stark reminder of life's fragility. In the form of a fallen comrade or foe, the fog softens these harsh realities, turning the battlefield into a ghostly tableau, where the lines between past, present, and the spectral future blur. The narrative captures the sensory experience of this journey, the crunch of frozen mud underfoot, the damp, earthy smell that permeates the air, the cold that creeps through their layers of clothing. Each step is deliberate, each pause filled with the intent listening for signs of life or danger from the opposing side. James describes how his grandfather would sometimes stop, kneeling to the earth, ear pressed against the ground, trying to catch the vibrations of enemy movements, or perhaps the distant, muted sounds of a camp stirring. This part of the story is rich, with the tension of the unknown, where every rustle or whisper could signify the end, or a chance for survival. The patrol navigates by the stars, their only light sources, which twinkle indifferently above this silent war. The journey through no man's land becomes a metaphor for the soldiers' own internal battles, the struggle to remain silent, to keep fear at bay, to maintain that thread of humanity in a place where death is an ever-looming presence. The emotional landscape is as challenging as the physical one. The men share a bond, forged in the silence, where words are unnecessary. An understanding is communicated through glances, through the shared weight of their mission. Here, in this no man's land, the war's brutality is momentarily eclipsed by the profound stillness, offering rare moments where one could almost forget the violence that awaits at dawn. Each man confronts his solitude, his fear, and yet there's a peculiar peace in this silence, a peace that comes from knowing they are part of something larger, something that transcends the immediate horrors of war. This patrol, this journey, is a testament to human resilience, to the ability to find beauty and quietude amidst chaos, to engage in a silent dance with death, where every step is a choice between survival and surrender. James continues his tale, his voice low and steady, recounting the night when his grandfather's whispered patrol came upon an unexpected presence in the fog-shrouded no man's land. He explains how, as they moved with the silence of the night, they suddenly became aware of another soldier, an enemy, not through sight, but through the faintest of sounds, a breath, the soft rustle of movement. The patrol stopped, and his grandfather, leading the way, stood still, listening intently. They could hear the enemy's presence, perhaps as startled by them as they were by him. In this tale, James shares how there was no immediate action, no drawing of weapons, just a profound moment of stillness, where both sides acknowledged each other's existence without aggression. His grandfather would later describe how they all stood there, in the thick, eerie silence, understanding that they were not just enemies, but soldiers, men with families, hopes, and fears, all caught in the same terrible dance of war. The story goes on to detail how, instead of engaging in combat, there was this silent agreement to pass each other by. His grandfather recounted how they exchanged a look, a slight nod, an unspoken truce in the midst of conflict. This moment, James narrates, was about the recognition of the other's humanity, a rare instance where the sounds of war were silenced by the quiet acknowledgement of shared human experience. He emphasizes that this patrol didn't return with tales of valor in battle, but with something more profound, the story of how silence and empathy could transcend the chaos of war. James invites his listeners to think about this as they drift to sleep, to ponder how in our own lives, moments of quiet understanding can be more powerful than any conflict. He suggests that as they lie there, preparing for sleep, they might reflect on how often we miss these opportunities for peace, how the quiet can speak volumes, and how a simple moment of acknowledgement can change perspectives. As listeners settle into their beds, James encourages them to imagine this scene, to feel the cold, damp air of that night, to hear the silence that wasn't empty, but full of potential for peace. He asks them to consider their own encounters, perhaps not with an enemy, but with someone different, someone they might not understand at first glance. How might their lives change if they approach these moments with the same silence and respect his grandfather's patrol did? This story, James concludes, isn't just about war, it's about the power of silence, of listening, and how these can lead to understanding in our daily lives, even as we seek the peace of sleep. James goes on to describe how his grandfather and his patrol made their way back after the silent encounter in no man's land. They moved with the same caution as before, But now there was a different weight to their steps, a quiet reflection on what had just transpired. He narrates how they navigated back through the fog, past the same barbed wire and craters, but this time the journey felt different. There was an unspoken understanding among them, a shared experience that would bind them beyond the confines of their mission. As they approached their own lines, the sounds of their own camp began to seep into their awareness. The soft murmurs of men, the occasional clink of metal, the distant, comforting sound of a harmonica playing a melancholic tune. James describes how his grandfather would tell of the relief of returning to the familiar, yet the lingering thoughts of the encounter that remained with them, like a whisper in the wind. Back in the trench, they reported their findings, but the true story, the one about the silent pact with the enemy, was kept among themselves. A silent bond that they felt was too sacred to share with those who hadn't experienced the night's profound silence. James shares how his grandfather would often sit, looking out into the night, pondering over that moment where war paused for peace, where humanity was acknowledged in the darkness. He suggests to his listeners that, as they lay in their beds, perhaps in the quiet of their own night, they might think of this return. How often do we come back from our own patrols, from our daily encounters with the world, carrying stories or moments of understanding that we keep close, not because they are secrets, but because they are profound. James invites his audience to reflect on how these moments shape us, how they might change the way we see the world, even in the silence before sleep. He asks them to consider what they bring back from their day, what silent agreements they might have made, with life's enemies or challenges, and how these shape their dreams. This part of the story is an invitation to introspection, to consider the journey back from our own battles, physical or metaphorical, and how the quiet, reflective moments can be as impactful as the loud, obvious ones as sleep approaches. James encourages his listeners to embrace these quiet returns, to let them inform their rest, their dreams, and perhaps their waking life. James concludes his story by speaking about the legacy that the whispered patrol left behind, not just for his grandfather, but for all who hear this tale. He explains how his grandfather would share this story, not as a tale of heroism, but as a lesson in the power of silence and understanding. The story, passed down through generations, became a reminder of how even in the darkest times, moments of quiet could lead to profound insights about humanity. He shares how this story influenced his grandfather's life long after the war, shaping his philosophy towards conflict, towards listening rather than speaking, towards understanding rather than judging. James reflects on how this legacy of silence taught his family the value of empathy, of taking the time to listen to the world around them, and how these lessons could apply to anyone's life. In the narrative, James invites his listeners to think about this legacy as they prepare for sleep. He asks them to consider how often in their own lives they rush to fill silence with noise, with words, with action, when perhaps the most profound connections or solutions come from simply listening, from allowing silence to speak. He suggests that as they drift off, they might carry this lesson into their dreams, into their subconscious, where the quiet can work its magic, healing, teaching, and connecting in ways that the day's noise cannot. James ends by encouraging his listeners to embrace the silence of the night, to let it be a teacher, a healer, a connector. He posits that just as his grandfather's patrol found peace in silence amidst war, we too can find our peace in the quiet moments of our lives, in the pauses between our actions, in the spaces where we allow ourselves to truly hear. He invites them to ponder on how this story might influence their approach to life, to conflict, to understanding others, and to find in their own silence a legacy of peace and empathy. As his voice fades, leaving the listeners to the sounds of their own breathing and the gentle ambience of the night, the early 17th century, a time when Europe was a patchwork of kingdoms, principalities, and religious divides. At the heart of this patchwork lay the Holy Roman Empire, a vast and fragmented realm that stretched across much of Central Europe. For centuries, tensions simmered beneath the surface, as Catholic and Protestant states vied for power, influence, and the right to practice their faith freely. The spark that ignited this long and devastating conflict came in the form of a defiant act in the city of Prague. In 1618, Protestant nobles in Bohemia, angered by perceived restrictions on their religious freedoms under Emperor Ferdinand II, staged a dramatic rebellion. They stormed Prague Castle, seized 2 imperial officials, and hurled them out of a window in an event known as the Defenestration of Prague. Miraculously, the officials survived the fall, but the act was a clear declaration of defiance. This single moment set off a chain reaction, like ripples spreading across a still pond. Ferdinand II, a staunch Catholic, saw the rebellion as a direct challenge to his authority in the Catholic Church. Determined to restore order and Catholic dominance, he mobilized his forces, while Protestant leaders across the empire began rallying their allies in preparation for a larger struggle. What began as a localized conflict in Bohemia quickly escalated into a broader war, drawing in neighboring regions and foreign powers. Protestant princes sought support from allies in Denmark, Sweden, and beyond, while Catholic states turned to Spain and the powerful Habsburg dynasty for aid. The war was no longer just about Bohemia. It had become a contest of religion, politics, and territorial ambition. As the conflict unfolded, it became clear that this was not a war of quick resolutions. The early battles were fierce yet inconclusive, leaving both sides entrenched in their positions and more determined than ever to secure victory. The countryside began to bear the scars of the war. Villages burned, crops were destroyed, and innocent lives were caught in the crossfire. The 30 Years' War was born out of these divisions, and its origins reveal much about the fragile balance of power and belief in Europe at the time. It was a conflict rooted in faith, but also fueled by ambition and fear, a perfect storm that would rage for decades. Take a moment to absorb this beginning, the first ripples of what would become a vast and relentless storm. As we move forward, the intricate web of alliances, battles, and betrayals will unfold. But for now, let the gravity of this moment settle, a reminder of how one act of defiance can echo across history. As the conflict in Bohemia ignited, the deeper fault lines of Europe's religious divide began to widen, casting a shadow over the entire continent. At its core, the 30 Years' War was fueled by the tensions between Catholics and Protestants, a struggle that had simmered since the Reformation in the 16th century. The Peace of Augsburg in 1555 had attempted to create harmony by allowing rulers within the Holy Roman Empire to determine their state's religion, whether Catholic or Lutheran. Yet this fragile peace left many unresolved issues, particularly with the rise of Calvinism, a branch of Protestantism that had not been recognized in the agreement. As Calvinist states gained influence, the Catholic Habsburg rulers viewed them as a threat. Their growing presence felt like a challenge to the established order. When Ferdinand II ascended to the throne of the Holy Roman Empire, he was determined to restore Catholic dominance. His unwavering faith and aggressive policies further inflamed tensions, especially among Protestant states that viewed him as a tyrant bent on crushing their freedoms. Ferdinand's allies in Spain and the papacy provided him with support, reinforcing the Catholic position with resources and manpower. On the other side, the Protestant Union, a coalition of Protestant princes, mobilized to resist Ferdinand's ambitions. They sought aid from Protestant powers beyond the empire, including Denmark, Sweden, and England. These nations saw the conflict not only as a religious struggle, but also as an opportunity to weaken the Habsburgs and expand their own influence. The war spread beyond Bohemia, spilling into regions such as the Palatinate, Saxony, and Bavaria. Each new front brought devastation to towns and villages, as armies marched across the countryside, leaving destruction in their wake. The brutality of the conflict became evident in battles such as the Battle of White Mountain in 1620, a crushing defeat for the Protestants that marked the beginning of Ferdinand's efforts to reassert Catholic control. But despite Catholic victories in the early years, the war refused to subside. Protestant leaders rallied, drawing on the resources and military expertise of their allies. Sweden, under King Gustavus Adolphus, emerged as a formidable force. His disciplined armies breathed new life into the Protestant cause. The balance of power began to shift and the war escalated further. This was no longer a simple struggle between Catholics and Protestants. It became a war of ambition and survival. Smaller states and mercenary armies joined the fray, drawn by promises of plunder and pay. The war became a theatre of chaos, where alliances shifted and even traditional enemies found themselves fighting side by side in pursuit of their goals. As the conflict deepened, it transformed the very nature of warfare. The 30 Years' War was one of the first conflicts where civilian populations suffered as much as, if not more than, the soldiers. Famine, disease, and displacement became common, as entire communities were uprooted or destroyed. The war's religious roots became intertwined with the politics of power, and its escalation revealed the fragility of peace in a divided world. As we move to the next chapter, consider the human cost of these divisions, the lives touched by a conflict that seemed endless, yet always teetered on the edge of resolution. By the late 1620s, the Protestant cause seemed to falter, their forces weakened by defeats and dwindling alliances. But the entry of Sweden into the war, under the leadership of King Gustavus Adolphus, marked a turning point that would reshape the conflict. Gustavus Adolphus was not just a ruler, he was a visionary military leader whose innovations in strategy and tactics would leave a lasting legacy on warfare. Gustavus Adolphus believed deeply in the Protestant cause, but his intervention was also driven by Sweden's strategic interests. The Habsburgs' growing influence threatened Swedish dominance in the Baltic region, making the 30 Years' War a matter of survival and sovereignty for his nation. With the backing of France, which sought to undermine Habsburg power despite being Catholic, Sweden entered the fray in 1630, bringing with it a disciplined and modernized army. The Swedish forces brought a new energy to the Protestant struggle. Gustavus Adolphus introduced revolutionary military tactics, emphasizing mobility, coordination, and the use of combined arms, integrating infantry, cavalry, and artillery into a cohesive fighting force. These methods gave his troops a significant edge over the larger but less organized armies of the Catholic League. The Battle of Breitenfeld in 1631 was a defining moment, a stunning victory for the Swedes and their Protestant allies. Gustavus Adolphus's army decimated the Catholic forces, demonstrating the effectiveness of his strategies. This victory not only bolstered Protestant morale, but also drew new allies to their cause, shifting the balance of power in the war. Under Gustavus Adolphus's leadership, the Protestant forces began to reclaim territory lost in earlier phases of the war. They advanced deep into the heart of the Holy Roman Empire, challenging Ferdinand II's dominance and threatening the stability of the Habsburg realms. Gustavus Adolphus's charisma and tactical brilliance earned him the loyalty of his troops and the respect of his enemies. But his triumphs were not without cost. In 1632, at the Battle of Lutzen, Gustavus Adolphus achieved another critical victory, but lost his life in the process. His death was a severe blow to the Protestant cause, yet his legacy endured. The momentum he had generated allowed Sweden to remain a dominant force in the war, and his military innovations continued to influence the strategies of both sides. As Sweden's intervention reshaped the war, the conflict grew even more complex. Religious divides began to blur as political ambitions took centre stage, with Catholic France supporting Protestant Sweden to counterbalance Habsburg power. This shifting landscape of alliances revealed the deeper currents driving the war, a struggle not just of faith, but of power and control over Europe's future. Gustavus Adolphus's role in the 30 Years' War is a testament to the transformative power of leadership and innovation. His contributions brought hope to a fractured alliance and altered the course of a seemingly endless conflict. Yet, His death also reminded the world of the fleeting nature of triumph in the face of war's relentless toll. As we prepare to move to the next chapter, take a moment to reflect on the determination and vision it takes to bring change amid chaos. In the darkest times, even a single leader can leave an indelible mark, and yet the storm of history moves forward, carrying all in its wake. As the 30 Years' War stretched into its second decade, the conflict expanded beyond its original boundaries, engulfing nearly all of Europe in its relentless grasp. Nations that had once remained on the sidelines found themselves drawn into the fray, whether by alliances, ambitions, or the sheer inevitability of the war's momentum. The entry of France in 1635 marked a dramatic shift. Though a Catholic nation, France allied with Protestant powers like Sweden to counterbalance the Habsburgs' influence. This decision underscored how the war had evolved from a religious conflict into a broader struggle for political dominance in Europe. The stage was set for what would become one of the most destructive periods of the war. As alliances grew ever more complex and battles became increasingly brutal. Across the continent, the toll of the war was staggering. Cities were besieged and burned. Fields were left barren and lifeless, and villages were emptied as civilians fled the advancing armies. Mercenary forces, often poorly paid and motivated by survival, resorted to pillaging and looting, leaving devastation in their wake. Famine and disease swept through war-torn regions, taking more lives than the battles themselves. As you listen to this story, let the gravity of these events drift gently through your thoughts, but not linger. Imagine the chaos of the time slowly fading into the background, replaced by a sense of quiet reflection. Feel the weight of the war's hardship giving way to an understanding of resilience, a reminder of humanity's enduring strength even in its darkest hours. The conflict's scope seemed endless, with battles erupting in regions as far-reaching as the Rhineland, the Netherlands, and northern Italy. Yet amid the turmoil, moments of diplomacy and negotiation emerged, offering brief glimpses of hope. Peace talks began to take shape, though they were slow and fraught with challenges, reflecting the deep divisions and mistrust among the warring parties. Let these moments of negotiation remind you that even in the midst of chaos, there are always efforts toward resolution. Allow yourself to relax further, your breath steady and calm, as if tracing the contours of history's slow march toward peace. As we move deeper into the story, the resilience of the people and the shifting tides of war remind us of the impermanence of struggle. Take this moment to let your mind ease. Let the complexity of the 30 Years' War unravel gently, leaving you with a sense of quiet perspective and peace. After nearly 3 decades of relentless conflict, Europe began to seek an end to the devastation. The 30 Years' War had taken a toll unlike any before it. Economies were ruined, lands were ravaged, and millions of lives had been lost. By the early 1640s, the warring nations realized that no decisive victory was in sight. The war had devolved into a stalemate of exhaustion. Thus began the long and complex journey toward peace, through the negotiations that would culminate in the Peace of Westphalia. The Westphalian negotiations were unprecedented in their scope and ambition. For the first time in European history, nearly all major powers gathered to discuss terms of peace. Delegates from Catholic and Protestant states, as well as representatives from France, Sweden, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire, met in the towns of Münster and Osnabrück. These talks would last for years, reflecting the complexity of the issues at hand and the deep mistrust between the parties. As the negotiations unfolded, the participants wrestled with questions of religion, sovereignty, and the balance of power. The Peace of Westphalia sought to establish a new order in Europe, one that would recognize the religious and political realities that had emerged from the war. Protestant and Catholic states agreed to a form of mutual tolerance, reaffirming the principle that rulers could determine their state's religion, while also granting greater freedoms to minority faiths. The treaty also redefined the concept of sovereignty. It marked the beginning of the modern state system. where nations recognized each other's territorial boundaries and agreed not to interfere in one another's internal affairs. This idea of state sovereignty would become a cornerstone of international relations for centuries to come. While the Peace of Westphalia brought an end to the 30 Years' War, its provisions were not without compromise. No side emerged as a clear victor, and many of the underlying tensions remained unresolved. Yet, the treaty succeeded in ending the immediate bloodshed and creating a framework for coexistence in a fractured Europe. As you listen to the conclusion of this chapter, let the idea of resolution fill your thoughts. Picture the weary negotiators, coming together after years of strife, finding common ground in the hope of a better future. Let this image remind you that even in the most challenging times, peace is always within reach. The road to peace was long and arduous, yet it proved that dialogue and compromise can overcome even the deepest divisions. Allow this lesson to settle within you as you relax further, your mind at ease, as the echoes of war fade into the calm promise of resolution. As the Peace of Westphalia brought an end to the 30 Years' War, Europe began to rebuild from the ashes of its most devastating conflict. The war left an indelible mark on the continent, shaping the course of history in profound ways. Nations that had been battered and broken emerged with new identities, while the concept of sovereignty laid the foundation for the modern nation-state system. The war's legacy extended beyond politics and borders. It changed the way conflicts were waged, highlighting the immense cost of prolonged war and the devastating impact on civilian populations. The lessons of the 30 Years' War echoed across generations, reminding humanity of the importance of diplomacy, tolerance, and restraint. This story of destruction and eventual reconciliation carries a timeless message. Even in the darkest of times, there is always a path forward, a path forged through perseverance, negotiation, and the willingness to find common ground. The 30 Years' War may have scarred Europe, but it also served as a turning point, proving that peace, though hard won, is always worth striving for. As we close this chapter of history, take a moment to reflect on the resilience of the human spirit. Let the story of the 30 Years' War remind you of the strength found in unity and the power of resolution. Think of the nations and individuals who rebuilt after so much loss, their journey, though difficult, leading to a more stable and interconnected future. Now let the soothing sounds of rain guide you to a place of peace and relaxation. Imagine gentle raindrops falling softly on leaves, washing away the echoes of history's struggles. Feel the rhythm of the rain bringing calm to your mind and a sense of quiet to your soul. Aristotle's story begins over 2,000 years ago, in 384 BCE, in the ancient city of Stagira, located in northern Greece. Born to a physician named Nicomachus and his wife Phaestis, Aristotle came into the world surrounded by a mix of science, medicine, and tradition. His father's role as the physician to the royal court of Macedon meant that Aristotle grew up in an environment deeply rooted in observation, inquiry, and the natural sciences. Even as a child, he showed a curious and inquisitive nature, traits that would come to define his life and work. However, Aristotle's early life was not without hardship. His parents passed away when he was still a boy, leaving him orphaned at a young age. Despite this loss, he was taken in by a guardian and received an education that emphasized both discipline and exploration. His early exposure to the workings of the natural world, combined with the structured environment of his upbringing, set the stage for his intellectual journey. At the age of 17, Aristotle travelled to Athens, the intellectual and cultural centre of the ancient world. There, he enrolled in Plato's Academy, a prestigious school founded by the renowned philosopher Plato. Aristotle quickly distinguished himself as a brilliant student, one whose mind seemed boundless in its capacity for inquiry. For 20 years he studied under Plato, immersing himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the natural sciences. Though Aristotle greatly admired Plato, he did not always agree with his teacher's ideas. While Plato focused on the realm of ideal forms, Aristotle's mind was drawn to the tangible, the observable, and the concrete. He believed that understanding the world required examining it directly, through observation and experience. This difference in approach would later define Aristotle's own philosophy, setting it apart from that of his mentor. After Plato's death, Aristotle left Athens and began a period of travel and teaching. He journeyed across the Greek world, sharing his knowledge and expanding his understanding of different cultures and environments. During this time, he also married a woman named Pythias, with whom he would have a daughter. His travels brought him to the court of King Philip II of Macedon, where he was tasked with an extraordinary responsibility, tutoring the young prince, Alexander, who would later become known as Alexander the Great. Aristotle's influence on Alexander was profound. While the prince was destined for military conquest and political leadership, Aristotle introduced him to the worlds of philosophy, science, and ethics. He encouraged Alexander to think critically and to approach his rule with wisdom and fairness. Though their paths would eventually diverge, the relationship between teacher and student left a lasting impact on both. In 335 BCE, Aristotle returned to Athens and established his own school, the Lyceum. The Lyceum was more than just a place of learning. It was a community of thinkers and scholars dedicated to exploring every aspect of the world. Aristotle and his students walked the grounds of the Lyceum, engaging in discussions that range from biology and physics to ethics and politics. These peripatetic discussions, as they were called, became a hallmark of Aristotle's teaching style. Aristotle's curiosity knew no bounds. He sought to understand the world in its entirety, cataloguing plants and animals, studying the stars, and analysing human behaviour. His work was both broad and detailed, reflecting his belief that knowledge was interconnected. To Aristotle, understanding one aspect of the world helped illuminate the others. His contributions to philosophy were groundbreaking. Aristotle developed a system of logic that laid the foundation for scientific inquiry. He believed that knowledge could be built through observation, reasoning, and experimentation. This approach contrasted with the purely theoretical methods of his predecessors, and it marked the beginning of a more empirical way of thinking that would influence science for centuries to come. Aristotle's writings covered nearly every subject imaginable. He explored metaphysics, examining the nature of existence and reality. He wrote extensively on ethics, proposing that the goal of life was to achieve eudaimonia, or flourishing through the cultivation of virtue. In politics, he analysed the structures of government and society, emphasising the importance of balance and justice. Yet, Aristotle was not infallible. Like all thinkers of his time, his work was shaped by the cultural and historical context in which he lived. Some of his ideas, particularly those on natural hierarchy and gender roles, reflected the limitations of his era. Even so, his methods of inquiry and his commitment to understanding the world continue to resonate. As Aristotle's influence grew, so too did the challenges he faced. In his later years, political tensions in Athens made his position increasingly precarious. Following the death of Alexander the Great, anti-Macedonian sentiment in the city put Aristotle, with his ties to the Macedonian court, under scrutiny. Accused of impiety, he chose to leave Athens, reportedly saying that he would not allow the city to sin twice against philosophy, a reference to the execution of Socrates decades earlier. Aristotle spent his final years in the city of Chalcis, where he continued to write and reflect. He passed away in 322 BCE at the age of 62, leaving behind a legacy that would endure for millennia. His works, preserved and studied over the centuries, became a cornerstone of Western thought, influencing fields as diverse as science, ethics, politics, and art. As you reflect on Aristotle's life, let the calm rhythm of his story guide you into a peaceful state of relaxation. His journey reminds us of the power of curiosity, the value of inquiry, and the interconnectedness of all knowledge. Aristotle's life was not just about answers, it was about asking the right questions and seeking understanding in all things. Feel the quiet wisdom of his teachings as they settle in your mind, a gentle reminder that the pursuit of knowledge is a journey, not a destination. Let the story of Aristotle inspire you to embrace curiosity and to find wonder in the world around you. Now, as you drift off to sleep, imagine the serene halls of the Lyceum, the soft murmurs of philosophical discussions, and the gentle rustling of leaves as Aristotle and his students walk under the shade of ancient trees. Let these images carry you into restful dreams, where the wisdom of the past illuminates the infinite possibilities of tomorrow. As you continue to relax, let the profound legacy of Aristotle's life unfold in your mind. His dedication to understanding the world wasn't just about acquiring knowledge. It was about seeking harmony, balance, and truth in everything around him. Aristotle believed that knowledge was interconnected, and through his teachings, he encouraged others to see the unity between the natural world, human behaviour, and the cosmos itself. Imagine Aristotle walking through the Lyceum, the warm sun filtering through the trees as he engaged in thoughtful discussions with his students. His words carried a sense of purpose, guiding those who followed him to think critically and observe the world with care. These walks, known as peripatetic lectures, were not just a means of sharing knowledge, they were a journey of discovery, where every step brought new insights and understanding. Aristotle's influence reached far beyond his own lifetime. His writings were preserved and studied by scholars throughout history, shaping the foundations of many disciplines. In the Middle Ages, his works became central to both Islamic and European philosophy, earning him the title of the philosopher among medieval scholars. His contributions to logic, ethics, and the natural sciences provided a framework for future thinkers, from Thomas Aquinas to Galileo Galilei. In the realm of ethics, Aristotle's concept of virtue remains timeless. He believed that the key to a fulfilling life was finding the balance between extremes, a concept he called the golden mean. For Aristotle, courage lay between recklessness and cowardice, generosity between stinginess and extravagance. This philosophy of moderation offers a calming and thoughtful perspective, reminding us that harmony often lies in balance. As you reflect on these teachings, let their wisdom bring a sense of calm and clarity. The idea that life's challenges can be approached with balance and thoughtfulness is a comforting reminder that, even in times of uncertainty, there is a path forward that brings peace and understanding. Aristotle's work on the natural sciences was equally revolutionary. He believed that observation and experience were the keys to understanding the world. He meticulously studied plants, animals, and celestial phenomena, striving to uncover the principles that governed their existence. His efforts to categorize and explain the natural world laid the groundwork for modern scientific inquiry, inspiring countless generations of researchers to follow in his footsteps. Picture Aristotle seated in quiet contemplation, surrounded by scrolls and diagrams, his mind alight with questions about the universe. The gentle hum of the world around him, the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds served as the backdrop to his endless curiosity. This serene image reminds us of the beauty of learning and the quiet joy of discovery. In his exploration of politics, Aristotle emphasized the importance of community and the role of government in promoting the common good. He studied different forms of governance, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses. His belief that humans are political animals underscores our innate desire for connection and cooperation. Aristotle's insights into the nature of society encourage us to think deeply about the ways we interact with one another and the systems we create to support our collective well-being. As the rain falls gently outside your window, imagine the ancient world Aristotle inhabited, a world filled with wonder, where the mysteries of existence invited exploration and understanding. Let his story remind you that curiosity is a gift, one that opens the door to endless possibilities. Now, as you drift deeper into relaxation, picture the stars shining above the Lyceum, their light guiding Aristotle and his students as they pondered the mysteries of life. The gentle rhythm of their footsteps, the soft murmur of their voices, and the stillness of the night create a peaceful atmosphere, one that invites you to find rest and serenity in your own journey. Aristotle's life was a testament to the power of inquiry, the joy of discovery, and the interconnectedness of all things. His teachings remind us that knowledge is not just about understanding the world, it's about finding our place within it and striving to live in harmony with ourselves and others. Let the quiet wisdom of Aristotle's journey settle into your thoughts as you rest. His legacy is not just one of intellectual brilliance, but of a life deeply dedicated to understanding the beauty and complexity of existence. Aristotle saw the world not as a collection of separate pieces, but as an intricate tapestry, where each thread is connected to the others in profound and meaningful ways. Imagine the calm serenity of ancient Greece, the golden sunlight cascading over the white stone columns of the Lyceum as Aristotle strolled its pathways. surrounded by students eager to learn. They debated, questioned, and explored every aspect of life, from the nature of the stars above to the behaviour of the animals in the fields nearby. Their conversations were filled with curiosity and wonder, a reflection of Aristotle's belief that every question, no matter how simple or complex, was worth pursuing. Aristotle's ability to bridge different disciplines was one of his greatest strengths. He saw no boundary between science and philosophy, ethics and politics, or art and nature. To him, everything was interconnected, part of a greater whole that deserved to be studied and understood. This holistic view of the world is a reminder of the beauty that lies in seeing the bigger picture, in understanding that each small piece contributes to something far greater than itself. As you drift further into relaxation, let the harmony of Aristotle's teachings bring you peace. His philosophy of balance and moderation encourages us to find calm in the chaos, to seek the middle ground where we can flourish. The idea of the golden mean is not just a guide for making choices, it is an invitation to live with grace and intention, to approach life with a steady and thoughtful heart. Picture Aristotle at his desk, surrounded by scrolls and notes, the flickering light of a lantern illuminating his work. The quiet hum of the night provides the perfect backdrop for his thoughts, as he meticulously records his observations and ideas. Each stroke of his pen represents a step forward in humanity's understanding of the world. This image is a reminder that even the grandest achievements begin with quiet moments of reflection and dedication. Aristotle's life was also a testament to resilience. Despite the challenges he faced, from personal loss to political exile, he never stopped asking questions, never stopped seeking to understand. His commitment to learning and teaching, even in the face of adversity, is a powerful reminder that knowledge and curiosity are forces that can overcome even the greatest obstacles. Now, as you relax and prepare to drift into sleep, imagine the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shores of ancient Greece, the rhythmic flow of the sea echoing the timeless nature of Aristotle's wisdom. His story reminds us that the search for knowledge is an endless journey, one that brings us closer not only to the world around us, but also to ourselves. Let your breathing slow as you picture the peaceful gardens of the Lyceum, where Aristotle's students gathered to learn and grow. The rustling of leaves in the wind and the soft murmur of philosophical discussions create a tranquil atmosphere, one that invites you to rest and reflect. As the calm of the night surrounds you, let the echoes of Aristotle's wisdom carry you further into a restful state. His life's journey reminds us of the power of patience and persistence, the idea that true understanding unfolds slowly, like the petals of a flower opening to the morning sun. Each step he took, each question he asked, was a step toward unravelling the mysteries of life. Imagine the gentle rhythm of Aristotle's daily routines at the Lyceum, the sun casting soft shadows over the gardens, where he and his students would walk and talk. The air would have been filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the distant sound of birds singing, creating a serene environment for thought and reflection. It was in these simple, unhurried moments that some of the most profound ideas in human history were born. Aristotle's approach to life and learning reminds us that it's okay to take our time, to explore the world with curiosity and wonder. He understood that knowledge is not something to be rushed. It is a lifelong journey, one that unfolds gradually and beautifully. This philosophy of patience and exploration is one we can carry with us, a gentle reminder to approach our own lives with care and intention. Aristotle often turned his gaze upward, marvelling at the vastness of the universe and pondering the mysteries it held. To him, the stars were not just distant points of light. They were part of a grand, interconnected cosmos, a reminder of our place within something far greater than ourselves. Let this thought bring you a sense of peace and wonder as you rest. Aristotle's teachings also emphasized the importance of community and connection. He believed that humans are social beings, meant to live and work together in harmony. His ideas about politics and ethics were grounded in this belief, highlighting the value of cooperation, fairness, and mutual respect. These principles continue to resonate, reminding us of the importance of building strong, supportive relationships with those around us. As you relax further, imagine the soft murmurs of conversation in the Lyceum, the voices of students and scholars blending together in a gentle symphony of learning. The warmth of their shared curiosity and the strength of their connections created an environment where ideas could flourish. Let this image remind you of the power of community, the way it supports and uplifts us, even in our quietest moments. Aristotle's dedication to understanding the natural world was unparalleled. He believed that by observing and studying the world around us, we could uncover the principles that govern life itself. From the smallest insect to the vast expanse of the heavens, Aristotle approached every subject with the same level of curiosity and care. His work laid the foundation for countless discoveries, inspiring generations of thinkers to explore and question. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Aristotle walking along a quiet beach at sunrise, the waves gently lapping at the shore. The golden light of dawn illuminates his path, a symbol of the new ideas and possibilities that each day brings. This peaceful scene reflects the quiet strength of his mind and the endless potential for discovery that lies within us all. Let your breathing slow as you embrace the calm and tranquility of this moment. The story of Aristotle's life is one of resilience, curiosity, and an unyielding desire to understand. His teachings remind us that no matter how complex the world may seem, there is always beauty to be found in the search for knowledge. As you fall into a deep, restful sleep, let the timeless wisdom of Aristotle's journey inspire your dreams. Imagine the serenity of the Lyceum, the warmth of shared ideas, and the quiet joy of exploring the mysteries of life. Thank you for spending this time with us at History and Sleep. May your dreams be peaceful and filled with wonder. Sweet dreams, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. In the year 1162, amidst the sweeping steppes of Mongolia, a child was born into a world of cold winds and endless plains. This child, named Temujin, would grow to become the great Genghis Khan, a name that would echo across history as the founder of the Mongol Empire. But before he became a conqueror, he was simply a boy born into struggle, shaped by the harshness of his environment and the conflicts of his people. The Mongolian steppes stretched far and wide, a vast expanse of grasslands where the sky met the earth in a seamless horizon. Life here was simple yet brutal. Nomadic tribes moved with their herds, living off the land and surviving the harsh winters and the scorching summers. It was a world where strength, loyalty, and resilience were the keys to survival. Temujin's early years were marked by hardship. He was the son of Yesugei, a minor tribal leader, and his wife Husayn. When Temujin was just a young boy, his father was poisoned by a rival tribe. This sudden loss left his family vulnerable, and they were abandoned by their own clan. His mother, Husayn, took on the responsibility of raising Temujin and his siblings alone. The family was left to fend for themselves on the open steppes, relying on foraging, hunting, and sheer determination to survive. These early struggles forged a deep resilience in Temujin. He learned to endure hunger, cold, and the constant threat of violence. But he also learned the value of unity, the importance of family, and the need for loyalty. His mother's strength became a guiding force in his life. She taught him that survival required not only physical strength but also wisdom, patience, and an unyielding spirit. As Temujin grew older, he began to understand the fragmented world of the Mongol tribes. There were endless feuds, shifting alliances, and a constant struggle for power. He saw how disunity left his people vulnerable. He dreamed of something greater, of a world where the tribes could be united, where the endless conflicts could be replaced with a shared purpose. But before he could realize this vision, he faced countless challenges. Betrayal was a constant threat. One of his closest friends, Jamuka, who had once sworn brotherhood with him, would later become his rival. Temujin's path was marked by moments of capture, imprisonment, and escape. Each setback hardened his resolve. He believed that strength was found not just in the sword, but in the unity of purpose and loyalty. In time, Temujin began to gather followers who saw his vision. He was not just a warrior. He was a leader who understood people. He rewarded loyalty and merit rather than noble birth, a revolutionary idea in a world bound by tradition. His reputation grew, and more tribes pledged their allegiance to him. His ability to inspire, to strategize, and to adapt set him apart. He was relentless, determined, and focused on a single goal: to unite the Mongol tribes under one banner. In 1206, after years of battles, alliances, and strategic brilliance, Temujin achieved his dream. He was declared Genghis Khan, meaning universal ruler. It was a title that reflected his role as the unifier of the Mongols, a leader who'd brought together the once fractured tribes into a formidable force. But Genghis Khan's vision did not stop at the borders of Mongolia. He saw beyond the steppes, beyond the horizon. His ambition was to create a world where his people could thrive, where the divisions that had weakened them for centuries could be replaced by a new order. His armies, skilled horsemen and fierce warriors, began to expand the Mongol territory. They moved with speed, discipline and precision, conquering lands that had once seemed unreachable. The campaigns of Genghis Khan swept across Central Asia, into China and beyond. His leadership was marked by a combination of ruthless efficiency and strategic genius. He understood the importance of adapting to new challenges, incorporating new technologies, and learning from the cultures he encountered. Under his rule, the Mongol Empire became a melting pot of ideas, trade, and communication. But Genghis Khan was more than just a conqueror. He established laws to bring order to the chaos of his expanding empire. His code, known as the Yasa, emphasized loyalty, discipline, and justice. He promoted religious tolerance, recognizing that unity required respecting the beliefs of diverse peoples. He created systems of communication, trade routes, and infrastructure that connected distant parts of his empire. The Silk Road, once a dangerous route, flourished under Mongol protection, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures. As you breathe in deeply, picture the vast Mongolian steppes under a night sky filled with stars. The grass sways gently in the breeze, and the world is quiet except for the soft sounds of horses and the distant crackle of campfires. Genghis Khan's legacy stretches across these plains, a reminder of a leader who dared to dream of unity, who faced the harshness of his world with an unbreakable spirit. His life was a journey of resilience, vision, and transformation. He turned adversity into strength, chaos into order, and disunity into a vast and enduring empire. Though his methods were fierce, his impact on the world was profound. The connections he forged between East and West reshaped history, leaving a legacy that endures to this day. As you sink deeper into relaxation, let the story of Genghis Khan remind you of the power of perseverance, the strength found in unity, and the importance of vision. His life, filled with challenges and triumphs, speaks to the boundless potential within each of us, the ability to overcome, to lead, and to create lasting change. As you drift even deeper into the calming embrace of sleep, let the echoes of Genghis Khan's journey gently guide your thoughts. His story, one of struggle, vision, and unrelenting determination, is a reminder of the strength that lies within every challenge we face and the boundless potential we possess to shape our own destinies. Picture the endless Mongolian steppes beneath a vast night sky, where the stars shine like scattered diamonds, illuminating the dark plains below. The wind moves softly, whispering tales of ancient conquests and unification, carrying with it the faint scent of grasslands and distant fires. This is the world where Genghis Khan forged his legacy, a world where survival was harsh, but the spirit of resilience was even stronger. As his empire expanded, so too did his influence. His conquests stretched from the mountains of China to the deserts of Persia, from the plains of Russia to the cities of the Middle East. But beyond the battles and the victories, Genghis Khan's mind remained focused on a singular goal: creating a world where his people could thrive. He was not driven purely by conquest, but by the desire to establish order where there was once chaos, to bring unity to lands divided by endless feuds. The Mongol Empire under his leadership was not just vast, but interconnected. Trade routes flourished under his protection, allowing merchants, scholars, and travellers to move more freely than ever before. This period of stability and security, often referred to as the Pax Mongolica, allowed ideas, cultures, and innovations to flow across continents. Paper, gunpowder, and art travelled from east to west, while philosophies, religions, and scientific discoveries spread in return. Imagine the caravans moving slowly across the Silk Road, their lanterns glowing softly in the dark, their footsteps measured and steady, the gentle clinking of goods, the murmur of languages blending together. This was a world where once isolated cultures began to connect, creating a tapestry of shared human experience. Genghis Khan's vision of an interconnected world laid the foundation for this exchange, bridging the gaps between civilizations and opening pathways that had once seemed impassable. As you breathe in slowly, picture the vast expanse of his empire, the lands stretching beyond sight. Mountains rise in the distance, rivers carve paths through fertile valleys, and open plains roll endlessly toward the horizon. Each part of this landscape, once divided, is now united under a common rule, a testament to the power of a shared purpose. Genghis Khan's dream of unity has become a reality, one shaped by his unwavering will and strategic brilliance. But even as his empire grew, Genghis Khan remained tied to the simplicity of his roots. He lived a life close to the earth, surrounded by the people who had followed him from the very beginning. He never allowed himself to be consumed by luxury or excess. His strength lay in his ability to understand both the warrior's path and the leader's burden, to balance the ferocity of conquest with the wisdom of governance. As the years passed, Genghis Khan continued to guide his people, his vision extending beyond his own lifetime. He established systems of law and order, ensuring that justice and discipline held his empire together. His code, the Yasa, provided structure and fairness, holding even the highest-ranking leaders accountable. This commitment to order and loyalty became the backbone of the Mongol Empire, a legacy that would endure long after his death. In 1227, Genghis Khan's journey came to an end. He passed away during a military campaign. His body returned to the land he had known since childhood. His burial place remains a mystery, hidden somewhere in the vast steppes, a secret held tightly by those who revered him. But though his physical presence faded, his legacy continued to shape the world. His descendants carried his vision forward, expanding the empire and cementing his place in history. As you breathe deeply, feel the quiet power of Genghis Khan's story resonating within you. His life teaches us that, even in the face of unimaginable challenges, a determined spirit can overcome, a clear vision can unify, and resilience can shape the course of history. He transformed his hardships into strength, his struggles into purpose, and his dreams into reality. Imagine the steppes once more, now calm under the vast night sky. The stars continue their silent watch. The wind carries a sense of timelessness, and the land stretches out in quiet peace. The world rests much like you do now, embracing the stillness that follows the storm, the calm that comes after a journey well travelled. Allow yourself to let go completely, to surrender to this peaceful stillness. The story of Genghis Khan has taken you across endless plains, through battles, struggles, and victories. Now, you rest, knowing that strength, resilience, and vision lie within you, just as they did within him. The journey of discovery, growth, and purpose is yours to continue when you awaken. As you sink deeper into the embrace of sleep, let the echoes of Genghis Khan's legacy ripple through your mind like a soft, steady current. His journey was vast, stretching across endless plains and through the annals of history, yet his life was also a reflection of universal truths: strength in adversity, vision beyond boundaries, and the enduring power of unity. Imagine the stillness of the steppes at dawn, the first light of day casting a golden hue across the endless grasslands. The world holds its breath in quiet anticipation, a moment suspended between night and day. This is the same land that shaped Temujin, the boy who became Genghis Khan. The cold winds, the hardships, the endless horizons, all these elements forged his spirit, teaching him to endure, to adapt, and to lead. As you breathe deeply, let that same sense of quiet resilience settle within you. Just as the steppes stretched beyond sight, so too do the possibilities within your own life. The journey of Genghis Khan reminds us that no matter how vast the challenges before us, the human spirit is capable of incredible endurance and transformation. In your mind's eye, picture the endless caravans that travelled the Silk Road under the protection of the Mongol Empire. Merchants from distant lands move steadily along ancient routes, their carts loaded with silks, spices, and knowledge. The world is connected in ways it had never been before, ideas flowing freely across continents. These connections, once fragile and uncertain, now weave a tapestry of shared human experience. Genghis Khan's vision brought people together, creating pathways where there had once been barriers. His legacy lives not just in the conquests, but in the bridges he built between cultures, the systems of order he established, and the idea that unity, even amidst diversity, is possible. Now, let your thoughts drift further into the stillness of night. The campfires have burned down to embers, their soft glow casting faint light across the faces of warriors, nomads, and travellers. The air is filled with the faint scent of smoke and the quiet murmur of people at rest. This moment of peace, hard-earned and cherished, reflects the balance that Genghis Khan sought, a world where strength and stability allowed for moments of tranquility. Feel the calm spread through your body, each breath drawing you deeper into a space of comfort and safety. The struggles of the day fall away like grains of sand carried by the wind. You are part of a larger story, one where each challenge you face shapes you, where every moment of resilience adds to your strength. Like the great Khan, you possess the power to endure, to dream, and to create a legacy of your own. Imagine now the vast plain stretching out beneath a sky filled with stars. The universe seems infinite, yet there is a profound sense of peace in knowing that you are a part of this grand expanse. The wind whispers gently, carrying with it the stories of the past, the hopes of the present, and the dreams of the future. You're connected to this timeless flow, your spirit at ease, your heart steady. As your mind drifts further into sleep, let the essence of Genghis Khan's story remain with you. His life, shaped by hardship and triumph, reminds us that within every challenge lies an opportunity for growth. His journey from a boy abandoned on the steppes to a ruler who united vast lands is a testament to the power of determination and vision. You too carry that same potential within you, the ability to overcome, to rise and to transform. The world outside grows softer now, the edges of reality blurring as you surrender to rest. Your breath is slow, steady, and calm. Each inhale fills you with a sense of possibility. Each exhale releases any tension you've been holding. The night wraps around you like a warm cloak, protecting and soothing you as you drift further into peaceful sleep. As you drift even deeper into the embrace of sleep, the vast plains of history stretch endlessly before you, serene and timeless. The gentle rhythm of your breath mirrors the calm, steady winds of the Mongolian steppes, whispering stories of courage, resilience, and transformation. The journey of Genghis Khan lingers softly in your mind, a reminder that every challenge faced, every hardship overcome, shapes the path towards something greater. In this peaceful expanse, the world feels limitless. The night sky, filled with an infinite sea of stars, reflects the boundless potential within you. Each star glimmers with a quiet brilliance, a beacon of possibility, hope, and the dreams that lie waiting beyond the horizon. Just as Genghis Khan dared to look beyond the confines of his world, you too are capable of breaking through barriers, of envisioning new paths, of creating a life defined by your own resilience and purpose. Imagine the quiet of the ancient world. No city lights, no noise of modern life, just the pure, unbroken silence of the night. The grass beneath you is soft, cool and fragrant. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of earth and distant fires. The only sounds are the faint rustling of the wind and the occasional soft nicker of a horse standing watch. This tranquility is a gift, a space where you can let go, breathe deeply, and allow your mind to float freely. As you inhale, draw in a sense of calm strength. With each exhale, release the burdens of the day, the worries that cling like shadows. In this space, there is no need to rush, no need to struggle. You are safe, held gently by the vastness of history and the quiet wisdom it offers. Like the open steppes, your mind expands, free from constraints, filled with possibility. The story of Genghis Khan is one of transformation, of a young boy who endured pain and loss, but who rose to become a leader who reshaped the world. His journey reminds us that strength is born in moments of adversity, that the spirit is forged in the fires of challenge. His vision was clear, his resolve unbreakable, and within you too lies that same seed of potential, that same capacity for growth, for vision, for resilience. Picture the endless plains bathed in the soft glow of dawn. The first rays of sunlight touch the horizon, casting a warm golden light over the land. The sky shifts from deep indigo to gentle hues of pink and orange. The world awakens slowly, peacefully, as the night gives way to a new day. This transition, from darkness to light, is a symbol of hope, a reminder that no matter how long the night may seem, the dawn always comes. Let this thought settle gently in your mind. Just as the night must yield to the morning, every struggle you face, every challenge you endure holds the promise of renewal, of new beginnings, of possibilities yet to be realized. The journey of life, like the journey of Genghis Khan, is one of cycles, of hardship and triumph, of darkness and light, of endings and new beginnings. Feel your body relax even further, each muscle letting go, your mind sinking deeper into the comfort of sleep. The weight of the world lifts away, leaving you light, free, and at peace. The winds of the steppes, the vast horizons, and the quiet strength of history envelop you in a cocoon of serenity. In this state of deep relaxation, know that you are part of something timeless. The struggles, the victories, the dreams of those who came before you live on, whispering their wisdom and encouragement. You are connected to this greater tapestry of humanity, a thread woven through the fabric of time, resilient and unbroken. Born in 69 BCE, Cleopatra, the seventh Philopator, came from a family that had controlled Egypt for over 3 centuries. These were the Ptolemies, who were descended from a general under Alexander the Great. The Ptolemaic Empire was a peculiar hybrid by the time Cleopatra was born, a Greek-speaking monarchy situated atop a deeply Egyptian terrain. The dynasty itself was plagued by family feuds, political assassinations, and tense truces with growing Roman authority, despite the capital, Alexandria, being a global centre of scholarship. Tradition frequently portrays Cleopatra as a captivating queen who captivated influential men. However, that portrayal disregards her extensive education, linguistic proficiency, and strategic savvy. She pursued studies in philosophy, astronomy, medicine, and mathematics in the renowned Library of Alexandria. Cleopatra was raised in society that demanded royals demonstrate their abilities, as each prospective heir faced the risk of being outwitted by cunning family members. In a court notorious for backstabbing, mental acuity was just as important to survival as birthright. For a large portion of his rule, her father, Ptolemy XII Orleans, had to balance local unrest with Roman favour. Despite the Ptolemies' claims to divine heritage, Roman power actually loomed big. To gain Roman political support, athletes paid hefty prices, which put Egypt's finances in jeopardy. As she observed these discussions, Cleopatra learned early on that money could purchase allies but could never ensure true respect. She also saw how quickly a monarch may lose their position of authority if they made a mistake that alienated those in charge. When Cleopatra was a little girl, she travelled to Rome with Auletes on diplomatic missions and saw a civilization on the verge of enormous growth. She watched the Senate's operations there as well as the moves of powerful people like Julius Caesar and Pompey. She had a first-hand insight from these experiences that few Egyptian royals had ever experienced. Cleopatra's route to the Egyptian throne was uncertain. To maintain the unity of the bloodline, Ptolemaic law encouraged sibling marriage partnerships, and her father had other children. An ancient Macedonian custom that the Ptolemies had taken to extremes. This behaviour was startling to modern ears. As a result, Cleopatra's destiny was intertwined with her brothers, one of whom would, at least in theory, share power with her. Everyone knew that a puppet sibling could be used to overthrow a more ambitious relative, and the tension in the royal family was evident. History frequently reduces Cleopatra to an exotic character who courted Roman rulers, but she was developing her diplomatic abilities from an early age. She acquired multilingual skills, in addition to Greek. She reportedly knew Aramaic, Ethiopian, and probably Hebrew well as an Egyptian, which most of her Ptolemaic predecessors never tried to master. She was able to avoid having her comments misinterpreted by interpreters by speaking to courtiers, merchants, and foreign envoys in their own tongues. Her ability to communicate directly became one of her most powerful assets, enabling her to bridge cultural gaps. The domestic politics of Egypt were very complicated. As they had done for thousands of years, priesthoods held considerable power. Careful supervision was required of the irrigation system. Grain shipments fueled the kingdom's economy by feeding both Egyptians and international markets. Cleopatra was aware of the fragility underlying the opulence of the court spectacles. In ancient times, grain was valuable, and managing the Nile's resources meant managing the money needed to survive, to keep the Roman bankers happy, the priests placated, and the crops steady. A wise ruler was required. However, when her father passed away in 51 BCE, Cleopatra was still a young woman. She and her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, were designated as joint rulers in the will. This arrangement was less about true balance and more about ceremonial tradition. Groups in the court tried to influence the young boy king against his sister very immediately. Cleopatra had to decide whether to submit to these power struggles or to stand up for herself at the risk of starting a civil war. Cleopatra's early life prepared her for her eventual decisive actions, even though most people only recall her later involvements with Mark Antony and Julius Caesar. Her background, learning at the library, observing Roman politics, and negotiating a contentious court, formed the foundation of her strategic perspective. She was adamant that ambitious Romans should not use Egypt as a prize or a province. Although the road ahead was dangerous, Cleopatra had been well prepared by her upbringing. She wasn't a passive character. She was already planning ahead and prepared to play a political chess game that would decide her kingdom's destiny. Cleopatra, who was 18 at the time of Ptolemy XII's death, found herself sharing the kingdom with her brother, Ptolemy XIII, who was only 10 or 11 years old at the time. Although they were classified as equals in their official titles, Cleopatra was aware of the covert power structures in the royal court. The young king's advisors saw an opportunity to marginalise her by portraying her as an intrusive sister who posed a danger to the boy's legitimate authority. Political scheming by a flurry of courtiers, including the powerful regent Pothinus and a general by the name of Achilles, soon compelled Cleopatra to leave Alexandria. Cleopatra was sent into exile because she would not concede defeat. Instead of disappearing into obscurity, she gathered a small troop and set up camp east of the Nile Delta to wait. She made appeals to border troops who were devoted to her father's legacy, merchants who were upset over the mayhem in Alexandria, and local allies. Cleopatra closely monitored Rome's internal conflicts during this period. Caesar's previous ally, the Roman general Gnaeus Pompey, was now losing a civil war against his erstwhile comrade. The Alexandrian court made the tragic choice to have Pompey killed when he landed in Egypt in search of resources and safety. The killing was likely done to appease Julius Caesar, who was pursuing Pompey. However, the results of this heinous deed were not what they had hoped for. Caesar personally landed in Alexandria in the fall of 48 BCE. A stable monarchy, or at least a compliant administration that would pay for his wartime expenses, was what he hoped to discover. Instead, he found himself in a country that was embroiled in a fraternal war, with Ptolemy XIII's camp fighting for control of the city and Cleopatra in exile. Caesar was apparently horrified to learn of Pompey's assassination, since he had planned to capture Pompey rather than have him killed by outsiders. Seeing her chance, Cleopatra came up with a bold scheme to meet Caesar in private and make her case. According to legend, to get past Ptolemy's guards, Cleopatra planned to be smuggled into the palace rolled up in a carpet or bag. Although some historians disagree with the precise approach, everyone agrees that Cleopatra's first-hand meeting with Caesar was a persuasive masterstroke. She portrayed herself as a legitimate queen whose brother's court had turned treacherous, rather than as a defenceless exile. She knew Latin well enough to communicate directly with Caesar. He was said to be as fascinated by her intelligence and humour as he was by her royal demeanour. Caesar, a master strategist, believed that Cleopatra was a better ally than her younger brother in ensuring Egypt's stability. The siblings must get back together and rule together again, he said. The councillors to Ptolemy XIII refused to obey because they felt their authority was in jeopardy. As tensions increased, the Alexandrian War broke out. Alexandria's streets and docks became battlefields when Caesar's army engaged in combat with Ptolemy XIII's supporters. Although reports differ on the extent and timing of the destruction, the renowned library itself may have sustained some damage during this fight. Cleopatra remained calm in the face of chaos. She collaborated closely with Caesar, providing local intelligence and resources. She understood that while she required Caesar's help, she also possessed power, because Caesar wanted a stable monarchy, and control over Egypt's grain supply was vital to Rome. They eventually routed Ptolemy XIII's army. While attempting to escape, he himself perished in the Nile. To maintain the illusion of a dynastic tradition, Cleopatra's younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, was appointed as a nominal co-ruler. However, Cleopatra held the real power. After the civil war was done, Cleopatra sided with Caesar and, according to many, fell in love with him. Caesarion, the child they would eventually have, symbolized the marriage of Egyptian ancestry with Roman ambition. Nevertheless, Cleopatra never saw herself as a simple consort. Her goal was to bring her kingdom back to life while juggling Roman interests and preserving some degree of autonomy. She lavished Caesar with hospitality, throwing lavish feasts that could only be supported by the Nile's wealth. Beneath these extravagant outbursts, however, she engaged in painstaking negotiations to secure her rule's continuation after Caesar's inevitable departure. Alexandria had been returned to Cleopatra at the end of this turbulent time. She was no longer the helpless fugitive. Instead, she had become Egypt's undisputed monarch, albeit one who was closely associated with Roman authority. She had forged a complicated alliance with the most powerful man in the Mediterranean by navigating war and conspiracies. There were new obstacles in the way, primarily how to balance Egypt's sovereignty with Rome's demands. However, Cleopatra had demonstrated that she was more than capable of skillfully navigating through situations that would shatter a less powerful ruler. Following the Alexandrian War, Cleopatra oversaw a court that combined Roman and Hellenistic elements with old Egyptian customs. She reclaimed trade routes vital to Egypt's growth and dispatched envoys to negotiate border accords to regain control over areas lost during previous crises. Beyond politics, Cleopatra prioritized cultural patronage. She provided financial support for academic pursuits, sponsored building projects, and made sure that Egypt's temples, particularly those honouring the goddess Isis, whom she came to identify increasingly with, received royal backing. She and Julius Caesar's relationship kept changing. Caesar, attracted by Cleopatra's companionship as well as political motives, stayed in Egypt longer than many Roman senators thought was wise. Their well-known Nile cruise, which was later romanticised, served two strategic purposes. Caesar learned about the area's resources and fortifications firsthand, while Cleopatra demonstrated the size of her dominion. Though some Alexandrians questioned the expenditure, Cleopatra recognised the importance of spectacle and heard tales of sumptuous feasts on royal boats. She wanted the Egyptians and Romans to understand that the Ptolemaic throne had not lost its majesty in a time when the ability to dazzle was frequently used to gauge one's level of authority. Caesar and Cleopatra, however, were unable to deny Rome's restlessness. After defeating Pompey's allies, Caesar solidified his hold on power, and his status as dictator was both admirable and vulnerable. He brought Cleopatra back to Rome in 46 BCE, but not as a simple concubine. She successfully positioned herself on the Roman stage by arriving with her retinue, which included the baby Caesarion. Conservative Romans, who disapproved of her alien status and her alleged aspirations, were scandalized by this. Caesar gave Cleopatra a privileged position that no other foreign ruler had, however, by letting her remain at a villa across the Tiber. Within the city's political circles, rumours circulated that Caesar may declare himself king and Cleopatra his queen, a notion that was unappealing to Romans who had vivid memories of overthrowing monarchs centuries before. Both xenophobic animosity and curiosity were stoked by Cleopatra's appearance, her attire, and her entourage of Egyptian courtiers. In the meantime, she researched the tribunes, the Senate, and the network of patronage that connected aristocratic families in Rome. She realised how shaky Rome's acceptance of her was. Nevertheless, she engaged in diplomatic outreach, establishing connections with powerful senators and their spouses, giving presents and organising cultural events that showcased Alexandria's refinement. But Cleopatra's primary goal was to ensure the future of her dynasty. From the Egyptian perspective, she desired Caesarion's recognition as his heir, even if it wasn't official. Caesar gave Caesarion preferential treatment even though he never legally declared him his son under Roman law. Caesar's continuous success appeared to be the key to the future. However, the tide of Roman politics was shifting, and many were disturbed by Caesar's acquisition of awards and display of monarchical accoutrements. Caesar was assassinated on the Ides of March in 44 BCE as a result of a conspiracy. Cleopatra, shocked and exposed, was in a dangerous situation in Rome. She swiftly retreated amid the confusion, returning to Alexandria with Caesarion and her entourage. According to some accounts, she thought about siding with Mark Antony or other groups in the ensuing power war. Cleopatra, however, was realistic. She understood that Romans would fight for the Republic once more, and before making any dangerous agreements, she needed to know who would win. Securely established in Egypt, she concentrated on bolstering the economy and defences of her realm, while she awaited the next Roman ruler to initiate contact. She made a deliberate decision to stay out of Rome during this rough time. If she had stayed, One side or the other might have exploited her as a pawn. Rather, she withdrew to a world in which she was truly in charge. She developed an image of herself at home as a conventional pharaoh in addition to being a Hellenistic queen. Her picture with a diadem, occasionally with subtle references to Egyptian iconography, was featured on coins bearing her name. To guarantee that the priesthood acknowledged her son Caesarion as a prince descended from God, she funded religious ceremonies. Cleopatra cemented her position among her subjects by fusing traditional Egyptian devotion with classical Greek elegance. Though she was aware that Egypt's destiny would unavoidably be shaped by the next wave of Rome's civil war, she never cut off contact with Roman politicians. Cleopatra's top objective amid the chaos that followed Caesar's murder was to maintain her independence to the greatest extent feasible. Although she had already navigated the maze, the Roman stage was about to change again, bringing new performers who would test her wits. She would have to carefully consider her options now that she could no longer rely on Caesar's favour, forming alliances and battling for time in a game where the outcome could affect the Mediterranean's future. After Caesar's death, Rome fell into civil war, creating a power vacuum. On one side were the assassins, led by Brutus and Cassius, advocating for a return to republican ideals. The second triumvirate brought together three important figures: Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and heir; Mark Antony, a seasoned general and close ally of Caesar; and Lepidus, whose influence quickly diminished. In the following 2 years, these factions fought for dominance. From Alexandria, Cleopatra observed, knowing Egypt's wealth could become a bargaining chip again. Mark Antony had previously been kind to Cleopatra. He visited Alexandria during Caesar's time and enjoyed the court's hospitality. As the triumvirate faced Brutus and Cassius, Antony required resources, grain, ships and money, to strengthen his position. He called Cleopatra to Tarsus, Asia Minor, to negotiate terms. The summons was not just a polite request. Ignoring it could provoke Roman anger. Cleopatra recognized an opportunity. Negotiating from a strong position could help her gain recognition for Caesarion and assert her autonomy. Her arrival in Tarsus turned into a legendary tale. Rather than seeming like a beggar, she glided up the river Cydnus on an ornate barge, adorned with luxurious fabrics and fragrant sails. Musicians played as Cleopatra, adorned as the goddess Aphrodite or Isis based on the source, invited Antony to witness a display of opulence akin to a royal festival. Cleopatra recognized the significance of spectacle. Her dramatic entrance overshadowed rumors of Egyptian subservience. Antony realized he was not in charge of a subordinate, but was instead welcoming a king in full splendor. He was impressed and accepted her invitation to dine on her vessel, where her wit and cultural sophistication captivated him as much as the luxuries. An alliance began, political and romantic, that would shape the Eastern Mediterranean's fate. Their relationship was complex. Antony aimed to gain Cleopatra's loyalty and resources to tackle the ongoing challenges to the triumvirate. Cleopatra demanded the return of Egyptian territories lost under previous Ptolemaic rulers. She urged for formal Roman recognition of Caesarion's significance, at least in Egypt. What started as a tactical partnership evolved into a personal bond. Antony spent the winter in Alexandria, enjoying the city's lively culture. He took part in festivals, enjoyed hunts along the Nile, and even created a drinking society with Cleopatra, humorously called the Inimitable Livers. Cleopatra remained focused on her political goals despite the distractions of revelry. She maneuvered through court intrigues, handled the Egyptian bureaucracy, and protected her throne despite rumours that Antony was succumbing to her spell. These rumours extended beyond mere gossip. In Rome, Octavian eyed Antony's actions warily. Octavian ruled the West, while Antony managed the East as co-rulers of the Roman world. Antony's extravagant gestures toward Cleopatra reinforced the idea that he was abandoning Roman values for Eastern excess. Cleopatra understood the gravity of Octavian's propaganda. She had encountered Roman disdain previously. Now the risks were greater. Loss of Antony's favour in Rome could jeopardize Cleopatra's position. Antony's early campaigns in the East had some success. He reaffirmed Roman authority in rebellious areas and granted Cleopatra land in Phoenicia, Cyprus, and parts of Crete and Syria. These grants enhanced Egypt's power and filled Cleopatra's treasury. At the same time, the triumvirate unravelled. Lepidus was sidelined, intensifying the rivalry between Antony and Octavian. Cleopatra and Antony had children, starting with twins and then another son whom Antony acknowledged publicly. Children were given territories, culminating in the notable Donations of Alexandria ceremony, where Cleopatra and her children donned regalia representing their rule over vast regions of the Near East. Roman observers were shocked. The event resembled the establishment of a new Hellenistic empire at the cost of Rome. Cleopatra understood that her fate depended on Antony's military achievements. Antony found himself increasingly conflicted between the East, where Cleopatra held sway, and the Roman heartland, where Octavian was turning public sentiment against him. Cleopatra employed her diplomatic skills to secure local alliances, ensuring that if war arose, she could gather sufficient Egyptian manpower and naval power to be taken seriously. She noticed the cracks appearing. As Antony embraced his Eastern identity by adopting Greek customs and granting grand titles to Cleopatra, hostility in Rome intensified. Octavian waited patiently, gathering proof to label Antony a traitor influenced by an Oriental queen. This delicate balance endured for years, lending Cleopatra's reign a sense of renewed grandeur alongside looming storm clouds. She had journeyed from uncertain exile to commanding queen, but the horizon suggested a final confrontation that could overshadow all her previous struggles. By the mid-30s BCE, tensions between Antony and Octavian nearly ensured another Roman civil war. To mend the divide, Antony wed Octavian's first sister, Octavia, while still maintaining his affair with Cleopatra. He attempted to balance these conflicting responsibilities. However, the political alliances proved too weak, and Octavian exploited Antony's ongoing stay in Egypt as proof of treachery. In 32 BCE, after Antony divorced Octavia, Octavian claimed that Antony had turned into Cleopatra's puppet, labelling her as the master manipulator. Cleopatra, sensing Rome's growing animosity, prepared for battle. She strengthened the Egyptian coast, gathered grain, and grew her navy. Despite the strength of Egyptian forces, facing Rome's legionary machine was intimidating. Cleopatra thought that victory relied on Antony's skill in maintaining the loyalty of his legions and uniting Eastern client states under his leadership. As war approached, his support started to weaken. Several allied kings hesitated. Roman senators who once supported Antony switched their allegiance to Octavian. Driven by fear or political strategy, the propaganda war intensified. Octavian depicted Cleopatra as a foreign seductress aiming to enslave Rome, stoking xenophobia among the Roman people. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation occurred off Greece's western coast, near Actium. Antony and Cleopatra gathered a significant fleet, but Agrippa, Octavian's admiral and subadmiral, outsmarted them. Historians may argue over specifics, but the result is evident. Antony's navy became desperate, lacking supplies and troubled by Agrippa's better naval strategies. In the climactic battle, Cleopatra, leading her squadron, suddenly broke away and fled to Egypt. Antony, realizing she was leaving, gave up the fight to pursue her. The fleet's fate was sealed. Lacking unified leadership, Antony's naval forces fell apart, allowing Octavian to achieve a decisive victory. Rumours about Cleopatra's escape circulated. Was it panic, strategy, or a prearranged plan if the situation worsened? Some accuse her of betrayal, while others believe she realised the battle was lost and tried to salvage what she could. Actium dealt a severe blow to Antony's cause. Afterward, Cleopatra hurried to strengthen Egypt, hoping to rebuild defences and negotiate a diplomatic deal. Octavian had the momentum on his side. He waited patiently, systematically restructuring his forces, rejecting Cleopatra's negotiation proposals unless they met his conditions. Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, once adorned with splendour, faltered under the burden of the loss. Antony experienced shame in front of his troops, many of whom abandoned him. Cleopatra confronted the truth that her meticulously built Eastern Empire was falling apart. She attempted to negotiate once more. Would Octavian allow Caesarion to rule as co-regent if she surrendered Antony? Historical records indicate Cleopatra considered various escape options, yet Octavian remained ruthless. He viewed Cleopatra as a danger and aimed to remove her from power. Caesarion, being Caesar's biological son, complicated his claim to Rome's legacy. Removing both mother and child would pave the way for Octavian's unchallenged dominance. In the summer of 30 BCE, Octavian launched an invasion of Egypt. Antony's efforts to organise a defence crumbled due to desertions and a superior Roman force. According to legend, upon hearing a false report of Cleopatra's death, Antony took his own life by stabbing himself. Mortally wounded, he discovered the queen was still alive and was brought to her. Their last meeting marked a sad end to a once glamorous partnership. Antony passed away in her embrace, forcing Cleopatra to face Octavian by herself. Octavian's victory was certain. Cleopatra's final hope was to maintain a trace of her dynasty or escape the shame of being displayed in Rome. She locked herself inside a mausoleum she had constructed, filled with her treasures and said to hold concealed toxins. Octavian aimed to capture her alive, likely planning to showcase her in his triumph as a trophy representing Rome's victory over the East. Understanding the futility of resistance, Cleopatra readied herself for a final act that would echo through history. Various accounts of her death exist, but the most well-known is the tale of an asp sneaked into her hideout, biting her arm and bringing a quick, though painful, demise. Some say she took poison. She made the decision to face death on her own terms rather than accepting it as the living conquest. Cleopatra's death marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, leading to Egypt becoming a Roman province. Caesarion was captured and executed on Octavian's orders, removing any threat to his rise as Rome's first emperor, Augustus. Cleopatra's reign ended, but her legend was just beginning, destined to be recounted in ways that often masked the woman behind the myth. After Cleopatra's death, Roman accounts depicted her as a cunning temptress whose ambitions led Antony astray from Roman virtue. Poets and historians aligned with Octavian, who would become Augustus, reflected the official narrative that Cleopatra represented the corrupt East. Her final stand, the gilded mausoleum, and the tale of the asp became material for moralizing treatises and sensational storytelling. Despite the Romans' vilification, they could not deny her importance. She was the final monarch of a once mighty dynasty, and her fall signified Rome's clear dominance in the Mediterranean. Egypt transformed under Roman control. Cleopatra's administrative frameworks, such as tax systems, land management, and temple support, remained intact, with Roman officials now at the helm. Alexandria remained a significant cultural hub, despite no longer being a royal capital. Cleopatra's memory in Egypt became intertwined with the local folklore over time. Some viewed her as a tragic figure aiming to safeguard the land from foreign control. Some, swayed by Roman propaganda, held her responsible for leading the nation into war. The temples showcased images of Ptolemaic rulers in pharaonic attire, reflecting the hybrid world Cleopatra once ruled. Rome gained a vast province and a compelling narrative. The victory over Cleopatra symbolized the triumph of Roman discipline over Eastern luxury. Augustus leveraged this narrative to consolidate his power. He erected monuments to commemorate his conquest of Egypt, minted coins declaring peace restored, and influenced the Roman mindset to see Cleopatra's downfall as unavoidable. Behind the propaganda was an acknowledgement that Cleopatra was an extraordinary opponent. She matched Roman statesmen in diplomacy, commanded resources, and nearly forged a new political reality. If Actium had unfolded differently, the narrative of Rome could have changed significantly. Over the centuries, Cleopatra's reputation changed numerous times. Roman playwrights depicted her as a witch, captivating Antony with his potions and spells. Early Christian writers used her as a cautionary tale about the dangers of lust and power, emphasizing moral lessons. However, there were also more understanding perspectives. Chroniclers, particularly of Greek descent, lauded her intelligence, multilingual abilities, and cultural refinement. Alternative accounts reveal her negotiations with local elites, philanthropic gestures to the Alexandrian poor, and efforts to maintain Egyptian autonomy. These insights provided an alternative to the prevailing Roman story. In the medieval period, much classical literature remained in monasteries. Cleopatra appeared occasionally in moral tales or collections of notable women, frequently overshadowed by biblical figures. The Renaissance revival of classical learning sparked new curiosity. Scholars found Greek and Roman texts, revealing Cleopatra as a multifaceted figure. Artists drew inspiration from her dramatic life, creating paintings, plays, and poems. Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra portrays her with a tragic grandeur. Shakespeare partly followed Roman biases, portraying her as theatrical and manipulative, yet he also revealed her depth, showcasing the fiery intelligence that fueled her allure. Subsequent centuries witnessed additional reinterpretations. Enlightenment thinkers debated if Cleopatra was an enlightened ruler or a reckless tyrant. The Romantics saw her as a symbol of passionate defiance against a cold, practical empire. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, European Orientalist views transformed Cleopatra into the symbol of exotic allure. Painters depicted her in extravagant settings, focusing on her beauty and wealth, while overlooking her administrative skills and political acumen. Hollywood embraced this image, creating epic films that highlighted spectacle, grand sets, intricate costumes, and a Cleopatra who captivated famous Romans with alluring glances. However, beneath these depictions, historical research dismantled the stereotypes. In the 20th and 21st centuries, scholars refocused on Cleopatra's intelligence, linguistic skills, her role as a living goddess in Egyptian tradition, and her adept rule during challenging times. Recent archaeological discoveries and fresh interpretations of primary sources portray her not just as a femme fatale, but as a stateswoman facing the mightiest empire of her time. This change in viewpoint highlighted the conflict between Cleopatra's real governance, managing taxes, suppressing uprisings, directing foreign policy, and the narrative crafted by those who aimed to rationalize her defeat. Cleopatra's reputation changed with Rouge era's agendas, reflecting cultural fantasies and fears. Her true legacy, her efforts to preserve a sovereign Egypt against Rome's expansion, endures as a testament to her strategic prowess, even if overshadowed by the highlights of her personal liaisons. Cleopatra is a figure that urges us to see beyond stereotypes, highlighting that the true complexity of history is often lost in the propaganda and entertainment of the era. Cleopatra's story still captivates in our modern age. She has become an icon that transcends her time, symbolizing female power, political skill, cultural fusion, and the tragedy of lost sovereignty. To truly appreciate Cleopatra, one must view her not as an exotic siren or a mere footnote in Rome's story, but as the pinnacle of a unique dynasty navigating a rapidly changing world. Her importance stems from the careful balance she maintained from the moment she assumed power. Cleopatra forged alliances with Caesar and negotiated with Mark Antony, expanded her kingdom's territories, and maintained the reverence of Egypt's priesthoods, orchestrating a precarious dance. She encountered a Rome shifting from republic to autocracy, a superpower in transition, uncertain of its future. Cleopatra understood that to protect Egypt, she needed to navigate Roman politics while embodying the role of pharaoh, merging Greek and Egyptian traditions more effectively than her predecessors. Cleopatra's intellectual interests deserve greater focus. Growing up in Alexandria's vibrant intellectual atmosphere, she gained both scholarly and practical knowledge. She authored works on medicine, cosmetics, and possibly linguistics, but these writings have now vanished. She communicated with the subject peoples in their languages, an ability that granted real legitimacy in the eyes of those unfamiliar with Greek-speaking Ptolemaic rulers. Cleopatra engages with Roman elites in Greek or Latin and leads Egyptian ceremonies in the local language, showcasing her cultural fluency as a political asset. Her story highlights how quickly propaganda can distort a legacy. Roman accounts depicted Cleopatra as a seductive foreign queen, overshadowing her contributions as a stateswoman. The caricature persisted over the centuries, influencing art and theatre while reducing her complexity. By piecing together scattered evidence, from coins with her profile to Greek historians' descriptions, we glimpse the real Cleopatra, a determined monarch making monumental decisions in a time of colliding global powers. Their ultimate demise highlights the weaknesses of a smaller state trapped among Roman factions. Cleopatra's relationship with Antony was both personal and practical, yet in the competitive realm of Roman politics, it served as a tool for Octavian's ambitions. The empire needed new conquests to solidify its political transformations, and the idea of Cleopatra's conspiracy with Antony gave Octavian the moral pretext to march on Egypt. However, Cleopatra managed to outsmart him, engaging in covert negotiations until Actium irreversibly shifted the balance. Even Cleopatra's death, often recounted with melodramatic flair, reflects her refusal to be paraded as a captive in Rome. By choosing to die on her terms, she denied Octavian a triumphant display, ensuring her final image was one of defiance instead of submission. This act, dramatized in art and theatre, embodies a political strategy, Cleopatra ensured she was remembered as a queen, not a captive. After that final act, Egypt turned into Rome's breadbasket, supporting an empire that would rule Europe, North Africa, and the Near East for centuries. Alexandria continued to be a centre of scholarship and trade, maintaining Greek and Egyptian cultural influences even during Roman rule. Cleopatra's children with Antony were taken to Rome and largely disappeared from history, except for one daughter, Cleopatra Selene, who married into another African kingdom and preserved a fragment of her mother's legacy. Caesarion, the son of Julius Caesar, was executed to eradicate any rival claim to Rome. Thus, the direct line of Cleopatra ended brutally, a testament to how Roman realpolitik disdained potential threats, however young or innocent. Interest in Cleopatra continues over 2,000 years later. Historians discuss her strategies, archaeologists search the Egyptian coast for her burial site, and filmmakers recreate her life in grand productions. Every retelling reveals as much about the storyteller as it does about Cleopatra. Her character reveals the complexities of power, the dynamics of gender and politics, and the resilience of a dynasty facing extinction. She bridges worlds, Greek and Egyptian, a female leader and Roman ally, a scholar and politician. Cleopatra emerged as a leader who would not allow her kingdom to be a mere pawn in Rome's strategy. She engaged in high-stakes gameplay, experiencing both spectacular victories and devastating losses. She transcended the caricatures that defined her posthumous image. The final Queen of the Nile remains an enigma who challenges us to look deeper than the simple myths, reminding us that history is often shaped by those who wield the pen, and that a life as momentous as hers deserves constant re-examination.